destroyed her once with a single sentence. Now I'm the broke bastard who owns the building she's here to save, and every day on this job site she swings that hammer like she wants to bury it in my chest. Alianna Rodney, my high school obsession. The girl I broke. The woman who now holds my last shot at survival in her calloused hands. She hates me. Good. I don't want her forgiveness. I want her under me, around me, screaming my name while I nail every wall she spent years building against me. I want to watch that steel spine bend when I finally drop to my knees and prove I'm not the boy who hurt her anymore. She thinks this is just a renovation. She has no idea I'm never letting her walk off this site without my ring on her finger. She's here to fix my building. Now I'm going to ruin her for anyone else.
Stay tuned for bully redemption, forced proximity on a job site, a reformed golden boy on his knees, and a heroine who makes him earn every single inch. Happily ever after guaranteed. Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from tylawalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Alianna. The alarm doesn't go off. I'm already awake. 4:52 a.m., and the sky outside my bedroom window is the color of old dishwater. I sit up and reach for my socks before my eyes have fully adjusted. There's a rhythm to mornings like this. Pull on the thermal undershirt, the flannel over it, work jeans still stiff from yesterday's wash. My boots are at the foot of the bed where I left them, laces already half-threaded from force of habit. They smell like concrete sealer and something underneath that, older. Like the boots have their own memory of every pore they've stood through. Dad's already in the kitchen when I get downstairs. You eat yet? Pouring yours now. He hands me a travel mug without turning from the stove. Eggs crack. The radio on the counter plays something country and forgettable. I lean against the doorframe and breathe in the coffee smell and the butter browning in the pan. Darnell Rodney has always moved like a man who knows exactly how much space his body takes up, even with the slight hitch in his left knee, which he denies having, which I don't mention. Haverfield site today, I say. Roof framing and drywall hang. 2 loads in the truck. He sets a plate on the counter in front of me. Eggs, toast, no ceremony. Johnson called last night. Wants us to quote the storage unit complex on Route 9. That's commercial. That's what I said. He finally looks at me, and there's something careful in it. That's what I said when I told him, yes, we'd come look. I eat my eggs. Route 9 is a job that changes things, or it's a job that swallows a small contracting firm whole if the bid is priced wrong. I've watched my father do the maths on margins like these for 20 years. I've done them myself. In notebooks and spreadsheets. In the margins of architecture textbooks I don't look at anymore. I'll handle the quote, I say. Figured you would. The drive to Haverfield takes 15 minutes on empty streets. The truck, a '09 Ford with a cracked left mirror and a tailgate that needs 2 hands to open, rattles over the railroad crossing on 5th, and then settles into the smooth stretch of residential road past the old mill site. I know every bump. I've driven this route since I was 16, sitting passenger side next to Dad, then behind the wheel myself at 18. The job site is a 2-story colonial, gutted to the studs inside. We're reframing the upstairs ceiling, where water damage ate through the original joists, then hanging drywall throughout the main floor. Tony, our lead carpenter, has already got the site opened when I pull up. He's standing on the porch in a hoodie and a hard hat, thermos in hand, looking like a man who finds the concept of mourning personally offensive. Delivery show? Backed up. 20 minutes. I drop my bag through the passenger window, check the manifest. We'll start pulling the demo material while we wait. The day has its own logic after that. Demo, stack, measure twice. The lumber delivery arrives 32 minutes late, not 20. Tony and I argue briefly about joist spacing and then agree, which is how most of our arguments end. By noon, the ceiling frame is roughed in, and I've sweated through my flannel from the inside. I pull it off and work in the thermal, and nobody says anything because everyone else looks the same. There's something I love about a framed-out room. The geometry of it, the skeleton before the walls close in. I stood in rooms like this at 18 and thought about load paths and cantilevers, about how a structure holds weight without buckling. Professor Maeda at Columbus State had called my application essay unusually observant for someone without formal training. I'd read that email 3 times before I deleted it. 2 weeks later, Mom was in the hospital for the 2nd time, and the scholarship paperwork sat unsigned in the kitchen drawer until the deadline passed. I drive a nail and the thought goes. Quitting time is 5:30. I stay an extra 20 minutes to walk the site and mark the punch list for tomorrow, then load the leftover hardware into the truck bed. Dad knocks off earlier now than he used to, his knee, which he doesn't have a problem with, and Tony rides with his cousin, so I'm the last one out. The hardware store is on Clement, 2 blocks before my turn home. I need angle brackets, 16 of them, for the storage room shelving at the Haverfield site. I park half up on the curb, the way everyone does on Clement, and push through the door into the warm sawdust and rubber mat smell of Tanner's hardware. Pete Tanner is behind the counter, deep in conversation with the man I vaguely recognize from the diner on Oak. I pull the angle brackets from the wall display and get in line. Whole thing collapsed. I mean, they're saying 100 clients? Easy. Pete is shaking his head with the particular satisfaction of someone delivering bad news he finds entertaining. Columbus firm? Big one too, or it was. What was the name? Vantage Capital. Austin O'Connor. Pete leans on the counter. They're saying it wasn't just bad investments. It was, worse. My fingers find the edge of the shelf. I know that name. Of course I know that name. Austin O'Connor, who sat 2 rows back in advanced English at Millfield High and said something at a party junior year that followed me for months afterward. Something casual and careless. The way only someone who's never had to think about how they're perceived can be casual and careless. Something I've never fully put down. I set the brackets on the counter and wait. Pete rings me up without breaking the conversational stride. I pay, take my bag, and walk back to the truck. The engine turns over on the first try. I drive home. The O'Connor name rattles around my skull the whole way, not loudly, not dramatically, just a low, persistent hum. The way an old bruise reminds you it's there when you press it. I don't press it. I don't think about Austin O'Connor in his Columbus office, with his client's money and his father's name on the door, and whatever collapsed under him. I don't think about the party, about the sentence he said, about the way the kids next to him laughed. I pull into our driveway and tell myself it means nothing. Dad is at the kitchen table with a plate of leftovers and a pile of mail. He looks up when I come in. Johnson called again. Wants an answer on the Route 9 quote. I'll have it to him by Friday. I drop my keys on the hook. I need to run the materials cost tomorrow and get 3 bids from sub-suppliers. There's something else. He taps one envelope in the pile. Came this afternoon. Commercial property on Delaney. New owner just acquired the old Caldwell building and wants a full interior renovation. Systems overhaul. The works. Open bid. But Johnson gave them our name as a referral. I drop into the chair across from him and pull the envelope over. It's a formal RFP printed on heavyweight paper with a cover letter and project scope attached. New construction manager. Owner intends to convert the Caldwell building into a mixed-use commercial. Scope is large. Framing, drywall, all interior finishes, electrical rough-in coordination, HVAC framing prep. The project that would keep Rodney and Sons busy for 8 months and change our bid category permanently. I read it twice. This is real, I say. That's what I thought. I flip to the contact sheet at the back. Project correspondence address, site inspection request, owner's representative information. The name at the bottom of the page reads, A. O'Connor, owner. Contact, O'Connor Property Holdings, LLC. The kitchen is very quiet. The refrigerator hums. Somewhere outside, a dog barks twice and stops. I look at the name until it's just letters. A. O'Connor. Could be anyone. Could be a dozen people with that name in a county this size. Could be an Andrew, an Angela, an Alexis. No reason at all to assume the A stands for Austin. No reason at all for my jaw to tighten the way it's tightening right now. Or for my eyes to go back to the top of the page and reread the whole document just to make sure I haven't misread anything. I set the papers down flat on the table. I'll pull the property records tomorrow, I say. Find out who we're actually dealing with before we put work into a bid. Dad watches me with that careful expression he's been wearing since he handed me my coffee this morning. He knows me. He doesn't ask. Good work today, he says instead. I take the RFP to my room, set it face down on my desk, and go to wash the dirt off my hands.
Chapter 2. Austin. The movers left 2 hours ago. I'm sitting on the floor because the furniture is gone. Not packed, sold. The rug is gone. The art is gone. The Sonos system. The espresso machine I paid $1,400 for and used twice a week for 3 years. The penthouse echoes in a way it never did when it was full, which tells you something about what all that furniture was actually doing. There are 4 boxes left. That's what 26 years becomes when you strip out everything that was bought to impress someone. I open my laptop on the bare floor and stare at the inbox I haven't answered in 6 weeks. 43 unread. Mostly legal correspondence. 2 from my mother asking if I need anything in that tone she uses when she already knows I do. 1 from Oscar, who was the closest thing I had to a real friend at Vantage, and who I have not yet worked up the nerve to call back. I close the laptop. The view from this window used to feel like evidence of something. 19th floor, facing east, Columbus spread out in the morning light like a reward for existing. I used to stand here with coffee and think, and I mean this without irony. This is genuinely what I thought. I earned this. That was the word I used. Earned. As though getting a job at a firm your father's college roommate runs constitutes earning anything. I press my back against the wall and look at the ceiling. The SEC investigation has been open for 6 months. My broker's license is suspended pending resolution. The civil suits from clients, there are 4 of them now, have been routed through my attorney, a tired man named Gerald Huang, who charges $320 an hour and speaks to me in a flat, patient voice that communicates quite clearly what he thinks of me as a human being. Gerald says resolution could take another year. Gerald says I need to reduce my expenses to their theoretical floor and stay there. But Gerald hasn't seriously considered Uncle Frank's property. Frank O'Connor was my father's younger brother, and the family embarrassment in the way that only someone genuinely different from their family can be an embarrassment. He drove a '94 pickup. He restored furniture. He owned a building in Millfield, Ohio, commercial space on a street called Delaney, which he bought in 2003 for reasons nobody ever asked him about directly. And when he died in March of a cardiac event that apparently surprised no one who knew his habits, he left the building to me. Not to my father. To me. Frank and I used to fish together when I was 9. The building went through probate and came out the other side with my name on the deed 6 weeks ago. I've been sitting with that fact and not looking at it directly, the way you don't look directly at the one thing that might actually be the answer. I pull out my phone and open the property file Gerald forwarded. Commercial building, 4,800 square feet. Zoned mixed use. Built in 1961. Last renovated in 1987. Last tenant vacated 2019. The photos from the property assessment are not encouraging. Water-stained drop ceilings, ancient HVAC ducting, concrete floors with 3 decades of surface scarring, exposed brick that would actually be appealing if anything else in the building weren't actively in decay. Gerald said, "Sell it. Get whatever you can and apply it to the legal fund." I didn't agree with Gerald. Selling it fast, in its current condition, gets me maybe $200,000 on a generous day. Converting it, renovating the interior, leasing the commercial units, gets me a cash flow asset. Gets me something to build from. Possibly, if the renovation doesn't swallow everything I have left. I've been running the numbers for a month. I pick up the 4 boxes. One trip, which turns out to be a decision made by ego rather than physics. I drop one on the stairs and it pops open, spilling a framed photo, a tangle of charging cables, a watch I haven't worn in 2 years. The watch skitters down 2 steps and lands face up. It's a Patek Philippe, a gift from my father when I made partner. He'd taken me to dinner at Marcella's and shaken my hand across the table and said, "You're one of us now." He meant the firm. He meant his particular species of Columbus professional, the kind who measures their worth in watch brands and floor numbers. I pick it up, put it in the box, and carry the 4 boxes to my car, a 5-year-old Audi, which I'm also in the process of selling. After Millfield, I'll be in a lease situation that Gerald finds acceptable. The drive south takes 40 minutes. I know these roads. Grew up driving them summers and school breaks, back and forth between my parents' Columbus house and Millfield, where my grandparents lived, where Uncle Frank lived, where I went to high school because my father believed, for one specific and inexplicable period, that public school would toughen me up. He reversed that opinion the year I turned 17 and sent me to Worthington Academy. By then, I'd already absorbed enough of Millfield to feel, for the rest of my life, like I didn't entirely belong in either place. The highway gives way to the Route 40 ramp, and then suddenly it's just a 2-lane state road through flat Ohio farmland, the sky wide and colorless above it. Millfield appears gradually, the way small towns do. A water tower, a grain elevator, a cluster of fast food signs at the interchange, then the actual town proper. Brick storefronts, a diner, a hardware store, the municipal building with its flag at half-mast for a reason nobody's announced. I pass the high school. I don't slow down. Delaney Street is 3 blocks off the main drag. I find the Caldwell building without needing the address because there's only one building on the block that looks like it's been holding its breath for 5 years. 4 stories of brick, the bottom floor boarded, the upper windows filmed with grime. The painted sign above the entrance, Caldwell Printing and Supply, is still there. The letters faded to ghosts of themselves. I park and sit with the engine running. This is it. The whole plan, such as it is, compressed into 4,800 square feet of someone else's neglect. I kill the engine and get out. The street is quiet, mid-afternoon, a Tuesday. Nobody watching. I pull out my phone and take 3 photos of the exterior. The foundation line, the boarded entrance, the roof line. Then I stand on the pavement in front of the building my uncle bought with money he saved driving a pickup truck. And I understand, in a way that is specific and quiet, and doesn't feel like a revelation so much as a reckoning, that this is the only thing standing between me and complete ruin. I put my phone in my pocket. I should call Gerald. I should call the contractors I've already left 2 voicemails with, who haven't called back because my name is currently a liability in certain professional circles. I should do a dozen things. I stand there instead, looking at a building that needs everything, that will cost money I barely have, in a town I spent years trying to leave. The afternoon light sits flat on the brick. A van with a vaguely familiar logo rolls past on the cross street without stopping. I take my keys out of my pocket and go find the door.
Chapter 3. Alianna. The property records take me 11 minutes to pull up on Thursday morning. Austin James O'Connor. Prior owner was the estate of Francis Michael O'Connor. The deed is clean, the zoning current. The tax status in good standing. There's nothing wrong with the paperwork. There's nothing wrong with any of it, except the name at the top, which I read 3 times before closing the browser tab and finishing my coffee. Dad is at the Haverfield site today. I have the kitchen to myself. I sit with my clipboard and the RFP for another 10 minutes, going through the project scope the way I'd go through any other. Square footage, existing systems condition, finish requirements. The scope is real. The budget ceiling listed in the preliminary documents is real. 8 months of solid commercial work, the kind that gets you on bid lists you've never been on before, the kind that changes what you can say yes to next year and the year after. I pick up my phone and call the contact number on the RFP. It rings 4 times. I'm composing what I'll say to a voicemail when it picks up. O'Connor? The voice is the same. Older, maybe? Something worn off the surface of it, but the same. This is Alianna Rodney. Rodney and Sons Contracting. I'm calling to schedule a site walk for the Caldwell building on Delaney. A pause. 3 seconds, maybe 4. Alianna. Not a question. Not surprised exactly, more like someone setting something down carefully. Yes, when works for you. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. That works, I'll be there. I end the call and write 9 a.m., Delaney Sate on the top of my clipboard sheet. My handwriting is perfectly even. I pull up to the Caldwell building at 8:53. The 09 Ford parks behind a silver Audi that has a small dent in the rear quarter panel and a Columbus parking permit in the window. I sit for exactly 30 seconds, then get out with my clipboard, my laser measure, and my camera. The building is better and worse than the scope described. Better because the brick is solid. I can see it from the pavement. The mortar lines haven't failed. No bowing in the facade. Worse because whoever boarded the ground floor entrance did it badly. And there's a gap at the bottom right panel where something small and determined has been getting in all winter. The main door is propped open with a chunk of broken concrete. I step over it. The interior is dim, lit mostly from a pair of shop lights on extension cords that someone has run from a generator near the back wall. Drop ceiling tiles, maybe a third of them water damaged or missing entirely. The concrete floor is stained in the elaborate geography of old spills and standing water. The smell is what I expect. Mildew underneath, and above it the particular dry dust smell of a building that hasn't had moving air in years. He's standing by the far wall with his phone out, and he looks up when I come in. 8 years. He's taller than I remember, or maybe I just remember him as smaller because of what he used to say about me, both to my face and behind my back. Same dark hair, same jawline, less of whatever used to sit across his shoulders like a flag. He's wearing a work jacket that's newer than this building but not that new, and boots that are wrong for a job site, but less wrong than dress shoes, which is presumably a concession. He hasn't shaved in 3 or 4 days. He looks like someone who used to be very certain about things. Alianna. He crosses the space toward me and extends a hand. It's good to see you. I shake it once, let go, uncap my pen. Let's start with the ground floor. I'll need access to the utility room and the ceiling space. Something shifts in his face, almost imperceptible. He absorbs the register I've set and says, "This way," and leads me toward the back without pushing at it. I work the room methodically, laser measure to every wall, photos of the ceiling damage, the column spacing, the electrical panel, which is a 1987 vintage square D that will need a full replacement. I make notes in the shorthand I've developed over 6 years of site walks, abbreviations Dad taught me, and a few I invented. I don't look at him more than the job requires. He watches me work. He knows better than to fill the silence with anything unnecessary. I'll give him that much. "Staircase," I say. He shows me the staircase. The treads are solid, the handrail pulling away from the wall on the second floor landing. I photograph the anchor points. We move through the second floor, then the third, then the fourth, which is raw storage space with 2 window frames that have lost their glazing entirely, and a patch of subflooring near the north wall that gives slightly underfoot. "Stay off this quadrant," I tell him and step around it. Noted. By the time we come back down to the ground floor, I have 4 pages of notes and 40-something photos, and a preliminary sense of the scope that I'll spend the weekend pricing out. It's a large job. It's a complicated large job, the kind that requires careful subcontractor coordination and a project manager who doesn't sleep through problems. I cap my pen and straighten my clipboard. "I'll have a written bid to you by Wednesday," I say. "Full materials breakdown, labor estimate, phased schedule. I'll need the final finished specifications before I can lock the millwork and flooring numbers, but I can give you a range on those." That's great. He's leaning against one of the support columns with his arms loosely crossed, watching me in a way that isn't quite the way he used to watch people. The old Austin O'Connor watched people to see if they were worth his attention. This feels more like he's paying a debt he knows he owes. "You built this up. The business. Your dad always had a good reputation, but I heard Rodney and Sons is different now. We're good at what we do." "I know. A beat. I remember you were going to study architecture." The shop light nearest the generator flickers once and holds. "I run a contracting business," I say. My voice is level. "I'll get you that bid Wednesday." He straightens off the column. There's something he wants to say. I can see it organizing itself somewhere behind his expression. And then he makes a decision and says it anyway. "Alianna, I know this is..." He stops, starts again with less. "I know I'm not your first choice of client. You're a client." I pick up my bag. "I treat all my clients the same." "That's fair." "What matters to me is the job. Nothing else." I move toward the propped open door. Wednesday. Outside, the morning has warmed up a degree or 2, and the street is quiet, and I walk to the truck at a pace I control carefully. I put my clipboard on the passenger seat. I set my camera bag on top of it. I start the engine. My hands are shaking. Not much. Not visibly, probably, if anyone were looking. Which no one is. Just a fine tremor across my fingers when I put them on the wheel. What happens when your body registers something your face wasn't allowed to? I sit with it. I breathe through it. He didn't say sorry. He said, "I know I'm not your first choice of client," which is the thing you say when you know there's a debt, but you're not ready to name the amount. 8 years of not being in the same room as Austin O'Connor, and the first thing he does is almost acknowledge it and then step back from the ledge. I don't know what I expected. An apology in an empty building over a laser measure would have been worse. The shaking stops. My hands are my hands again. I pull out of the parking spot and drive south on Delaney, past the diner, past Tanner's Hardware, past the turn that leads back to the high school. I have no reason to drive by. The bid is real. The job is real. Rodney and Sons has wanted a project at this scale for 3 years, and there is nothing wrong with the paperwork, nothing wrong with the building except what renovation fixes. I run the first pass numbers in my head, the way Dad taught me. Materials over labor over contingency, and by the time I make the turn toward home, the figures are already taking shape, clean and specific, and mine. I don't tell Dad where I went. He's home by lunch, and we eat sandwiches at the kitchen table and talk through the Haverfield punch list. And he asks about the Caldwell bid, and I say it went well. Promising scope, I'll have numbers soon. He nods. He doesn't ask about the owner. I wash my plate and go to my desk and open the bid spreadsheet and start building the line items, one by one, in the careful order that means something gets done right.
Chapter 4. Austin. Her truck is gone before I make it back to the front of the building. I stand in the doorway with one hand on the frame and watch the Ford's taillights disappear at the Delaney intersection. And then I go back inside because standing in a doorway watching someone leave is the specific type of pathetic I'm trying to retire. The shop lights buzz. The generator ticks. I had 5 versions of this conversation prepared. In the first one, she was cold, but professional, in and out in 40 minutes. And I thanked her, and we both understood the transaction for what it was. In the second one, she said something sharp, and I absorbed it cleanly, with dignity, and she respected that. In the third version, I said something right, something genuine, and she softened just enough to let me know we'd be fine. She was cold and professional, in and out in 40 minutes, and she thanked me for nothing, and I said the one halfway honest thing I managed, and she walked through it like I'd said the weather. I didn't account for that version. I walked the ground floor again, just to have something to do with my feet. The square D panel she photographed is a gutted 87 box with half the breakers tripped permanent. She clocked it in about 4 seconds, wrote 3 lines, and moved on. The column spacing she had memorized by the second floor, rattling dimensions back to herself under her breath without looking at the measure. She moved through this building the way someone moves through a problem they've already half solved, efficient and a little impatient, and the whole time I kept waiting for some crack in it, some sign that the fact of me in the room registered as anything beyond a line item. I remember you were going to study architecture. That was the wrong thing to say. I knew it as I was saying it, felt it land wrong, watched her go still. I wasn't trying to needle her. I was trying to say I paid attention to you back then without saying what else was true about back then, which is that I also said things about her that I would very much like to erase from my own history. She told me she runs a contracting business, as if I needed correcting, as if I'd suggested she fell short of something. I sit down on an overturned plastic crate near the generator and look at my phone. Patrice, my property manager, picks up on the second ring. I need you to pull 2 more bids on the Caldwell building, I say. Local contractors, commercial scope. I want to see competitive numbers before I commit. Austin. Her voice has the flat, kind patience of someone managing expectations for a living. I sent RFPs to 4 contractors 3 weeks ago. Rodney and Sons is the only response. The other 3 didn't return calls. Why not? A pause that answers the question more directly than she probably intends. Send to contractors in Columbus, then. Someone will take the work. Someone in Columbus will charge you 30% more in labor and travel overhead. The Caldwell scope isn't complex enough to justify that margin on your current budget. I put my thumb and forefinger across the bridge of my nose. What if I tighten the scope? Phase it. Phase 1 is just... Phase 1 still needs a local GC for inspections and permit pulls. That's Millfield code, not me being difficult. Another pause, shorter. The Rodney bid is going to be fair. Their reputation is good. I know their reputation is good. So call me when you have it in writing. I hang up before the conversation finds its natural conclusion, which is Patrice telling me I don't have options, which I already know. I know what I said at that party. I've known for 8 years. The not thinking about it is a practice thing, the way not thinking about it always is. It has a shape, a specific mental sidestep, a route around the memory so worn in I can take it without noticing I'm on it. What I said to Jeremy Hale at Jake Pruitt's house, junior year, about Alianna Rodney, about where she came from, about the gap between her and the rest of us. What Jeremy did with it, how it spread like a fire that couldn't be tamed, completely decimating her reputation for the rest of the year. She found out. Of course she found out. She was the person who found things out and then said nothing and just looked at you with a level, assessing gaze that made you feel correctly evaluated. I told myself it was nothing. High school. Everyone said things they didn't mean. I told myself that for about 6 years, until I started at Vantage and realized I was still saying things I didn't mean, still performing for audiences that weren't worth it. And the only difference was, the words were about earnings projections now instead of people. Then I told myself she'd moved on, built a life, didn't think about it, and the not thinking about it got easier. She shook my hand today, like you'd shake the hand of a contractor whose firm you might use, and then she did her job at a level that made me feel like an amateur in my own building. And when I opened my mouth, she cut cleanly through whatever I was trying to do and offered me a transaction instead. Which is what I deserve. I know it's what I deserve. I just didn't know that would feel like this. Gerald calls at 2:17. The Marchetti Group filed an amended claim, he says without greeting. They're now seeking consequential damages in addition to the original restitution amount. I stand up from the crate. That's not... Gerald, the original claim was already... I know what the original claim was. The amendment changes the exposure ceiling. He lets that sit. We need to discuss your liquidity picture, specifically the Millfield asset. I told you, I'm renovating and leasing. Austin. He says my name the way he says things that are not actually questions. A renovation draws your reserve down to near zero. If the amended claim survives the motion to dismiss, you have no buffer. None. If we sell the property now, in its current state, you have something. 200,000 maybe. 200,000 is not nothing. It's also not enough. I walk to the boarded front window and look at the seam of daylight along the edge of the plywood. If I lease the building, the income services the legal costs over time. If I sell it for 200 and spend it on the Marchetti claim, I'm back to zero and I still have 3 other civil suits in the queue and no income source. Gerald is quiet for a moment. He does this when he's deciding whether to press or concede. The renovation has to be lean, he says finally. Absolute floor on the budget. I know. And fast. The longer that building sits unrenovated, the longer you have no income from it. I know, Gerald. You need the cheapest contractor you can find who'll do the work properly. He sounds like he's reading from a list. Not the cheapest. The cheapest who'll do it properly. There's a difference, and I need you to understand it. After he hangs up, I stay at the window for a long time. The cheapest who'll do it properly. Of all the contractors in a 40-mile radius, I have 1 bid and 1 phone call returned, and 1 woman who walked through this building like she already knew what it needed, who priced the square D panel and the 4th floor subfloor and the glazing replacement from memory, and will have a written breakdown on my desk by Wednesday that I bet my last functioning credit card will be accurate to within 3%. I'm not in a position to bet anything, which is the point. I text Patrice. Hold on the Columbus calls, going with Rodney. She texts back 4 minutes later. Good. Wednesday, her bid arrives at 8:47 a.m. by email, formatted in a clean spreadsheet with a cover letter that runs exactly 1 page. I read it twice, check her numbers against the rough estimates I ran myself, and find 2 places where she came in below what I expected, and 1 place where she built in a contingency I hadn't thought to include, a moisture mitigation allowance for the north wall subfloor, which would have cost me significantly more if it surfaced mid-project and unbudgeted. She thought of it before I did. She put it in writing. I reply at 9:04. Bid accepted. Please confirm start date. Her response comes back in under 3 minutes. Tomorrow, 7 a.m. I put down my phone and look at the 4 walls of the room I'm renting from a woman named Carol Petrie, who has a doily on every surface, and a cat named Pookie Bear. The room reeks of mothballs and old carpet. The window faces an alley. Tomorrow, 7 a.m. I open my laptop and start going through the finished specification documents I've been avoiding for 2 weeks, because she said she needs them before she can lock the millwork and flooring numbers, and Alianna Rodney strikes me as someone who doesn't ask for things twice.
Chapter 5. Alianna. The Caldwell building gets its permit placard at 7:02 a.m., 2 minutes after Tony finishes screwing it to the front door frame. I'm already inside running chalk lines on the ground floor when I hear the footsteps on the concrete behind me. Heavy enough to be a man, wrong cadence for Tony or Dad, who both walk like they're conserving energy. I don't turn around. "I thought you'd send a crew," Austin says. "I'm on site every day." I crouch and hook the chalk line at the base of the column. "You don't need to be. It's my building." It is. I snap the line. A clean blue mark blooms across the floor. You can stand in the corners that aren't active work zones. I'll let you know which corners those are. He's quiet for a moment. "Fair enough?" Tony comes in from the truck with the first equipment load and raises his eyebrows at me over Austin's shoulder. I give him nothing back. He sets down the drill case and gets to work. The argument about the partition wall starts at 9:15. Austin wants the ground floor retail space divided into 2 units. I've marked the structural grid in chalk and flagged the load-bearing lines with orange tape, and he's standing at the proposed dividing wall location, looking at it like he can renegotiate physics. "If I split it here," he says, "each unit has its own entrance from the street. If you split it there, you're cutting through a load path." I hand him the structural assessment I had drafted. Page 4. The beam above that column runs continuously to the south wall. You interrupt it here, you need a header, and 2 posts minimum, which adds to the materials cost and the timeline. He studies the page. "What if we move it 6 feet east?" I'd already done the math on that during the site walk. That works structurally. You lose the symmetrical entrance spacing, though. 1 unit gets a 9-foot frontage, the other gets 14. The 14-foot unit rents for more. "Then move it east." He looks up from the page. "You already knew that option was viable." I was waiting to see what you'd prioritize. Something crosses his face that I can't fully categorize. Not annoyance. More like someone recalibrating a map. He hands the assessment back and says, "East, let's do it right." I mark the revised line. We move on. The second argument is about the ceiling. The drop tiles are coming out regardless. They're damaged. They're ugly. They're hiding the original tin ceiling that I spotted in one corner where a section had already been pulled. I tell him this and he says, "How much does that add?" before I finish the sentence. I tell him exposed restoration and a basic suspended system are nearly the same cost at this scale, and that the tin will add rental value that justifies the difference twice over. He says he can't justify anything that isn't necessary. "It is necessary," I say. "Aesthetically necessary. You're trying to lease this to commercial tenants. What's above their heads matters. I need to keep the budget where it is. Then I'll find the money somewhere else in the spec." I flip back 2 pages in my clipboard. "You've got 3-inch baseboards listed on the finish sheet. I'll drop to 2.5. I'll swap the specified tile in the bathroom to a standard format instead of the custom size. That recovers most of it." He looks at me for a moment. Behind us, Tony is running the demo saw on the first tile section, and the sound fills the room completely. You came in here already knowing where to find it, Austin says. That's my job. He looks back up at the ceiling, at the dull glint of tin in the corner where the light catches it. Fine, he says. Restore the ceiling. By noon, I've logged 6 decisions, 3 revised line items, and 1 near miss with a section of subflooring near the east wall that feels wrong underfoot. I mark it with a cone and make a note to get the structural engineer back out before we do anything on that quadrant. Could be nothing. Could be the moisture issue I built the contingency for. We eat lunch on opposite sides of the building. Tony takes the truck to the diner on Oak. Austin sits on the concrete by the front window with a paper bag from somewhere, and I sit on my equipment case in the back with my thermos and my clipboard and my running cost tally, which I update after every significant decision. The number is still inside the budget. Barely, but inside. I'm recalculating the east wall partition cost when he says, from across the floor, "The tin ceiling was my uncle's idea, actually." I look up. He's not looking at me, looking at the corner where the section is exposed. He bought this building because he wanted to restore it. He just never got around to starting. He folds the top of the paper bag down. He died in March. I wait a beat. I'm sorry. He was the only person in my family who didn't care what anything cost. He says it without self-pity, almost like a fact he's still deciding what to do with. He'd have liked the idea of someone doing it properly. I write a number in my margin. I don't say anything else because there isn't anything else to say, and because the version of Austin O'Connor who talks about his uncle dying isn't one I prepared for this morning. I close that thought off like a room I'm not working in today. The structural problem surfaces at 2:40 p.m. I'm up on the 3rd floor with a probe rod checking the north wall subfloor, the area I flagged in the bid as a moisture risk, when the rod goes through 6 inches instead of 2. I pull it back and try again, 2 feet left. Same result. I mark a 6-foot perimeter with cones and come downstairs. Austin is on the ground floor, reviewing something on his phone. He looks up when he hears my boots on the stairs. How bad? I don't know yet. Could be a contained section of rot from the glazing failure in the room above. Could be wider. I set the probe rod down. I need the structural engineer back out here tomorrow. We're not touching that floor until I know the extent. How much does it delay things? Depends on the extent. If it's the section I marked, a week to dry out and replace. If it's traveled into the joist bays, we're looking at reframing part of that floor, and that changes the sequencing on everything above it. I keep my voice even. Worst case, it pushes the full timeline by 8 to 10 weeks. He's very still. Best case? Best case is a week. I hold his eyes. I built a moisture contingency into the bid. That covers the material. The labor overage. If the scope expands, I'll put in a change order with detailed justification. You'll see every number. He runs a hand across the back of his neck. 8 weeks. Or 1 week. I don't speculate until I have the engineer's report. He nods slowly, absorbing it. Okay. Get the engineer. I already texted him. Something moves through his expression. Not quite a smile, too tired for that. More like someone recognizing a thing they should have already known. Of course you did. I write the incident up in my site log while it's fresh. Timestamp and all. Austin stands near the stairs and doesn't say anything else for a while. And I work in the quiet of the job site when the crew has loaded out and the generator is the only sound. At 4:30 I call it. Tony has been gone an hour. I'm breaking down the chalk line kit and logging the day's photos when Austin picks up a coil of extension cord from the floor and hangs it on the equipment rack without being asked. He does it the right way, over under, not the lazy loop that kinks the cable. I notice this and say nothing about it. I'll be here at 7 tomorrow, he says. You don't need to be? I want to know what the engineer says. I zip my bag. I'll forward the report the same hour I get it. Alianna. He says it without the performance of it. No weight applied to get my attention. Just my name, the way you'd use it when you actually need it. I know you'll forward the report. I still want to be here. I look at him across the width of the building. There's nothing polished left in him, nothing that's holding the shape of the person he used to perform, just someone tired, trying to pay attention. 7 then, I say. Don't be late. He picks up his jacket from the crate where he left it. Thank you for today. There's no performance in that either. Just those simple words, delivered like he means them and doesn't need me to say anything back. I don't say anything back. I walk out to the truck and put my bag on the passenger seat and start the engine. The evening is cooling fast, the sky going the dull orange of a typical sunset in Ohio, and I sit for a moment with my hands on the wheel before I pull out. 8 to 10 weeks, worst case. Structural engineer tomorrow. Change order to follow. On site every day. Dad is at the kitchen table when I get home, reading glasses on, working through something on the laptop. He looks up and takes the glasses off. How'd it go? Good. I fill a glass at the sink. Structural issue on the 3rd floor. Getting the engineer tomorrow. Scope change? Possibly. Contingency should cover most of it. I lean against the counter. It's a good contract, Dad. Solid scope, fair budget. It'll keep us busy. He watches me with those careful eyes of his. Outside, a car goes past on the street, and the kitchen settles back into quiet. Good, he says. He puts his glasses back on. I go upstairs and pull the site photos onto my laptop and start logging them in order, methodical and quiet, one after another in the neat file structure I built 3 years ago when the job started getting too big to keep track of any other way. And I don't let myself think too long about Austin O'Connor and his dark hair and blue eyes, because that's a trap. He's the boy who used to say cruel things about me in high school to boost his ego. Now he's my client. Nothing more, nothing less. And there's no use pondering whether he's changed. That doesn't serve me at all.
Chapter 6. Austin. Gerald's email arrives at 7:43 a.m. while I'm still in Carol Petrie's kitchen nursing instant coffee that tastes like hot brown water. The subject line reads, SEC, Expansion of Investigation Scope, Urgent. I read it standing up, one hand on the counter, Pookie Bear winding around my ankles with the persistence of something that has never heard bad news. The SEC isn't just looking at the Marchetti Fund anymore. They're expanding the inquiry to include 2 other client portfolios I managed in 2022, which means the investigation timeline doubles, which means my license suspension extends, which means the civil exposure Gerald has been mapping in careful, patient language for 6 months just grew a perimeter I can't see the edges of yet. He wants a call before noon. He has used the phrase liquidity buffer 4 times in 3 paragraphs, which is Gerald's way of screaming. I put the phone face down on the counter. The coffee is terrible. I drink it anyway. The Caldwell building is quiet when I arrive at 8:20. Alianna's truck is already there, which I expected. Her crew is pulling demo material from the 2nd floor, voices carrying down the stairwell, the rhythmic complaint of a pry bar working old framing. I stand on the ground floor with my laptop bag and listen to the building come awake around me. I find a window on the east side that's been partially unboarded. Someone peeled back a corner of the plywood to let light in, and I can see a strip of Delaney Street through it, just wide enough to be useful. I set up at the folding table I brought last week and open Gerald's email again. He's attached a timeline document. I scroll through it without reading it properly, because reading it properly requires a state of mind I haven't been able to access since I woke up at 5 a.m. and laid in Carol Petrie's guest bed, staring at a ceiling that has a water stain shaped like the state of Florida. The number that matters is 90 days. Gerald has written it in bold, which he never does. If the Caldwell asset is not generating income or liquidated within 90 days, the reserve account drops below the threshold required to satisfy the Marchetti Group's amended claim, and we lose our strongest argument against civil judgment. 90 days. The structural engineer is coming today to tell me how bad the third-floor rot is. Worst case, Alianna said. 8 to 10 weeks of additional timeline. Add that to the renovation schedule, and 90 days looks like a wall I'm already running toward. I closed the laptop. Pry bar sounds from upstairs, then a section of something heavy dropping onto the staging floor. Tony's voice, unhurried, is directing someone. Below that, footsteps I've already learned to identify. Even, deliberate, no wasted motion. Alianna moves through this building like she owns it, which in every meaningful sense she does right now. I open my phone and call my father. Victor O'Connor picks up on the second ring, which means he was already holding the phone. I read Gerald's update, he says, without a hello. He copied you? He copies me on everything. We agreed on that months ago. No apology in it. Just the flat assertion of someone accustomed to the premise that his access to things is self-evident. You need to liquidate the Millfield property. I'm not liquidating it. Austin. The way he uses my name, clipped at the end, is the verbal equivalent of a door closing. You are not in a position to develop commercial real estate. You are in a position to survive the next 6 months without a criminal referral, which is a substantially lower bar and one you should be focusing on entirely. I watch a truck pull up outside through the gap in the plywood. Delivery, wrong building, reverses back out. The renovation generates rental income. Liquidating generates a one-time sum that covers the Marchetti claim and nothing else. I still have other suits, Dad. I still have no license. You still have the O'Connor name, which is doing considerably more work for you than you appreciate right now. Gerald's fees, the attorney contacts who've kept the SEC inquiry from becoming a referral, the calls I've made that you don't know about. None of that is free, Austin, and none of it continues indefinitely. I stand up from the table. What does that mean? It means I've protected you as far as I'm willing to protect someone who won't take counsel. A pause that he fills precisely. Not too long, just long enough. Sell the building. Apply the proceeds. Come back to Columbus. Take a position with Hartfield Group. Lucius owes me. And rebuild quietly. That's the path. That's your path. It's the only one that works. Outside, down in the yard beside the building, someone laughs. A real one, sudden and full. The kind that happens when something is genuinely funny. I look through the gap in the plywood and see Alianna standing with one of her crew, not Tony, but the younger one, maybe 22, hard hat pushed back on his head. And she's got her clipboard under one arm, and she's laughing at something he said, her whole face doing it, not performing it. I don't think I've ever seen her laugh before. Not at Millfield High, where she moved with the precarious dignity of a person who learned not to give people material. Not since I got back. She laughs like someone who does it regularly, as if she's built a life that earns it. My father is still talking. And if you continue down this path, and it results in any further public exposure, any press, any court filings that get picked up, I will have to distance the family from it entirely. That's the logistics of the matter. It's a threat. Austin. Dad. I turn away from the window. My voice comes out quieter than I intend, which is actually the right register for it. I'm not selling the building. I'm not taking the Hartfield position. I'm handling this. With what resources? Mine. He makes a sound I've heard my whole life, the precise exhale of a man who finds the people around him insufficient. You don't have resources. You have a gutted building in a town you've spent your entire adult life trying to leave, and you have a contractor who is going to charge you money you don't have to fix it. She's good at what she does. A pause, longer than the others. Sell the building and leave that goddamn town, he says. Quieter now, which is worse. Last time I'm saying it. I look at the table, the laptop, Gerald's email with its bolded 90 days. Then this is the last time we're having this conversation, I say. I'm handling the Caldwell building, I'm handling Gerald, and I'm handling the SEC on my own. The line goes silent. Not dead. I can still hear him breathing, the controlled breath of someone deciding whether to lower or raise the temperature. Victor O'Connor has never in his life not had a response ready. You're making a mistake. Probably. I pick up the laptop and close it one-handed. I'll be in touch when there's something to tell you. He hangs up. I stand with the phone in my hand for a moment. The pry bar sounds continue from upstairs, steady and indifferent. Somewhere in the building's bones, a beam shifts with the temperature change and settles again. That's done. I put my phone in my jacket pocket and become immediately aware, with a cold and specific clarity, of what I've just closed off. Not just the Hartfield position, not just the legal contacts and the managed calls and the name working quietly on my behalf in rooms I was never in. The buffer. The whole structure of my dad's conditional support, which I've been leaning against my entire life, without ever looking directly at how much weight I was putting on it. Gone now. My call. I breathe through it. The footsteps on the stairs are Alianna's. I've learned to tell the difference. She comes through the stairwell door with her sight log open and a pencil behind her ear, and she reads something on the page as she walks, correcting a figure, and she's 3 steps into the room before she registers that I'm standing by the east window. She looks up. Her expression doesn't change much, but her eyes move. From my face to my hand still holding the phone, to the folded laptop on the table. And I know, with the discomfort of being read accurately by someone paying close attention, that she heard enough. The walls in this building are concrete and brick, and they carry sound the way old buildings do. Selectively, unpredictably. The window gap is 6 inches from where I was standing. She looks back at her sight log. Engineer's 15 minutes out, she says. 3rd floor is cleared. You'll want to be up there when he does his assessment. Yeah. My voice is level. I'll be there. She makes a note, closes the log, walks to the equipment table without looking at me again. She pulls a flashlight from her bag and checks the beam, clicks it off, drops it in her vest pocket. No comment, no question. She gives me back the moment the way someone closes a door quietly so they don't wake the house. I pick up my jacket from the chair. 90 days, no safety net. 1 building, 1 contractor, 1 engineer on his way up Delaney Street. I follow her to the stairs.
Chapter 7. Alianna. The engineer's name is Greg Carruthers, and he has the monotone energy of a man who has delivered bad news so many times it no longer costs him anything. He spends 40 minutes on the 3rd floor with his moisture meter and a headlamp and a voice recorder. He murmurs into without looking at us, and when he's done, he stands at the edge of the flagged perimeter and tells us the rot is contained. 1 week. The affected section is 8 feet by 6, concentrated under the failed glazing, hasn't migrated into the joist bays. I'll need to ventilate the cavity for 4 days minimum before replacement, which disrupts the sequencing on the 4th floor. But the timeline impact is manageable. He hands me a 1-page preliminary summary while he's still talking, because he knows I want it in writing before he's finished the sentence. Good news, Austin says behind me. It's the timeline we wanted, I say, reading the summary. We'll work around the ventilation period. Carruthers packs his bag, gives Austin a handshake, gives me a nod that means he'll email the full report by end of day. His footsteps echo down the stairwell, and then the building goes back to its working sounds. Tony's crew running cable on the second floor, the compressor ticking in the corner. I make 3 notes: revised sequencing, ventilation schedule, updated cost projections. The contingency holds. "So we're okay," Austin says. He's not asking me exactly, more stating it to the room, checking if the room agrees. "We're on the 1-week timeline." I look up from the clipboard, which means the second floor demo needs to move to the north side today instead of staying east. I have to adjust the crew schedule. "Do you need—" "No, I'm already on the radio with Tony." The pipe goes at 1:17 p.m. I hear it before I see it. A sound like a heavy book dropped on a hollow floor. Then the low, continuous rush of water. I'm on the second floor when it happens, and I'm on the stairs before Tony has finished shouting up from the ground level. The break is in a corroded 2-inch supply line behind the east wall, a section that wasn't in the original utility assessment because it was buried under 2 layers of drywall, and whoever did the 1987 renovation apparently decided that what you can't see, you don't have to address. Water is moving across the ground floor slab in a growing sheet, routing itself toward the front entrance along the natural slope of the concrete. Tony has the main shutoff located in 40 seconds flat. The water stops. In the silence after, everyone stands looking at the spreading puddle. Then I look at the wall. The breach has pulled back a section of drywall, about 4 feet wide. Behind it, where there should be a stud bay and solid blocking, there's a dark gap and the sour smell of compromised framing, not recent. This has been wet for years, long before we showed up, long before the 2019 vacancy. The original 1987 utility work cracked the line and nobody noticed. Or someone noticed and drywalled over it anyway, which happens more often than it should and is always someone else's problem until it isn't. I run the probe rod into the gap. It goes deep. Austin is at my shoulder. He hasn't said anything since the pipe went. "How wide?" he asks. "I don't know yet." I move the rod 2 feet south. Same result. The stud bays here are soaked. The bottom plate is probably compromised for at least this section, maybe more. I pull the rod out. "I need to open this wall. Now?" "Tony?" He's already handing me the multi-tool. It takes 20 minutes to open a 6-foot section of wall. What's behind it is not catastrophic, but it's not nothing. 3 stud bays with framing at various stages of deterioration. The bottom plate soft and discolored for the full 6-foot run. The sill above it stained but structurally intact. The line break itself is a 3-inch section of pipe that has been weeping slowly for what looks like several years. Everything around it has been quietly paying the price. I step back and do the math in my head, reframing the affected section, new bottom plate, blocking, drywall replacement for the opened area, plus the pipe repair itself. I build the number from the ground up the way Dad taught me. Materials first, labor second, waste factor third. I turn to Austin. "Change order," I say. "I'll have the written breakdown for you tonight. Labor and materials, no markup beyond our standard rate." He's looking at the open wall, the dark gap behind the studs, the discolored plate, the pipe section with its slow, long failure built into it. "What's the number?" he asks. I give it to him. Not a range. The number. He doesn't flinch. Doesn't look at me like I've done something to him. He looks at the wall for another moment, and then he says, "Okay." The structural impact is limited to this section. I don't think it traveled to the North Bay. "But you'll check." Tony's already on it. He nods slowly, both hands in his jacket pockets. "Is this the kind of thing that happens?" "On a building this age? Yes." I cap the probe rod. This is what the contingency was for. "We're over contingency." The change order is separate from contingency. I'll detail it properly. He nods again, absorbing this the way someone absorbs something they don't like but can't renegotiate with. No blame shifted. No look that suggests the wall failed because of something I did or didn't anticipate. The old version of him, the one I built up in my head over 8 years, would have found a way to be a prick about the whole thing. This one just stands there and takes the information in and says, "Okay." I pick up my clipboard and go help Tony. By 3:30, the wall section is framed out with temporary blocking. The pipe repair is documented, and Tony's crew is cleaned up and working on the second floor again. The afternoon light coming through the partially unboarded west windows sits flat and pale across the wet concrete, which is drying in uneven patches. I'm sitting on the tailgate of my truck updating the change order when Austin comes out the front entrance with a brown paper bag and 2 cups of coffee in a cardboard carrier. He sets 1 cup on the tailgate near my clipboard without asking, drops the bag in the space between us, and sits down on the opposite end. I update 3 more line items. He opens the bag, pulls out a sandwich, doesn't offer me half because he can see I have my own food in the cab, smart enough not to perform generosity at someone who doesn't need it. The street is quiet. A couple of cars. A woman walking a dog that stops to investigate the truck tire and gets pulled along. I reach for the coffee. It's from the good place on Oak, not the gas station, which means he walked an extra 4 blocks. I don't say anything about it. "There are initials carved in that door frame," he says. "The one on the 3rd floor landing. Did you see them?" I did see them. 2 sets, overlapping slightly, cut into the painted wood at about shoulder height, old enough that the paint had layered over the edges and softened them. I noticed. "Do you know whose?" "No." I turn a page in the clipboard. "Building changed hands a few times before your uncle. Could be anyone." "They look like kids' work." He takes a drink of his coffee. "The depth's wrong for an adult. Too shallow. Too careful." I hadn't thought about the depth. I look up at the building's face without meaning to, like I could see through to the 3rd floor landing from here. "Probably 2 kids who worked here," I say. "Or broke in. Or both." He says it evenly, and it's almost funny, and I almost smile, and I don't. We sit in the quiet of 2 people who have run out of immediate problems to solve, bringing a brief sense of relief. The afternoon is cold enough that the coffee earns its place. Tony's compressor starts up on the 2nd floor, and the building hums with it. "Did you grow up here?" he asks. "In this part of town." "Rosemont, other side of 5th. I write a number." "You know where that is?" "Yeah." "We moved there when I was 9, I say, and I don't know why I add that part, except that it's true and the afternoon is long and the coffee is good. My dad bought the house the same year he started the business. Same year, same month. Big year. He was 31. Austin looks at the building front. He built it from nothing. He built it from a truck and a circular saw. I close the clipboard. And he still got the truck. He almost smiles at that. The tiredness in him is real. One that sits behind the eyes and doesn't shift when you move around. I know what that kind of tired is. It's not physical. "You're good at this," he says. Not performance, not the charm he used to lead with, just the observation, offered straight. I know. I finish the coffee and crumple the cup. He looks at the paper bag. I look at the building. The compressor cycles down and the street settles back into its afternoon quiet. I should not find this comfortable. I'm aware that I find it comfortable. I'm aware of the specific mechanism by which I'm noting that awareness and filing it somewhere I can't access easily later, like a folder moved to a hard drive I don't normally open. He's almost human, sitting on this tailgate. That's the problem. I pick up my clipboard and stand. I'll email the change order tonight. 2 copies, sign and return 1. He nods and hops down from the tailgate on his side. I'll look for it. Good. I get in the truck and pull the door shut and drive south on Delaney. Dad has already eaten when I get home. He's watching something on TV in the living room, volume low, and he calls through when he hears the door. Plate in the oven. Thanks. I hang my keys, pull off my boots. The house smells like it's chilly, which he only makes when the weather turns cold and sharp, which it did today without announcing itself. I eat standing at the counter, looking at nothing in particular. The change order is already drafted in my head, line by line, and I'll type it up after I've eaten and send it before 9. Clean, detailed. The document that tells you exactly what happened and exactly what it costs and leaves nothing uncertain. Good day, Dad calls. Pipe burst. Found a structural issue in the east wall. I rinse my bowl. Change order. Should still clear the project budget with room. Scope change is scope change. Nothing we haven't handled before. He goes quiet again, satisfied with the answer. I go upstairs, open my laptop, and build the change order from scratch, methodical and clean, the way I do everything on paper that I can't afford to get wrong. I don't think about the tailgate. I don't think about the initials cut into the door frame at shoulder height, or what Austin said about the depth being wrong for an adult. I don't think about 2 cups of coffee from the good place on Oak. It was a long day. Long days make ordinary things feel like more than they are. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. 1 chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to 1 chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 8. Austin. Tanner's Hardware is on Clement, 2 blocks from the Caldwell building, and I go on a Thursday afternoon because I need a stud finder and 3 boxes of construction screws and something to do with myself that isn't sitting in Carol Petrie's guest room refreshing my email. The store is warm inside, a place with too much merchandise and not enough square footage. Pegboard walls. Bins of hardware sorted by size in a system that makes sense to whoever organized it 20 years ago. I pull a basket and find the fastener aisle and start reading screw gauge labels with the focused attention of someone avoiding thought. I have the screws. I'm reading the stud finder options when I hear it. Outside, through the plate glass storefront. A low, deliberate grunt. The sound of weight redistributed wrong. I look up. An older man in a Carhartt jacket is in the parking lot, halfway through loading a bundle of 2x4s from a flatbed cart into the bed of a Ford pickup. Not a young man's truck, the same '09 Ford with the cracked left mirror I've parked behind every morning for 2 weeks. The lumber is 8-foot lengths, maybe 20 of them bundled in 2 sections, and the second bundle is heavier than the first, and I can see the moment he registers that it's heavier because his left knee shifts and his grip adjusts, and neither adjustment is quite enough. I'm through the door before I've decided to go through it. Let me get the other end. He looks up. Darnell Rodney has his daughter's eyes, the same direct quality to them, the same immediate assessment. He's maybe 60, heavy-set through the shoulders, and he takes me in once, the way you take in a stranger who's offered something and aren't yet sure of the offer. Other end's the heavy one, he says. I know. I get both hands under it. We lift together, and the bundle goes into the truck bed cleanly, and I straighten up and knock sawdust off my jacket. He rolls his shoulder once, testing it, then looks at me. Darnell Rodney. He extends a hand. Firm. Austin O'Connor. I shake it. I don't tell him about the history I have with his daughter. Some things are better left unsaid. You're the Caldwell building. That's me. He nods once. Looks at the truck bed, at the lumber sitting level and secure. Alianna's running a good project over there. She is. She's been running good projects since she was 19. He says it without particular emphasis, just a fact delivered at the correct weight. I taught her everything I know, and then she went ahead and figured out the rest herself. I don't say anything to that, because there isn't a response that doesn't sound like a performance. He looks at me again, the same brief assessment, and seems to reach a conclusion he doesn't share. Appreciate the hand, he says. No problem. He opens the truck door and pauses. You grew up here, didn't you? Went to Millfield High, left before graduating. And now you're back. Seems that way. He gets in the truck without anything else. Not unfriendly. Just a man who has said what he meant to say, which is more than I manage most of the time. I stand in the parking lot and watch the Ford pull out onto Clement and disappear left at the light. My basket is still inside. I'm back at the Caldwell building by 4:30, after hours. The crew long gone and the generator off. I have keys because I'm the owner, and I use them, and I stand in the ground floor in the late afternoon quiet with the stud finder in one hand, and the screws I have no immediate use for in the other. She changed the joist spec last week. 3rd floor structural remediation. She'd put in a revised note on the change order. Recommend LVL over dimensional for load rating in this application. Marginal cost difference. Better outcome. She'd been right. The engineer confirmed it in the same email he sent his final report in. She'd already known it before she put it in writing, the same way she knows everything on this site before she says it. I walk to the workbench she set up near the east windows. It's a 6-foot folding table, her own, brought from somewhere, and it's organized with a specificity that tells you something about how she thinks. Site log on the left, daily punch list clipped to the cover, pencils and markers in a tin that used to hold something else, the laser measure in its case, the camera on its strap. Everything has a place. Everything is in it. I set my bag down on a crate and look at the table. There's a bag of Werther's in the outer pocket of my jacket. They're Carol Petrie's, technically. She keeps a bowl of them on the kitchen counter and told me to help myself. And I've been doing that in a low-key way for 2 weeks, because apparently I have reverted to the snack preferences of a 70-year-old woman. I take one out. Then I put it back. This is stupid. I take the Werther's out again and set it on the workbench, on top of the site log where she'll see it. Then I pull a scrap of paper from my jacket pocket, a receipt from the hardware store, blank on the back, and write on it with a pencil I borrow from her table. Good call on the joists. I fold it once and put it under the candy. I stand back and look at this. It looks like something a person does when they have decided to be ridiculous. It is the opposite of a grand gesture. It is 1 piece of hard candy and 5 words on the back of a hardware receipt, and it communicates approximately nothing except that I was in this building after hours, thinking about her joist specification, which is either the most professional thing I've ever done or the least. I should take it back. But instead, I leave it. The drive back to Carol Petrie's takes 8 minutes. I make dinner from what's in the fridge, which is eggs again, which is fine. Eggs are fine. I eat at the kitchen table with my laptop open to the project timeline and a glass of water I refill twice. The timeline is manageable. Barely, but manageable. The pipe repair pushed 1 sequence back, but Alianna had already adjusted the crew schedule by the time I registered there was a problem, and the revised order she sent at 8:47 p.m. on a Wednesday is so clean and detailed and cross-referenced to the original contract that even Gerald, who finds fault in documents as a reflex, had nothing to say about it. I read the change order again. The joist note is on page 3, paragraph 2. LVL recommended over-dimensional lumber for this application. Load rating advantage at marginal cost differential. Recommend approval. She'd flagged it as a recommendation, not a requirement, giving me the choice as if the choice were genuinely mine to make. I closed the laptop. In the living room, Carol Petrie is watching television at a volume calibrated for someone 20 years older. Through the wall, I can hear a laugh track, and then a commercial, and then the news. The Werther's bowl is on the kitchen counter, where it always is. I stand at the counter for a moment, then go to bed. I lie in the dark and look at the Florida-shaped water stain on the ceiling and think about nothing in particular, which is my version of thinking about one specific thing. The note is stupid. Tomorrow she'll come in and find it, and her face will do the thing it does when I've done something that doesn't compute. That flat, brief reorganization before she decides what to make of it, and then she'll make nothing of it. Or she'll say something clipped and professional and exactly right that closes the subject permanently. Or she won't say anything at all, which might be worse. I roll onto my side. Good call on the joists. 5 words. I could not have been more eloquent about a laminated veneer lumber specification if I'd spent a week on it. Sleep takes a long time to come.
Chapter 9. Alianna. The Werther's is sitting on top of my site log when I come in Tuesday morning. I see it from 6 feet away. Hard to miss. A single gold-wrapped candy on a folded receipt, centered on the log like someone measured it, which he absolutely did not, but the effect is the same. I set my bag down on the crate and look at it for a moment, then pick up the receipt. Good call on the joists. I read it twice. Put it down. Pick up the site log, which has the Werther's sitting in my palm now, and transfer it to the corner of the table. Then I put the receipt under the corner of the can that holds the pencils. I go find Tony. Austin arrives at 7 on the dot, the same as the last 4 days, and I'm already on the 2nd floor running the sequence change I had to build around the ventilation period. He comes up the stairs and I hand him the revised schedule without turning around. Demo crew is on the North Bay. I need you to sign off on the electrical routing before noon so Hennessy's team can start the rough-in Friday. I'll look at it now. It's in the site folder. Tab 3. He goes downstairs. That's how the morning works. Tab 3, revised schedule, sign here. I hand him things and he signs them, and he asks good questions when he has them, and doesn't ask questions when he doesn't need to. It's efficient. It's exactly what a client relationship should be. And the fact that there's a Werther's on my workbench that I haven't eaten and haven't thrown away is not relevant to any of this. I eat it at lunch, alone in the cab of my truck, because it was sitting there and I was hungry, and it would have been strange to make a production of throwing it away. It's just candy. Wednesday, he brings coffee without asking, sets it at my elbow without comment, and goes back to reviewing the electrical plan. Thursday, he arrives with questions about the 4th floor sequencing that are actually good questions, specific enough that he's been reading the schedule on his own time. Friday, he offers to help Tony carry the LVL beams up to the 3rd floor, and Tony says, "Sure," before I can weigh in. I watch them from the landing. Austin takes the heavy end without being asked. Tony gives him a look, and then they carry the beam up together without incident. Each day, I'm a degree more irritated. Each day, I file something away. Saturday morning, Yolanda pulls up to my house at 9 and sits in my kitchen with her coat still on and her hands wrapped around a mug of the coffee she brought herself because she's done this enough times to know I forget to make enough. Yolanda Marsh has been my best friend since 7th grade, when she defended me in a hallway argument with the precise, intense energy of a young girl who has 3 older brothers and no patience for nonsense. She's a social worker now, which suits her. She has the quality of making people feel legible. You've been weird for a week, she says. I've been busy? Alianna. She sets the mug down. You've been busy for 6 years. This is different. I refill my own cup. I lean against the counter. Outside, my dad is in the yard moving lumber, which he could ask me to help with, but won't, because he values his independence above nearly everything else, which is a trait I have not inherited from anyone. It's the Caldwell Project, I say. It's a complicated scope. The scope isn't what's making you weird. Yolanda. Is it O'Connor? Not a question. She already knows. She read the knowing of it somewhere in my face when she walked in the door. He's the client. I know he's the client. I'm asking if he's also the reason you've been staring at that mug for 30 seconds without drinking from it. I drink from the mug. She waits. I set the mug down on the counter and look at the yard, where my dad is now stacking 2x4s with his characteristic unhurried precision. He takes enough care with stacked lumber that other people reserve for expensive things. He left a note on my workbench, I say, and a piece of candy. What kind of candy? Werther's. She makes a sound that is almost a laugh, but she holds it back in respect for the conversation. What did the note say? Few words about a joist specification. Alianna. It was professional. It absolutely was not professional. She picks up her mug. What are you going to do with it? I already did something with it. I ate the candy and filed the note and went back to work. And said nothing to him. What would I say? I don't know. Something. She turns the mug in her hands. Something like what happened at Jake Pruitt's party. Something like the thing you've never said to his face in 8 years. The kitchen is quiet, except for the sound of lumber being stacked in the yard. I look at the window. Junior year. Jake Pruitt's party on Aldercroft, the one where everyone went because Jake's parents were out of town, and there was beer and a basement. And the illusion, very specific to 16-year-olds, that the night was going to be important. I'd gone with Yolanda. I'd worn the green top I'd saved up for, and curled my hair, which I didn't normally do, because Austin O'Connor was going to be there, and I was 16, and he was the boy that made the whole school rearrange itself slightly when he walked down a hallway. I had a crush on him the way you have a crush on a boy like that at that age. Hopelessly, silently, with no expectation that it went any direction except inward. He was the top of the school's hierarchy in the casual, absolute way that certain boys are. The ones who don't have to try. Every girl in our grade had an opinion about Austin O'Connor, and most of them were favorable, and mine was the quietest and the most private. I was standing near the stairs when I heard him say it. He was talking to Jeremy Hale, and he didn't know I was there, or maybe he did. Something about me and where I was from. Something about the gap between girls like me and parties like this one. Jeremy had laughed. By Monday, it had gone around to 3/4 of the school, compressed into something shorter and crueler than what he'd originally said, the way things always compress when they travel. I didn't cry where anyone could see. I was good at that even then. I know what happened, I say. I know you know. I was there. I remember. Yolanda looks at me evenly. What I'm saying is that he knows what happened too, and you're both standing in the same building every day and neither one of you has said the word. He said he knows he's not my first choice of client. That is the lamest thing I've ever heard. I know, Ali. She says it the way she's said it 1,000 times. A hint of exasperation paints her words. You liked him. Before that party, you liked him more than you ever told anyone. And then he did what he did, and you built up a wall so fast, and you've been standing behind it ever since. Any man who gets within range of it gets the wall. That's what you do, And I love you, and you know I love you, but you are doing it again. I pick up my mug. The coffee has gone lukewarm. I drink it anyway. He had a crush on every girl in that school, I say. It comes out smaller than I want it to. Maybe. Yolanda pulls her coat tighter. But you're the one on his work site. You're the one he's leaving candy for. One piece of candy. One piece of candy and a note about joists, which from Austin O'Connor is apparently as close to a declaration as it gets. She stands up, picks up her own mug, carries it to the sink. I'm not telling you to forgive him. I'm telling you he hasn't said sorry, and you haven't said anything either. And the two of you are just doing this elaborate professional dance around an 8-year-old wound that's still open. She turns around. At some point, someone has to say the word. I look at the yard. Dad has finished stacking. He's standing with his hands on his hips, looking at the pile, with the satisfaction of a man who finds completion in simple things. I'll think about it, I say. You'll think around it, Yolanda says. That's not the same thing. Monday morning, I pull up to the Caldwell building at 6:48 and sit for a moment before getting out. The silver Audi is there, of course, because Austin is always there exactly on time. Through the unboarded front windows, I can see the work lights on, which means he's been inside already. I grab my bag and go in. He's on the ground floor, but not where I expect him. He's at the far end near the column line talking to Tony, one hand gesturing toward the ceiling, and Tony is laughing at something. A real laugh, the kind Tony saves for things he actually finds funny, which is specific to baseball statistics and structural ironies, and occasionally the more dramatic failures of the workday. Austin has his jacket pushed up at the elbows, and he's gesturing at the original tin ceiling with the same combination of enthusiasm and precision that Tony uses when he's explaining something he cares about. Tony says something back, and Austin laughs too. A real one that changes his whole face. I stand in the entrance and watch this for 3 seconds longer than I need to. Something about it sits wrong. Not wrong, exactly. Sideways. Like finding a piece of furniture moved 2 feet in a room you know well. Nothing's broken, just different. And you can't stop calculating the distance. My crew likes him. Tony, who has worked with difficult clients for years and has developed a flat, impermeable pleasantness as a result, is standing here on a Monday morning at 7 a.m. laughing. I go to my workbench, unzip my bag, pull out the site log. Morning, Austin says behind me. Morning. I open the log and don't look up. Tony, I need the North Bay ceiling sections pulled by 10. The 10 restoration crew is coming at 11. On it. Tony tips his hard hat and goes, easy and unhurried, and the conversation he was having dissolves without a trace. Austin moves to his side of the table and picks up the project schedule I left out for him. He reads it in silence. I update the punch list. The work lights hum. Somewhere on the second floor, someone drops a tool and swears, and the building absorbs it. It's a normal morning. I'm making it a normal morning. Dad is at the kitchen table when I get home, reading glasses on, a cup of coffee going cold at his elbow, the way it always does. Long one, he says without looking up. Standard? I hang my keys, pull off my boots. Tony's good on the 10 ceiling sequencing. Restoration crew was solid. Good crew, Halloran's. Best in the county for that work. I pour coffee I don't need and lean against the counter. Anything happened today? Ran into your contractor client. He turns a page. Parking lot at Tanner's. Few days back, actually. Forgot to mention it. He helped me with a lumber load. He glances up over the glasses. Good kid. I look at my cup. Alianna? His words are gentle. I'm just saying, he's got good hands, held the heavy end. He's a client. I know he's a client. He goes back to his page. I'm just saying what I saw. I pour the coffee down the sink, rinse the cup, set it in the rack. My crew likes him. My father likes him. And I'm standing in my own kitchen at the end of a long day, tight from somewhere I can't locate, furious in the specific way you get furious at things you can't argue with because they haven't done anything wrong. Good night, Dad. Night, baby. I go upstairs and sit on the edge of my bed, with my work socks still on and my hands in my lap. And I think about what Yolanda said, about the wall, about the elaborate dance, about the words neither of us have said. Then I think about Austin at the far end of the building, with his jacket pushed up, laughing with my lead carpenter like someone who belongs there, like someone who has always known how to make a room like him. I pull off my socks and go to bed.
Chapter 10. Austin. Derek Paulson drives a rented Escalade, which tells me everything before he opens his mouth. He's parked on Delaney at 11:47 a.m. on a Wednesday, half up on the curb, the truck gleaming and out of scale with the street. I see it through the ground floor window gap, and I know it's him before I see his face, because Derek is the only person I know who would rent an Escalade for a day trip to a mid-sized Ohio town just to make sure you understood he was still doing fine. I step outside. He's leaning against the hood with his hands in the pockets of a coat that cost more than 2 weeks of Gerald's billing rate. He hasn't changed. That's the first thing. Dark hair still immaculate, jaw still clean. That quality of ease that isn't actually ease, but a performance of ease so practiced, it's become indistinguishable from the real thing. I used to think that quality was confidence. Now I can see the scaffolding. Austin. He spreads his hands. Look at you. Derek. I drove from Columbus. He says it the way you'd say I crossed a desert, full of implication. You could have called me back. I've been busy. He looks at the building, takes his time with it, scanning the boarded windows, the permit placard, the work lights visible through the gap. His expression is politely curious in the way that's actually something else. Yeah, he says. I can see that. We stand on the pavement. I don't invite him inside because I'm not going to have this conversation inside Alianna's job site, and because inviting Derek into a space is a thing you can't undo once you've done it. How's Gerald? He asks. Working. I bet. He pulls his hands from his pockets, straightens off the hood. I'm going to be direct with you, because I think you're smart enough to appreciate it. You've never been direct in your life. He smiles. It's genuine, almost. Anderson is cooperating with the SEC. I go still. Donnie Anderson. 24 years old when he started at Vantage, a junior analyst on my team, and the name I've been not thinking about for 6 months with the same practiced route around I use for everything else I can't afford to look at directly. He's been talking to them for 2 months, Derek says. His attorney made a deal. He's placing the fund restructuring decision above his pay grade. As it should be. Honestly, he was a junior analyst. He shouldn't have been in that position. I look at the Escalade. At the Delaney Street sign past it. At anything that isn't Derek's face. The restructuring decision was yours, I say. It was a collaborative environment. His voice is pleasant. That's the beauty of documentation, Austin. Documents are drafts until they're not. There are emails. There's a paper trail that is currently very legible in one direction and could become, with some effort, legible in another. Inside the building, someone runs a saw on the second floor. A clean, mechanical sound, totally indifferent. You want me to sign something? I want you to look at a document. He reaches into his coat and produces an envelope. Not handed to me, just held, visible at his side. It's a clarifying statement of responsibility regarding the Marchetti restructuring. It names Donnie as the analyst who recommended the rebalancing without supervisor approval. Donnie recommended nothing, You told him to move the funds and didn't put your name on the memo. There are interpretations. He tilts the envelope slightly. Sign this, and I bring you back in. Not with Vantage. Vantage is done. We both know that. But Hartfield is building a new analytics division. Lucius Grail wants to meet with you if you're interested. I can put you in a room with him by the end of the month. Hartfield. My father's suggestion. Derek's leverage. The same door. 2 different hands holding it open. And if I don't sign? He puts the envelope back in his coat. Takes his time. Looks at the building again with the same polite curiosity. You know what's interesting? He says. Small towns. The way information travels in them. Somebody hears SEC investigation, and they Google. And then they Google a little more. And then they start asking questions about who's doing business with who. He pauses. Your contractor. Rodney and Sons. Nice operation. They've got a good reputation. My nostrils flare. Would be a shame, he says, if that reputation got complicated. Clients get nervous when their contractor is associated with a fraud investigation. Not fair, but that's how it works. She has nothing to do with any of this. No, she doesn't. He says it gently, like he's agreeing with me. Which is exactly why she'd be collateral rather than a target. Much worse, in my experience. Collateral doesn't even get to argue their case. The street is quiet. A car passes. Somewhere behind me, Alianna's crew is working. I can hear the rhythm of it, the specific daily pattern I've learned without intending to. Tony's saw, then voices, then the compressor cycling. I think about her dad stacking lumber in Tanner's parking lot, about the change order with every number justified to 3 decimal places, about a crew that shows up at 7 and does the work and doesn't know any of this exists. Give me a week, I say. Derek looks at me with slightly raised brows. I need to think through it. I keep my voice level. It's not a small ask. It's a very manageable ask, Austin. He reaches back into his coat and holds the envelope out again, this time the offer in his wrist. You could do it right now. I've got a pen. A week. He studies me. Whatever he finds there must satisfy him at some level, because he pockets the envelope again and steps back toward the driver's door. You know what your problem is? He says. You always needed more time than you actually had. He gets in the Escalade. The engine turns over without sound, and he pulls off the curb and moves down Delaney without rushing. At the light, he turns north and disappears. I stand on the pavement. The saw runs on the 2nd floor. The compressor ticks. A week. I bought myself 7 days to figure out how to keep Derek away from her name, from the business, from the reputation that took Darnell Rodney and his circular saw 20-something years to build. 7 days to find a way to make this right without Alianna knowing it was ever wrong. I'm already calculating how to do it quietly. How to handle Gerald's timeline and Derek's threat and the SEC inquiry all on the same board without any of the pieces touching each other. How to protect the project, protect the business, protect her from the radius of the disaster I put into motion years ago at a firm I should never have been trusted with. The specific shape of what I'm doing lands on me fully, standing on Delaney Street, protecting her by staying silent, deciding for her what she gets to know, moving the pieces around the board on her behalf without telling her the board exists. I know what that is. I know exactly what it is, because I've been that person before, in a different city, with different stakes, and I told myself it was management, and it was strategy, and it was necessary, and 26 clients lost money they trusted me with. I go back inside. Alianna is at her workbench with the site log open, updating the day's punch list in the clean shorthand she's been using since day 1. She doesn't look up. The pencil moves across the page, precise and unhurried. She has sawdust on her left sleeve from wherever she's been this morning, and her hard hat is pushed back slightly, and she is the most competent person I've ever shared a room with. She should know about Derek. She should know all of it. The threat, the timeline, the envelope with Donnie Anderson's name on it. She should get to decide for herself what risk her business is carrying and what she wants to do about it. I look at her for a moment. "Everything okay?" she asks, still writing. The question is automatic, professional. She's not actually asking about me. She's asking about the site. "Yeah," I say. "Delivery question. Nothing to worry about." She makes a note and turns the page. I go to my side of the table and open the project file and find absolutely nothing in it that I can look at. And I sit there with the weight of what I just did settling in quietly, the way bad decisions always settle. Not with drama, not with a sound, just with the gravity of a problem that now exists in the world and can't be taken back. 7 days. Derek said he'd be in touch. He will be. He always is.
Chapter 11. Alianna. The coffee shop on Oak is called Groundwork, and it has 6 tables and 1 barista named Priya who has worked there since it opened and moves behind the counter with the efficiency that comes with memorizing every order in a 3-block radius. I come in on Thursday morning before sight, the way I do twice a week, and I'm waiting for my order when the man at the next table looks up from his phone and smiles at me. He's not from Millfield. You can always tell. The coat is too fitted. The shoes are wrong for the weather. It's the general impression of a man who has spent considerable effort arranging himself before leaving the house. Handsome, in the way certain men are handsome as a function of money and maintenance rather than anything about their faces. "Alianna Rodney," he says, not a question. I look at him. "Sorry." He sets his phone down. "I saw the logo on your jacket, Rodney and Sons. I've heard good things about your operation." "Thanks." I turn back toward the counter. "I'm Derek Paulson." He says it like the name should land somewhere. "Old friend of Austin O'Connor's. I was in town yesterday seeing him. I imagine you two are working closely on the Caldwell project." Priya sets my cup on the counter. I pick it up, lit it, and because I was raised by Darnell Rodney, who never walked away from a handshake, I turn around. "That's right." I don't give him more than that. He gestures at the chair across from him, with the calm confidence of a man who has never been told no by someone he considers less than him. "You have a minute? I won't keep you." I have a minute. What I don't have is a reason to sit down with a stranger who already knows my name. But I pull the chair out because leaving faster than the conversation warrants is its own kind of information. "You've known Austin long?" I ask. "Since Vantage?" He wraps both hands around his cup. "We were partners. Built that firm together, more or less. Back when it was worth building." He says the last part with a rueful quality that I suspect he has deployed many times before. It's a shame what happened. Austin's talented. Always was. Just had a habit of reaching past what he'd earned, I suppose. I drink my coffee. "He speak much about his Columbus years?" Derek asks. "We talk about the project." "Of course." He nods. "That's Austin. Compartmentalizes well." He pauses. "It's one of his better qualities, honestly. The less useful version of it is that he tends to keep the messy parts somewhere nobody can see them until they surface on their own." I look at him over my cup. He's watching me with a pleasant expression that has been calibrated not to look like anything at all. "I'm sure the project's in good hands with you," he says. "Your reputation is solid. That matters. Especially now." A small pause, precisely weighted. Austin's situation has a way of affecting the people around him. I'd hate for your business to take on complications it didn't sign up for." "What complications?" He tilts his head. The SEC investigation is broader than what's been reported publicly. There are people looking for pressure points. His associates, his contractors, anyone in his current orbit. He opens his hands. I'm not suggesting anything improper on your part. You're clearly not that. I'm saying proximity has consequences, and you've worked hard enough to be careful about whose name yours sits next to. The shop is warm and quiet around us, Priya steaming milk for someone's order. The door swinging open to let in a gust of cold air from Oak Street. Everything is normal. The man across from me is saying reasonable-sounding words in a reasonable-sounding tone. I appreciate the heads up, I say. He's a good person, Derek says. He just has a pattern, gets into something, makes it work for a while, and when the situation stops being useful to him, he moves on. Leaves people managing consequences he's already moved past. He picks up his phone, a signal that we're concluding. I've known him a long time, long enough to say that with genuine affection. I stand up. Thanks for the talk. I put the chair back where it belongs and walk out onto Oak. The cold hits clean, and I stand on the pavement for a moment before I start walking to the truck. Groundwork's window is warm and lit behind me. Through it, I can see Derek looking at his phone again, perfectly relaxed. A man who has finished one task and moved to the next. I think about what he said, all of it, in order. And there were certain parts that stuck out like an untamed piece of hair. A pattern stops being useful, moves on. I'm supposed to carry those words with me. I can feel exactly where he placed it, like a splinter set just under the skin. The thing about a splinter is it hurts like hell, always reminding you it's there no matter how hard you try to forget about it. I get in the truck and drive to Delaney. The morning moves normally. 10 restoration crew is on the ground floor, 2 of Halloran's guys working a 12-foot section with the focused quiet of people doing skilled work. Tony is running the second-floor partition framing. I check both in sequence, log the progress, update the punch list. Austin is at the project table reviewing something. He looks up when I come in, gives me the nod that means acknowledged, not interrupting, and goes back to the page. Normal. Every bit of it normal. I go to my workbench. At 11:30, my phone rings. Material supplier, a question about the flooring spec, nothing urgent. I step toward the back of the building to take it, a habit from months of site calls. The call takes 7 minutes. When I come back toward the main floor, I hear Austin's voice through the stairwell door, low and clipped. Not the voice he uses on site. The door's ajar. I'm not standing there to listen. I'm standing there because I've stopped walking. I told you a week, Derek. A pause. His end only. That's not how this works. His voice drops on the last sentence, the way it does when he's controlling something. Another pause. I said I'd handle it. Flat. The flat that takes effort. Don't call this number during site hours. I hear the call end, a beat of silence. Then his footsteps move toward the front of the building. I push through the stairwell door. He's standing with his back to me, phone in hand, looking at the Halloran crew working the 10 section. When he hears my boots on the concrete, he turns around, and for the space of 2 seconds before he rearranges it, his face does something I wasn't supposed to see. It's guilt. I know what guilt looks like. I grew up Catholic. I've been building things for 6 years. I know every version of the expression a person makes when they've been caught holding something they said they weren't holding. He gets it back under control fast. Supplier, I say, and hold up my phone so the lie is mutual, and we can both pretend it covers anything. Flooring spec question. All good? Fine. I go to my workbench. I need to walk the second floor with you at 2. Partition placement confirmation before Tony frames the doorways. I'll be here. He sets his phone on the table face down, goes back to the page he was reading. I write 2 numbers in my site log, that don't need to be written down, just to have something for my hand to do. The yearbook comes up on a local archive site at 9:47 p.m. Millfield High, 2015 to 2016 issue. Scanned by whoever runs the alumni page with more community spirit than attention to resolution. I'm looking for it in the way I've been not looking for it for 3 weeks, which is to say I find it in 4 minutes. Austin James O'Connor, junior year. Top row of the class photo, because he was always in the back row, and separately in the student council section, and separately again in the Vanguard Club photo, where he's standing at the far left, looking like someone who showed up because his parents told him it would look good on an application. He looks 17. Dark hair, same jaw, and that expression I remember from the hallways. Confident in the loose, unconscious way of boys who have never needed to think about whether confidence is warranted. A boy who had never once considered that what he said at Jake Pruitt's party on a Tuesday night would still be sitting in someone's chest 8 years later. I closed the laptop. The house is quiet. Dad turned his light off an hour ago. The street outside is empty. One car passing in the time it takes me to get up and fill a glass of water. And stand at the sink looking at nothing. Derek Paulson sat across from me in a coffee shop this morning and used the word pattern in a very deliberate way. Austin O'Connor stood on his own job site this afternoon and didn't tell me about a certain phone call. And the person on the other end of that call was Derek. 2 things. I have 2 things. Both of them could be explained away separately. Together they sit in my stomach like a bad measurement, the kind where you take it twice and get the same wrong number both times. I think about Yolanda. At some point someone has to say the word. She meant the old wound, the party, the hallway, the 8 years of it. But there's a new question now, threaded through the old one, and I can't separate them cleanly enough to address one without the other. Friday morning, 8:43. The 10 restoration crew is downstairs, Tony's on the 3rd floor, and Austin is at the project table with his coffee, and the revised electrical drawings, and an expression of genuine concentration that I have watched enough to know is real. I stand at my workbench. I finish logging the previous day's punch items. I close the site log. Austin. He looks up. Is there anything I should know about this project? It's a clean question, specific enough to mean something, open enough to let him choose what to do with it. I hold his eyes and wait. He looks at me for a moment. Something moves behind his expression, a series of small calculations I can't read the outcome of, and then he sets down his pencil. Nothing you need to worry about, he says. We're on track. His voice is steady. His face is settled. He picks the pencil back up. I hear that exactly right. Nothing you need to worry about. Not no. Not nothing. The sentence a person builds when they want to give you the shape of an answer without the substance of one. I learned to hear that construction from 6 years of clients who knew a problem was coming and hadn't decided yet how much of it was yours. Good, I say. I open my site log again and find a page that doesn't need updating and update it anyway, and the 10 restoration crew works the far wall with their small, careful tools, and the morning continues around us like nothing has shifted. It has shifted. I can feel exactly where the new weight is sitting, and I know the shape of what I'm doing right now. Saying nothing, filing it, going back to work, and I know what Yolanda would say about it. I know what it cost me to do it anyway. I pick up my clipboard and go find Tony.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon bestselling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Austin. I know before she says a word. She comes through the door at 7:04 a.m. with her bag over one shoulder and her sight log already open and her hard hat on before she's fully inside, and she moves to her workbench without looking at me. Not the looking away of someone distracted. Derek. It has to be Derek. I put down the electrical drawing I've been reading for 15 minutes without absorbing anything. Alianna. Tony needs the 4th floor access confirmed before 9. She doesn't look up. The Halloran crew wants to start on the east section today. I need your sign-off on the restoration boundary. Okay, can I? Tab 7. She hands me the site folder across the table without crossing the distance between us, arm extended, eyes still on her log. I take the folder. She's not cold, exactly. Cold would be a temperature shift I could point to. This is something more deliberate. She's given me the precise version of herself that I got on day 1, clipboard and clipped sentences, the contractor who shakes your hand once and gets to work. The version that has no memory of a tailgate on Delaney, or coffee from the good place on Oak, or a conversation about initials carved into a door frame at shoulder height. 3 weeks of slow thaw, reversed overnight. I put the folder down. Can I talk to you for a minute? I've got a lot to. A minute. I keep my voice even. Please. She looks at me then. The full weight of it, direct and still. She closes the sight log and sets her pencil down and waits with her arms at her sides, which is her version of giving me the floor. Generous, in its way. Did you talk to Derek Paulson? Something crosses her face. Not surprise. She was expecting this question, which means she already knew I'd connected. He introduced himself at groundwork Thursday morning. What did he say? Enough. She picks her pencil back up. If that's all, it's not all. I step around the end of the table so there isn't a surface between us, and she doesn't step back, which is something. Whatever he told you, Derek has reasons for being here that have nothing to do with you. He's trying to get something from me, and he's using you to apply pressure. She looks at me for a long moment. What is he trying to get? And here it is. The edge of it. I can see the full shape of what I need to say. The investigation. The envelope with Donnie Anderson's name on it. The threat aimed at her business. And I can see equally clearly that saying it means saying all of it. Means Gerald's timeline and the 90-day wall and the civil suit still stacked behind the SEC inquiry. Means explaining why I didn't tell her immediately and watched her hand me a folder across a table for 24 hours, knowing Derek had already been to Millfield. She's watching me do this. She can see me doing it. He's trying to redirect blame in the SEC investigation, I say, onto someone who doesn't deserve it. I told him no. He's using the threat of making the investigation public, close to home, as leverage. Close to home meaning this project. Meaning your business. I hold her eyes. Your name. Your reputation. She's quiet. A muscle in her jaw does something I don't have a word for. He said you have a pattern, she says. Getting into things, making them work, moving on when they stop being useful. He would say that. Is he wrong? The question lands flat and clean, no heat in it, which makes it harder to answer than if there'd been heat. I think about the version of me that drove out of Columbus weeks ago with moving boxes and a suspended license and a firm in ruins. I think about the version before that, the one who sat in meetings and managed optics and never once asked if the thing being managed was worth managing. About who I used to be, I say. No. She holds very still. I did that. I moved through things and left them when they got difficult, and told myself it was strategy. I keep my voice even because raising it would be wrong for what I'm trying to say. Vantage wasn't the first time. It was just the time that had consequences large enough to matter to anyone other than me. And now I'm standing in Millfield, Ohio, in a building I'm trying to renovate with money I barely have, because it's the one thing I can actually do right. I look at the building around us, at the tin ceiling section the Halloran crew worked last week. At the column line we moved 6 feet east, because the math was better. And because the contractor I hired is the best person I've ever watched do a job, and I have spent most of the last 3 weeks trying not to mess that up. She looks at the floor, then back at me. Her expression is something I can't fully decode, which is unusual because Alianna Rodney is the most legible person I know. Why didn't you tell me about Derek when he came to the site? She asks. There it is, the actual question. I could give her a reason. The investigation's complexity, Gerald's instructions, the calculation about protecting her without burdening her. All of it true, all of it the scaffolding on top of the real answer. Because I made the same decision I always make when something gets complicated. I say it straight. I decided to handle it without telling you, which is the same as deciding for you what you get to know about your own project. I watch her face. I know what that is. It's the same thing that got me here. The building holds its working sounds around us. Halloran's crew on the ground floor. Tony's footsteps on the level above. None of it touching this corner. She says nothing. I have nothing left to offer as an explanation, so I stop explaining. I go to my side of the table and pick up the folder she gave me and find tab 7, the restoration boundary documentation, and I read it. She stands at her workbench for a moment, then opens her site log and goes back to work. I carry lumber at 11 a.m. because Tony needs the LVL sections moved from the ground floor to the 3rd, and 2 of his crew are running the Halloran scaffolding. Tony looks at me when I pick up the first section and doesn't say anything, which is the correct response. It's heavy work. My hands aren't built for it the way Tony's are. I can feel the difference in my grip by the second run, the way the weight distributes wrong and my forearms have to compensate. I do it anyway. 3 trips, the right way, because Tony showed me the carrying angle the first week and I paid attention. On the 4th trip, Alianna is on the landing, and she watches me come up the last flight without comment. I set the section down where Tony's marked it and straighten up, and she's already moving toward the south wall with her probe rod. I go back down for the next one. By 4 o'clock, I've done more physical work than I've done in any single day since arriving in Millfield. And the project table has 3 new sign-offs on it, and the restoration boundary is confirmed, and the 4th floor flooring assessment is logged. Everything that was supposed to happen today happened. The day ran exactly as her revised schedule required. The Halloran crew loads out at 4:30. Tony packs the ground floor equipment in the specific order he always uses, the order that means tomorrow morning nobody wastes 20 minutes looking for something. Normal end of day. I'm still at the project table when Alianna starts locking the equipment cases. She works from the back of the building toward the front, the same sequence, methodical. I close the project file. She gets to the front and pulls the keys from her vest pocket, and I'm standing by the door, not blocking it, just standing near it because I've been working up to this for 4 hours, and I'm not going to let the day close without saying it. Whatever you heard from Derek, I say. I know I haven't earned the right to ask you to wait for the rest. She stops. She's got her keys in one hand and her site log under her arm, and she's looking at the door lock, not at me. 3 seconds. 4. She puts the key in and turns it. The lock engages. She pulls it, tests it, steps back. She doesn't tell me to leave. She tucks the keys back in her vest and walks to her truck without a word, and I stay where I am until the Ford's taillights reach the Delaney intersection and turn south, and then I stand on the pavement in the cold, with my hands in my jacket pockets, looking at nothing in particular. She didn't tell me to leave. I don't know what that means. I know what it doesn't mean, which is absolution or trust or any of the things I haven't earned yet. But she stood there and heard it, and locked the door and walked to her truck, and the door she walked away from was not slammed. That's the most I can claim right now, and I'll take it.
Chapter 13. Alianna. The rough framing is done by Thursday afternoon. Tony drives the last nail at 3:47, and I know because I'm on the 3rd floor logging the final inspection points when the compressor goes quiet and I hear him below me say, to no one in particular, "That's it then, flat and satisfied." The way Tony marks every completed phase, no ceremony, just the fact of it stated aloud so the building knows. I write phase 1 complete in the site log with the timestamp. Close it. Stand in the middle of the 3rd floor and look at what weeks of work looks like when it's done. The skeleton of the building revealed and rebuilt. Clean new framing where the rot was. LVL beams running true along the north wall. The bones are right. Everything that comes after is just finishing. I go downstairs and tell Tony he can call it at 4. He's already texting the rest of the team. The cookout is Tony's idea, which is how all the best bad decisions get made on a job site. He shows up Friday morning with a portable grill in the bed of his truck. By noon, the grill is set up in the parking lot off Delaney, and he has contributed a cooler from somewhere. And 2 of the Halloran crew, who finished the east section yesterday, have materialized with lawn chairs and the understanding that they're invited. I contribute the burgers because someone has to be practical about it. I do not invite Austin. I also do not uninvite him, which in the grammar of this job site amounts to the same thing. And at 4:15, he walks out the front entrance with his jacket on and stops at the parking lot edge taking in the grill and the cooler, and Tony Manning both with the authority of a man who has done this before. "Should I?" Austin starts. "There's a gas station on Clement," Tony says. "We need more soda. Grab whatever." Austin looks at me. I look at the grill. "Get the Coke," I say. "Not the Pepsi." He goes. He comes back with 2 cases. 1 Coke, 1 a variety pack he clearly panic bought, trying to cover all bases, and a bag of chips that nobody asked for, and everyone immediately opens. Our youngest guy, Nathan, takes the variety pack like it was the correct call all along. Tony accepts a can without comment, which from Tony is high praise. The afternoon settles into the comfortable, low-energy rhythm of people who have spent weeks working in close proximity and have earned the right to stand in a parking lot and not talk about anything important. Nathan tells a story about a previous job site that ends with a structural engineer refusing to leave until someone bought him lunch. Tony adds a correction to a detail partway through that Nathan ignores. The Halloran guys have their own conversation running parallel, occasionally intersecting with ours. Austin stands slightly to the outside of the group, just finding the edge of the circle and occupying it quietly, the way someone does when they know they're a guest and are trying not to take up more space than they've been offered. I notice this and say nothing about it. Nathan pulls him into the structural engineer story at some point, asking him something about a renovation he'd read about somewhere, and Austin answers with enough specificity that Nathan decides he's worth talking to. That's how it works with him. 1 good answer, and you're in. I eat my burger and watch Delaney Street. Dad pulls up at 5:15 in the Ford, which I did not plan at all. He sees the grill from the street and parks without any prompting, because Darnell Rodney has never in his life driven past a cookout. He claps Tony on the shoulder when he gets out, nods at the Halloran crew, accepts a burger from Nathan with genuine pleasure, and stands eating it with his weight back on his heels, looking at the Caldwell building's face, the way he always looks at a building mid-project, not at the work still to do, but at what the work has already revealed. "Framing's clean," he says. "Tony ran it," I say. Tony waves this off. "Alianna called the sequencing." Dad nods, satisfied. He doesn't look for Austin immediately. He eats his burger, asks Nathan something about the tin restoration, listens with full attention to the answer. My dad has the quality of making people feel worth listening to. It's the most useful thing I inherited from him, and I'm still only halfway there. Austin is at the cooler when Dad finally turns his way. Getting a second Coke, not paying attention to anything in particular, and he straightens up and they're 4 feet apart, and both of them register it at the same moment. "Mr. Rodney?" Austin says. "O'Connor," Dad says. Then he extends his hand. They shake. I watch it from across the grill. Dad asks him something about the 4th floor timeline that I can't hear from this distance. Austin answers, and whatever he says, Dad listens to it with the same full attention he gave Nathan. They're not performing anything. They're 2 people talking about a building, and my father, who has an uncanny ability to read the substance of a person from 3 minutes of conversation, is nodding in a way I recognize. I swallow thickly and turn back to the grill. Nathan is telling Tony the structural engineer story again with the different details. I eat my second bag of chips and let the afternoon run. By dusk, the Halloran crew has loaded out. Nathan is cleaning the grill, and Tony is talking to my dad about a residential job he's thinking of bidding next month. The parking lot has gone the particular blue-gray of a gloomy evening in Ohio. The air's sharp enough to see your breath if you bother to look. I'm sitting on the back steps of the building with my hands around a can of Coke that's gone lukewarm, not thinking about anything in particular. The steps are concrete, original to the building, worn smooth in the center from however many years of use before the vacancy. I've sat here before, at the end of long days. For the same reason anyone sits on back steps at dusk, it's a place that doesn't require anything. Austin comes around the side of the building with his jacket zipped up against the cold and stops when he sees me. "Sorry, I was just..." "Steps are big enough," I say. He sits down on the other end. Not close. Leaves a foot of concrete between us, which is the correct read of the situation, and I note it without commenting. We sit for a moment. Down the lot, Tony's voice, and my dad's carry in the still air. Unhurried. The grill smoke drifts east. "Good milestone," Austin says. "Phase 2 starts Monday." I look at the back wall of the building. Mechanicals and finishes. It moves faster from here. "That's good news." It is. Another moment of quiet. Not uncomfortable. That's the part I'm not sure what to do with. The ease of it, the way the silence doesn't need filling. I've spent weeks being careful around this man, and somewhere in the last hour, between the chips and Tony's story and watching him shake my father's hand, I stopped being careful and didn't notice until just now. "Can I ask you something?" he says. "Depends." He looks at the far end of the lot. "What did you want to be before the business needed you?" The question lands without weight. Asked the way someone asks something they actually want to know, rather than something they want to seem like they want to know. The distinction is small, and I catch it anyway. I look at my can. Architect. Yeah? Columbus State had on a program. I got a full scholarship my senior year. I pick at the tab on the can. The timing was wrong. Your mom's illness. Not a question. He knows the broad shape of it. The way you know things about people in a town this size. She was sick for 2 years before she died. Dad was running the business alone and managing her care, and I could see what that was doing to him. I shrugged once. The scholarship had a deadline. The business didn't. He doesn't say anything immediately. He doesn't tell me I could have deferred, or that I was young, or that things have a way of working out. He doesn't reach for the silver lining, which is what most people do when the story makes them uncomfortable. He just sits with it. Do you regret it? He asks. Some days. Honest answer, which surprises me slightly on the way out. Most days, no. The business is mine too, the same way it was his. I didn't give up anything for him. I chose what mattered more. I look at the building. But there are days on a job site where I'm reading someone else's drawings and I think about what mine would have looked like. What would they have looked like? I look at the Caldwell building's back wall, the original brick, the window lines, the proportions of it that whoever built it got exactly right without a computer or a CAD file. Honest, I say. Buildings that look like what they are, no decorative columns doing nothing. No facades pretending to be facades. I stop. That's not a very sophisticated answer. It's the right answer, he says, and he says it like he means it. I look at him then. He's watching the building too, the line of the roof against the darkening sky. His face in profile is older than the one in the yearbook photo I looked at, the boyish confidence replaced by something that has been through rough weather. I'm not sure when I stopped seeing the 17-year-old and started seeing this one, but somewhere between the pipe burst and the LVL beams and a parking lot full of people he learned to occupy quietly, the shift happened. I look back at the lot. My dad is laughing at something Tony said, the deep, full laugh he keeps for things that actually earn it. The sound of it carries in the cold air, familiar and warm. I think without planning to, he'd fit at Sunday dinner. The thought arrives fully formed, and I put it away immediately, but not before I felt the specific quality of it. Not fantasy, just recognition. The way you recognize something true before you've decided if you want it to be. You should have been one, Austin says. What? An architect. He says it evenly, looking at the building. You think about structures the way architects think about them. You were already doing it from day one, talking about the ceiling, the load paths, what the building wanted to be. The building doesn't want to be anything. That's not how. You said that. Day one. The tin ceiling wants to stay. He turns to look at me. I remember. I don't have an answer for that. We sit in the quiet that follows, the grill smoke thinning out, the sky fully dark now beyond the lot lights. Tony says something to my dad about calling it, chairs scraping concrete. The end of the evening assembles itself around us. I should stand up. I should go help pack the grill, or say goodnight to Tony, or find something to do with my hands that isn't sitting on a concrete step in the dark, letting this man say things I didn't expect him to say. Austin stands first. He brushes the back of his jeans off and offers me his hand, palm up, to help me up from the step. I look at it. I take it. He pulls me up clean, in one motion, and I'm standing, and he doesn't let go immediately, and neither do I. His hand is warm, which I notice despite knowing I shouldn't. He squeezes once, brief and deliberate, not a handshake. Something else. Something that doesn't have a professional category. I let him. For 4 seconds, maybe 5, neither of us does anything about it. The lot is behind us, Tony's voice somewhere in the distance. The building's back wall pale in the lot light. He looks at me and I look back, and we're both absolutely clear on what this is, and equally clear that we're not ready to say it yet. I step back. He lets go. Monday, I say. 7 a.m., he says. I go around the side of the building to where my dad is loading chairs into the Ford, and I take the folding table from Tony without being asked, and I do not look back at the steps. "Good evening," Dad says. Not a question. "Good project milestone," I say. He puts the last chair in the truck bed, looks at me for a moment with those careful eyes that have always seen more than I give them credit for. "Same thing sometimes," he says. He gets in the truck and I follow him home.
Chapter 14. Austin. The invoices take longer than they should, not because they're complicated. Alianna's documentation is immaculate. Line items cross-referenced to the contract spec. Labor hours logged against the task codes she built into the original bid. I could approve the whole stack in 20 minutes. I keep reading them anyway, because it's Tuesday evening, and the building is empty, and the alternative is going back to Carol Petrie's guest room and lying under the Florida water stain thinking about a hand squeeze on a concrete step at dusk. 4 seconds, maybe 5. I've counted them more times than I'll admit. I've got the invoices spread on the project table with the overhead work light angled down, my laptop open to the tracking sheet, a coffee from the gas station on Clement that has gone completely cold. The ground floor is quiet in the specific way of a building that has been worked in all day and is now resting. The tick of the tin ceiling cooling, the occasional vehicle on Delaney transmitting faint vibrations through the slab. I hear the door at 6:48. Alianna comes in with her bag over one shoulder and her sight log under her arm, and she stops when she sees the light. "Didn't know you'd be here," she says. "Invoices." I gesture at the stack. Figured I'd clear the backlog. She looks at the table, at the organized spread, the tracking sheet, the cross-references I've penciled in the margins, and something in her expression does a small recalibration. She sets her bag down on her workbench. "I need to go over the revised mechanical specs," she says. "The HVAC contractor came back with a change to the duct routing on 2. I need to walk it against the framing before I approve it." "I can clear to the other end of the table." "You don't need to." She pulls the blueprints from her bag, the full set, and unrolls them on the floor instead. The main room, where there's space enough for the sheets to lie flat. She kneels at one end and weights the corners with the laser measure and a brick from the demo pile she's been using as a doorstop for 3 weeks. I watch her for a moment. Then I bring my invoice stack to the floor and sit cross-legged at the other end, because the table is fine for paperwork, but blueprints live on the floor, and she's right, and I've been on enough job sites now to know it. We work in parallel for a while. She traces duct routes against the framing plan with her pencil, marking variances, murmuring numbers to herself. I cross-reference invoice line items against the contract. The work light throws everything in warm yellow. Outside, a car passes, and its headlights move across the boarded window in a slow sweep. "The routing change makes sense structurally," she says, not to me exactly, more to the blueprint. "He's avoiding the LVL bay, but it adds 12 feet of linear duct, and I need to know if that changes the draw." "Does it affect the timeline?" "Not if I get the approval back by Thursday." She makes a note. "I'll call him tomorrow." She moves to the next sheet. I finish the last invoice, close the folder, and sit for a moment with nothing in my hands. The blueprints between us are the full building, every floor, every system, the whole project laid out in blue lines on white. Weeks of work made visible at once. She's been carrying this in her head the whole time, every line of it, and seeing it flat on the floor like this, I understand in a different way what that means. "Can I ask you something?" I say. She marks a measurement without looking up. "Depends." "What made you take the bid when you saw my name on the paperwork?" She's quiet for a moment. The pencil moves. "The contract value." That's not the whole answer. She puts the pencil down and sits back on her heels. Looks at me across the blueprints. "What do you want me to say?" "Whatever's true." She considers this with the stillness she uses when she's deciding how much to give. The contract value was real. We needed the scope. She looks at the floor plan, and I wanted to see if I could do it. Work with you, not flinch. Could you? I'm here, aren't I? She picks the pencil back up. I look at the invoice folder, and then at the spread of blueprints, and then at the ceiling, where the restored tin section catches the work light and throws it back in small, dull repetitions. Can I tell you something? I say. You're going to either way. Fair. I look at the floor. I knew something was wrong at Vantage for about 8 months before the SEC got involved. She goes still. Not visibly. She's still holding the pencil, but the quality of her attention shifts. I can feel it. Not everything, I say. I didn't know the full scope of what Derek was doing, but I knew the Marchetti Fund restructuring was moving faster than the client documentation supported. I knew there were memos that should have had my signature that didn't, and I knew that asking about it would make me a problem, and making myself a problem would cost me the partnership track I'd been working toward for 3 years. She doesn't say anything, so I didn't ask. I look at my hands. I managed what I could see, and I stayed out of the parts I didn't want to see, and I told myself Derek was handling it, and I was handling my book, and those were 2 separate things. I stop. They were not 2 separate things. The building is very quiet. 26 clients, I say. That's how many people had money in the Marchetti Fund. Most of them are fine. The fund was restructured, not liquidated, and the losses are recoverable. But some of them aren't fine. A woman in her 70s who'd been a client for 11 years lost about 1/3 of her retirement account value in the restructuring window, and she's fine now, technically. But she spent 4 months not knowing that, and that's 4 months I gave her by not asking a question when I should have. Alianna sets the pencil down. I look up. She's watching me with an expression I've been trying to decode for weeks, and I still can't name it fully. Not pity. Not contempt. Something in between that might be the specific look of a person deciding whether what they're seeing is real. You're telling me this now, she says. Yeah. Why? I look at the blueprints between us, at the floor plan of a building I've been standing in every day, watching her work, watching her crew, watching the version of my life I'm trying to build out of the wreckage of the one I burned. Because you sat on those steps and told me the truth about the scholarship, and because you've been in this building with me every day, and you don't have the whole picture, and you should. She's quiet for a long moment. Is that all of it? There's more. But that's the part that's mine. She nods slowly, pulls the next blueprint sheet toward her, smooths the edge down. She doesn't immediately go back to work. She just rests her hand on the sheet, looking at nothing in particular. I believe you, she says. Simply. No weight applied to it beyond the words. She looks up at me. Her face in the work light is open in a way I have not seen before, the deliberate composure lowered just slightly, just enough. Her hair has a curl that's come loose from behind her ear and fallen forward. I reach across the blueprints and tuck it back. My hand doesn't rush it. I push the curl behind her ear with 2 fingers, and she doesn't move away, and for a moment we're both looking at each other across the spread of the whole building with my hand at her temple, and neither of us breathing particularly well. She looks at me like she's deciding something. Like the question has been on the table for a while, and she's arrived at the edge of an answer. My phone goes off. Not a buzz. A ring. The specific ring I have set for Gerald, which I set that way so I'd never miss it by accident. It cuts through the quiet of the building like a saw starting on a calm morning. I drop my hand. Her expression closes. Not all the way. Not the armor. Not the clipboard and clipped sentences version. But the deciding look goes somewhere internal. Somewhere I can't reach. You should get that, she says. Alianna! She picks up her pencil. Get it. I stand up and step to the far end of the building and answer, and Gerald is already talking before I've said a word, his voice carrying a clipped cadence. He clearly has been awake too long and has bad news that won't wait for morning. I press the phone to my ear and listen. Behind me, I hear the soft sounds of blueprints being gathered. The weight of the laser measure lifted from the corner. Sheets rolled and aligned, the quiet work of someone putting things back in order. Gerald says the SEC has issued a new document request. 30 days to comply. He needs me on a call tomorrow with the full timeline. 8 a.m., I say. I'll call you. Good. And Austin. He pauses in the way he does when he's about to say something that cost him something to compose. This request is more targeted than the last one. They're asking about communications. Yours and Derek's. I think someone inside the firm talked. Donnie, I say. Probably. I'll know more tomorrow. He ends the call. I stand at the far end of the building for a moment. The work light is still on at the project table. The floor where the blueprints were is empty, the brick doorstop sitting alone where the corner weight was. Alianna is at her workbench with her bag packed, her sight log closed, everything in its place. She's pulling on her jacket. She doesn't look up when she hears my footsteps. Everything okay? She asks. Automatic, professional. It's the same question she asked me the day Derek came to the site, standing at this exact workbench, and I gave her the same answer I always give. Not entirely, I say. She looks up. Gerald tomorrow at 8. New document request from the SEC. I keep my voice level. I'll tell you what I can after the call. She holds my eyes for a moment. Something in her expression turns over, deliberate and careful, like a decision being made in real time. Okay, she says. She picks up her bag and her sight log and walks to the door, and I watch her go, and the building settles around me into its evening quiet. The blueprint-cleared floor, the brick doorstop, the curl I tucked back in the 4 seconds before Gerald called. The feeling isn't gone. It's sitting exactly where I left it, warm and specific and entirely unresolved, and it will be there tomorrow at 7 when her truck pulls up on Delaney and we do this again. I turn off the work light and lock up.
Chapter 15. Alianna. The email from Ohio Built magazine arrives on a Wednesday morning while I'm eating cereal over the sink and not thinking about the previous evening. The subject line is, Feature Opportunity. Women in Construction. Ohio's Next Generation. The sender is an editor named Cassidy Frome, who has a title that says Senior Features Editor, and a sign-off that includes a publication logo I recognize from the waiting room at the permit office on Birch. I read it twice, standing at the sink with my spoon in my hand, then set the bowl down and read it a third time. They want a profile. Rodney and Sons Contracting, women-led small business regional growth story, a photographer, and a 30-minute phone interview, pending my interest. They're running a 4-part series in the spring issue, and they have a slot if I respond by Friday. I put my phone face down on the counter, then I pick it up and forward it to Dad with no comment, which is my version of look at this, and go to find my boots. The intake form arrives Thursday afternoon. 7 pages in a shared document with fields for everything. Founding year, annual revenue range, employee count, equipment inventory, service area, notable projects. I sit at the kitchen table after dinner with my laptop open and Dad's reading glasses on because I left mine at the site and his are the only pair in the house. The TV is on low in the other room. Outside, the first real cold front of the season has settled over Millfield and the windows have gone opaque with it. Service area, Franklin County and adjacent. 3 years ago, it was just Millfield proper. The residential streets we'd always worked, the neighborhoods my dad had spent 20 years building a reputation in. I'd pushed the service area map south after we bought the second truck with Rodney and Sons on the door, the lettering in the same font as the original, because continuity matters. The one I'd driven to Columbus twice for commercial bids we landed both times. Notable projects. I start typing and end up with a list that fills the field and pushes into the overflow box. The Clement Street apartment renovation. The Birch Park Community Center, which got us our first mention in the local paper. The Delaney Street commercial restoration, which I put in with the project still open. Client name listed as A. O'Connor, because that's what the contract says. I stop typing. I look at the field. A. O'Connor. Then my mind trails back to the parking lot cookout and the back steps at dusk and a Tuesday evening on a blueprint-covered floor. That name, which started being something I think about at 6 a.m. when I should be thinking about the HVAC revision. I close the overflow box and move to the next field. Describe your business's growth trajectory over the last 3 years. I put my hands on the keys and look at the question. The answer is simple, and I know it exactly, the way I know every number in every invoice I've ever filed. The business grew. It grew because I pushed it, because Dad's back isn't what it was, and the work doesn't slow down for backs, because I figured out commercial bidding by losing 3 bids and winning the 4th, and learning what I'd done wrong on the first 3. It grew because I stayed. Because I stayed. I typed the revenue range into the appropriate field. The range that now, sitting here looking at it, represents a number that would have felt like a ceiling 5 years ago and is now a floor. New equipment purchased in the last 18 months. The Hilti system, the second transit level, the flatbed. The flatbed I'd wanted for 2 years and bought the month after the Clement Street contract closed. I sit back. The kitchen is warm. The reading glasses have slipped down my nose and I push them up. In the other room, the television murmurs something about the weather, which Dad is watching because he always watches the weather. Has watched the weather every evening for as long as I can remember, because a man in the trades learns early that weather is not background information. I think about the new equipment stored in the garage I'd built onto the back of the house last spring, organized on the shelving system I designed myself over 3 evenings in my sketchbook, with dimensions and load ratings penciled in the margins. I think without planning to, he'd want to see that garage. The thought lands the same way the Sunday dinner thought did on the steps, fully formed, specific. A detail about Austin O'Connor that belongs neither in a client relationship nor a professional invoice, and which has arrived in my kitchen at 8:43 p.m. as though it lives here. In my kitchen, drinking my terrible coffee. The image is so complete I actually see it for a second. Him at the counter in the morning light, mug in hand, the bad coffee I always make too strong, and him drinking it without complaint because he would. He absolutely would, and making some dry comment about the Clement Street files I leave on the table, and I close the laptop. I sit with my hands flat on the table for a moment, looking at the reading glasses in front of me. Then I pick up my phone. Yolanda answers on the second ring. I'm filling out a magazine intake form, I say. Okay. Ohio Built wants to do a profile on the business. Alianna, that's amazing. Why do you sound like someone died? I don't sound like... I stop. I looked at the employee count field and ended up thinking about Austin O'Connor in my kitchen. A pause. Say more. Drinking my coffee. In the morning. I rub my face. He'd drink the bad coffee. Would he now? Yolanda, I'm just listening. He would. He already doesn't complain about the site coffee, which is worse than what I make at home, and I make it wrong every time because I've never bothered to fix it. And he drinks it and says nothing and just... I stop again. Just what? Gets on with it. I look at the ceiling. He just gets on with it. Yolanda is quiet for a moment. When she speaks, Her voice has the particular quality she uses when she's about to say something true that she's been waiting to say. You've been in love with him for at least a month. That's insane. Is it? He's my client. She pauses. When did you stop calling him O'Connor in your head? I open my mouth and close it. In your head, she says again. Not professionally, just to yourself. I look at the reading glasses on the table, at the kitchen window and the dark cold outside it, the street lamp at the corner throwing its cone of orange down on the empty street. I don't know, I say. Yes, you do. Yolanda. Ali. Her voice is even. You have been in love with him and angry at him since you were 16 years old, and you have spent years running the angry part and telling yourself it was the whole picture. And now you're in the same building as him every day, and the angry part is getting smaller, and you are terrified of what's under it. The kitchen is very quiet. What do I do? I ask, not rhetorical. I actually don't know. You already know what to do. I could do nothing. You could. She lets that sit. You've been doing nothing about this for years, and it hasn't made it smaller. I don't have an answer for that. The TV in the other room changes to a commercial, and the volume shifts up briefly before Dad finds the remote. Go to sleep, Yolanda says, and stop acting like recognizing a feeling is the same as being destroyed by it. I hate it when you use your work voice on me. I know, almost a laugh. Call me tomorrow. She hangs up. I sit at the table for another minute, then close the laptop and wash out my bowl from this morning, still in the sink where I left it, and go upstairs.
Chapter 16. Austin. The workshop is at the back of the property, behind a door I've walked past every day for weeks without opening. It's not on the renovation drawings. Patrice's property assessment listed as storage/utility outbuilding, approximately 400 square feet, condition unknown. The door is solid core wood with a surface bolt that's rusted half shut, and I've been leaving it alone the way you leave alone things you're not ready to look at. Tuesday morning. The crew is running trim work on the second floor, nothing that needs me specifically, and Alianna is walking the third floor punch list before the inspector comes Thursday. I find her on the landing with her clipboard and a tape measure and tell her there's something at the back of the property she hasn't seen. She looks at me over the clipboard. Is it structural? No. Does it affect the project? Also no. She caps her pencil and follows me anyway. The bolt takes both hands and some persuasion. When it finally gives and I push the door open, the smell comes first. Sawdust, linseed oil, the dry wood smell of a space that has been sealed and left to concentrate itself for years. Not rot, something closer to preservation. The workshop is longer than I expected, running the full depth of the outbuilding. Workbenches along both walls, solid and hand-built. The wood surfaces worn to a smoothness that takes decades of use to develop. Tools hung on a pegboard above them, organized in outlines where you trace each tool and paint the silhouette so you always know what's missing and where it goes. Some of the outlines are empty. The tools that filled them are still here, laid on the benches or hung below their outlines, the system having drifted slightly over the years without losing its logic entirely. A table saw in the center, older, a craftsman from some decade before I was born. The cast iron top surface faintly orange at the edges with surface oxidation. A lathe against the back wall. Shelving units with jars of hardware sorted by type. The labels handwritten in the same block print I recognize from the toolbox in Frank's truck, which I inherited with the property and haven't been able to make myself sell. Alianna steps in behind me. She goes still. She turns slowly, taking in the full length of it. Her eyes move across the pegboard tool outlines, the workbench surfaces, the lathe. She reads a room the way she reads a building. Quietly, thoroughly, without narrating it. "This is original to the property," she says. "Far as I know. Frank bought it as is. I don't think he changed much. He wasn't the type of person who changed things that were already right." She walks to the nearest workbench and runs her hand along the surface. Checking the joinery at the corner, I realize, reading the construction, he built these himself. Probably. I go to the shelving unit along the side wall. There are 3 plastic bins on the bottom shelf, the kind with snap lids, dusty but intact. I pull the first one out and set it on the bench. Inside, a handsaw with a split wooden handle, repaired with wrapped wire and electrical tape. A wooden marking gauge, the beam worn where his thumb always rested. A folded paper that turns out to be a hand-drawn floor plan of a room, dimensions in pencil. A note in the corner that says approximately only, measure twice. His handwriting. I put the floor plan back carefully. The second bin has letters. An actual bundle of them, held with a rubber band that has dried and cracked and barely holds. The return addresses are from 4 different states, all written to Frank O'Connor at this address, spanning about 15 years by the postmarks. People he knew, people who wrote him actual letters. The third bin has a photograph on top. Frank at maybe 40, standing in this workshop in front of the lathe, holding something he'd just turned. A bowl, I think, though it's not quite finished. He's grinning. He looks like a man who is exactly where he planned to be. I stand with the photograph in my hand. Alianna is 2 feet away, looking at it. She doesn't say anything, which is correct. I sit down on an overturned crate near the bench, the same way I sat on a plastic crate in the main building on day 1 when all of this was still theoretical. The photograph is the same in my hands. Frank grinning, the lathe behind him, the workshop exactly as it is right now because he kept it right. He was the one my father couldn't explain, I say. Drove a truck, made furniture, didn't have a LinkedIn profile, which drove my father completely insane. I look at the photograph. They were brothers, but they were built from different materials. Alianna sits on the edge of the workbench opposite me, the way she sat on the tailgate on Delaney when we were both too tired to perform anything. What happened between them? Nothing specific. That was the whole problem. I set the photograph on top of the bin. Frank just kept refusing to be what my father needed him to be. Kept choosing this. I gesture at the workshop, the tools, the organized silhouettes on the pegboard. My father thought getting your hands dirty was something to be embarrassed about. She's listening with the same quality she had on the back steps. No filling the silence, no rushing me toward the end of the sentence. He said it once, directly. I was maybe 12. We were at Frank's place and Frank had been working all day on a cabinet commission, had sawdust in his hair and a cut on his thumb, and my father looked at him at dinner and said, "You could have done something with yourself." Just like that, in front of everyone. I look at the craftsman table saw, at the cast iron surface with its faint rust. Frank didn't argue. He just said, "I did." The workshop holds the quiet around us. Outside, faint and distant, I can hear Tony's crew on the second floor. I'm starting to think he was wrong about most things, I say. My father. She understands exactly what I mean. I can tell from the way her eyes move, from the slight shift in how she's sitting, the same subtle twitch I've watched her make on sight when a measurement changes the whole scope of a problem. She's not surprised by what I've said. She's been watching me arrive at it for weeks. He told me something once, I say. Frank. I was maybe 12, home for a break. He drove out to Columbus to take me to lunch, which was a thing he did sometimes, just appeared and took me somewhere and fed me. He said, I stop. Pull the memory up cleanly. He said, Austin, do yourself a favor. Build something real before you get too good at building the other kind. I hadn't understood it at 12. I'd nodded and eaten my sandwich and thought about the homework I had to finish. I understand it now with the specific, complete understanding of a person who ignored good advice for a decade and then ran directly into its absence. Alianna is watching me. The workshop light is gray and diffuses through a single high window, light that doesn't hide anything. "He meant this?" she asks. She gestures, small, at the room. "He meant this." I look around at the pegboard outlines, the worn bench surfaces, the photograph of a man holding an unfinished bowl and grinning. He meant something you make with your hands that stays after you leave. Something that doesn't depend on anyone else's opinion of your last name to hold its shape. She's quiet for a moment. "Did you? Build something real?" I look at her. "Not yet." The words land in the space between us, and neither of us moves to collect them. She's on the workbench edge with her clipboard in her lap and her hands folded on top of it, and I'm on the crate with the bin of Frank's things at my knee, and the workshop carries the fragrance of sawdust and linseed oil and everything my uncle built here over 20 years. I say it without deciding to. He's the realest thing in my life right now. Was the realest thing. I look at the photograph. Until about 6 weeks ago. The silence that follows has a weight to it, but not a bad one. It's a weight something has when it's been said correctly for the first time. I look up. She's looking at me with the expression I couldn't name in the blueprint light on the floor, the deciding look. And this time Gerald isn't going to call. This time the building is quiet, and the workshop smells like honest work, and there's nobody else in the room. She leans forward from the bench edge. Just slightly. The distance between us closes the way distances close when two people stop maintaining them. Not a lunge, not a performance, just the cessation of effort in a particular direction. She kisses me. Brief, warm, her hand coming up to the side of my jaw like she's steadying something. I don't move for one full second out of sheer disbelief that this is currently happening, and then I put one hand over hers and kiss her back. And it's nothing like I imagined and completely as I expected, which is the specific contradiction of something you've been circling for too long. She pulls back, stands up from the bench edge in one clean motion, smooths her vest with both hands, picks up her clipboard. "Third floor punch list," she says. Her voice is almost level. "Right." She walks to the workshop door, then stops with one hand on the frame and looks back at me on the crate. Something in her face. Not the armor, not the composure. Something that's all the way underneath both of them. Is visible for exactly 1 second. Then she's gone. Her boots on the gravel path, quick and deliberate, and the door swings slowly back on its hinges. I sit in the workshop for a while. The photograph of Frank is on top of the bin, still grinning. The tools are in their outlines. The table saw sits level and permanent in the center of the room, built to outlast everyone who ever used it. I'm smiling. I can feel it, and I don't try to stop it, because there's nobody here to see it, except Frank. And Frank, I'm fairly certain, would have had something dry and accurate to say about the whole situation, and then offered me a sandwich. I put the photograph back carefully, snap the bin lid, and go inside.
Chapter 17. Alianna. The storefront looks like a building that has remembered what it's supposed to be. That's the thought I have Thursday morning, standing on the pavement on Delaney with my coffee, looking at the facade before the crew arrives. The scaffolding is down on the ground floor. The original brick is clean, the mortar lines pointed and true. Through the front windows, actual glass now, the boarding gone since Monday, you can see the tin ceiling catching the early light, the restored sections indistinguishable from the original, except for being brighter, the way healed things sometimes are. 10 weeks ago, this was a building someone had given up on. I drink my coffee and let myself feel good about it for exactly 30 seconds. which is the professional allowance. Then I go inside and open my site log. Austin is already at the project table when I come in, which stops surprising me. He's got the buyer correspondence spread out, a Columbus property group that came in 2 weeks ago with serious numbers, and he's making margin notes in the cramped left-handed print I've learned to read upside down from across the table. They want to push the walkthrough to Friday, he says without looking up. Friday works. I'll need the mechanical punch list closed by Thursday noon. I set my bag down. Tony can run the final HVAC check Wednesday if you confirm the duct routing approval today. Already sent it. He slides a paper toward me. The routing confirmation, signed, time-stamped, 7:02 a.m. I also called Halloran about the East Section touch-up. They can come Monday? I look at the confirmation sheet, then at him. He's watching me with that expression he gets when he's done something right and is waiting to see if I'll acknowledge it. Like someone who has learned patience by running out of everything else. Good, I say. High praise. Don't push it. He almost smiles and goes back to the buyer correspondence. I open the punch list. The morning runs the way mornings run now. Clean, efficient. The two of us moving through the building with the ease of people who have learned each other's rhythms without announcing it. I know he takes his coffee black and needs 5 minutes to absorb bad news before he can respond usefully to it. He knows I read drawings better standing than sitting, and that my margin notes mean something different from my clipboard notes, and that if I go quiet on site, it's because I'm calculating, not unhappy. It's a knowing that accumulates without permission. At noon, the crew breaks, and Austin appears at my workbench with 2 cups from groundwork, which he's been doing on Tuesdays and Thursdays for 3 weeks. He sets one at my elbow without comment and leans against the bench beside me, close enough that I'm aware of the proximity and don't move away from it. We eat standing up, looking at the ground floor main space. The flooring is down, wide plank white oak, the original specification I'd fought for in week 2 when he'd flagged the cost. It earned its place. The room knows it. The buyer's agent said she'd never seen a Millfield property this clean, Austin says. That's because most Millfield properties get flipped without anyone actually fixing what's broken. I peel back the wrapper on my sandwich. You fixed what was broken. You fixed what was broken. You paid for it. He turns his head to look at me, and I can feel the look even while I'm looking at the floor. You're not going to give me that. You get credit for the structural decisions, the LVL, the partition relocation. You listened when it mattered. He's quiet for a moment. That's the first time you've said that. It's the first time it felt entirely true. He looks at the ceiling. The tin runs the full length of the room, the restored sections continuous with the original. The whole surface throwing the afternoon light in small repeated patterns. I watched him the day Halloran's crew finished the east section, watched him stand in the middle of the floor, looking up with an expression that had nothing performed in it. Just a man, seeing a thing he'd been told to value and discovering he actually did. You know what I've been thinking about? He says. If it's the east section touch-up not the touch-up. He shifts his weight, turns slightly toward me. Jake Pruitt's party. The sandwich wrapper goes still in my hands. I know, he says. I know, but I've been... He stops, tries again with less hedging. I owe you something I haven't said yet. Directly? I put the sandwich down on the bench. I look at the floor. What you heard that night, he says. What I said. I knew you were there. I think I knew before I finished the sentence, and I kept going anyway because Jeremy was laughing, and I was 16, and that felt like more than it was. He pauses. It wasn't more than anything. I was a coward performing for an audience. And it cost you something. And I knew it cost you something. and I buried it under everything that came after. The main room is quiet around us. Outside, Tony's voice in the parking lot, Nathan's laugh, ordinary sounds. You never apologized, I say. No, for years. No? He says it straight. No defensive scaffolding around it. I told myself I was too far away, then too busy, then it was too long ago. All of which meant I was still doing the same thing I did at 16, deciding it was more comfortable for me to leave it alone. He looks at the floor. I'm sorry, Alianna, for what I said and for how long it took me to say that. I stand with it for a moment. The thing about an apology you've waited a long time for is that it doesn't arrive the way you expected. I had a version of this conversation in my head for years. Sharper, louder, me with the last word, and him reduced to the size he deserved. This is just two people in a building they fixed together, and him saying a true thing plainly, and me standing here with it. You were cruel, I say. Yes, and young and stupid and performing for people who weren't worth it. All of that. You had a lot of growing up to do. He nods once. I know. I look at the oak flooring, then up at the tin ceiling, then at him. I can see that you have, mostly. I let a small beat pass. You're still working on it. Yeah, he says. I know that too. Okay? Okay? I'm not saying it didn't matter. It did. It does. I pick up my coffee. I'm saying I can see the difference between who you were and who you're being now, and I'm not going to pretend I can't just to protect myself. He looks at me for a long moment. The afternoon light through the clean glass falls across the floor between us, and the tin ceiling holds its quiet above it all, and the room is exactly what we made it. That might be the most generous thing anyone said to me in years. He murmurs. Don't make it weird. He laughs. A real one. Short and sudden. The kind that changes his whole face. I've heard it a handful of times now, and it's still slightly startling every time. Not because it's unexpected, but because it's so fully unperformed. I'm smiling. I feel it happen and I don't stop it. He's watching me smile and his expression has gone somewhere I recognize from the workshop, from the blueprint floor, from the back steps at dusk, the deciding look. Except this time, I'm not watching him have it from a distance. I'm in it too. He leans in. The kiss is slower than the workshop, less startling to either of us, which means I'm present for all of it. His hand at my jaw, the warmth of him close, the unhurried quality of something that isn't trying to outrun its own significance. I put one hand against his chest, not pushing, just placing it there, and I feel him exhale against my mouth. I let myself enjoy it. That's the part that's new. Not bracing against it, not filing it somewhere inaccessible, just staying in it. We break apart. I'm still holding my coffee. He hasn't moved his hand from my jaw yet. His thumb at my cheekbone, and we're close enough that I can see the fine lines at the corners of his eyes that weren't in the yearbook photo. My heart is doing something loud. I am aware of it with stunning clarity. Alianna, he says, quietly, like he's just decided something. Don't say anything that ruins it, I tell him. He considers this seriously. The East Section touch-up needs to happen before the Friday walkthrough. That's fine. I step back. I'll tell Halloran. Thank you. He picks up his own coffee from where he'd set it on the bench, looks at the ceiling again, the tin, the room, the whole thing we've built between the two of us, without once agreeing to build it. I open my site log and find the next item on the punch list, and the afternoon runs forward, and through the clean glass windows, the Delaney Street sun comes in and makes everything bright. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 18. Austin. Derek calls at 6:47 a.m. I'm in Carol Petrie's kitchen making eggs I won't eat, still in yesterday's shirt. And I know it's him before I look at the screen because Gerald always calls at 8 and Alianna texts. Nobody else has this number who matters. I let it ring once more. Then I answer. You're out of time, Derek says. No preamble. That's new. He usually warms up with pleasantries, the polished opening that gives him plausible deniability about the conversation's tone. The absence of it tells me something. Good morning. Donnie Anderson's attorney filed supplemental cooperation documents yesterday afternoon. His voice is level, controlled, the specific flatness of a man who has been managing bad news since before breakfast. He's placed the Marchetti restructuring decision with senior partnership. That means me, and you, tangentially, depending on how the communications review goes. Tangentially. Austin. A pause. I need the statement signed. Today. Not this week. Today. I lean against the counter. The eggs are going cold in the pan. And if I don't? Then I take a different approach. There's a story I can place. Not with the SEC, with a business reporter who's been following the Vantage collapse. Local angle. How the disgraced O'Connor heir landed in Millfield and immediately hired a contractor to run renovation invoices through a shell LLC he controls. The eggs. The pan. Carol Petrie's kitchen. That's fabricated. It's a narrative. His tone doesn't shift. The LLC is real. You do control it. The invoices exist. The connection to a flagged entity is documentable, even if the intent behind it isn't. The reporter doesn't need intent. He needs a story that holds together long enough to get published. He pauses. By the time Rodney and Sons finishes issuing clarifications to their commercial clients, the damage is done. I set the pan down. 48 hours, he says. I'm being generous. He ends the call. The drive to Delaney takes 8 minutes, and I don't remember any of it. The Caldwell building is already open when I arrive. Tony's truck is parked on the street, the front door propped. I can hear voices on the second floor, the working rhythm of a Tuesday morning. Tony calling something to Nathan, the sound of the laser level beeping its confirmation. Normal. Completely normal. I stand on the pavement outside for a moment. The facade looks back at me. Clean brick, pointed mortar, the wide glass windows throwing the morning sky. 10 weeks of work made permanent and visible. Alianna had stood here last Thursday with her coffee and looked at it the way someone looks at something they're proud of but won't say so directly. I'd watched her from inside and known exactly what the expression meant. I go in. She's at the project table with the Friday walkthrough checklist, working through it in the deliberate left-to-right sequence she uses for anything that requires sign-off. Her coffee is at her elbow. Her hard hat is pushed back slightly, the way it always is when she's reading rather than working. She looks up. Halloran confirmed the touch-up for tomorrow at 7. Good. I set my bag down. Buyer's agent called about parking access for the walkthrough group. I told her the Delaney lot is available after 9. That work? Fine. I pull out my chair and sit down and open the project file without looking at anything in it. She goes back to the checklist. Her pencil moves. Nathan's voice carries down from above. I look at her. The quality of the morning light in here. White oak underfoot, tin ceiling above, the whole room doing what it was always meant to do, lands on her beautifully. The careful attention, the pencil moving, the coffee she hasn't touched in 4 minutes because she's concentrating, the way she exists in a room, completely, without asking anything of it. Derek's voice is still running in my head. By the time Rodney and Sons finishes issuing clarifications to their commercial clients, the damage is done. She built this in 10 weeks. She and her father built the whole operation across 20-something years, from a truck and a circular saw, and the Ohio-built feature is coming out in the spring, and the buyer group walking through on Friday is going to make my financial problems go away, and none of it belongs anywhere near Derek Paulson's envelope with Donnie Anderson's name on it. I open my mouth. She makes a note in the margin without looking up. I close my mouth. The thing I'm about to say has a shape I can see clearly. The full version. The one that starts with Derek called this morning and ends with, I need you to know what you're standing next to. The version that puts the information where it belongs, in her hands, where she can make a decision with it. The version that is, without any ambiguity, the right thing to do. And then I see her face when she hears it. Not the armor version, but the real one. The way her expression would move through the information. The LLC, the fabricated story, the specific threat aimed at her business and her father's name. The way she would sit with it and then ask, with the direct flatness she uses for things that matter, how long have you known about this? And I would have to answer. Not this morning, but the full answer. Derek's first visit to the site. The envelope. The week I bought myself to find another solution. The 48 hours that started at 6:47 a.m. and are now running. The look on her face for that answer. I look at the project file. Gerald. That's the play. Gerald has been watching the SEC Communications Review for 6 weeks, and if Donnie's attorney has filed supplemental cooperation documents, Gerald needs to know this morning. If someone can get ahead of the reporter angle before Derek makes a call, if Gerald can file something preemptive with the SEC Council that makes a fabricated local story legally untenable, it's thin. I know it's thin. It's the same calculation I've been making since the start. One more day. One more approach. One more way through. That doesn't require me to look at someone I care about and hand her the full weight of what I've been carrying around her. Alianna flips to the next page of the checklist. I had an idea, I say. She looks up. There's a place on Route 9, the orchard out past Harmon Road. I hear myself say it with the detached clarity of watching someone else speak. They do a fall walk, cider, the whole thing. I pause. Tonight, if you're not buried. She looks at me for a moment, reading the air the way she reads a building, checking the load paths. The walk-through prep is on track, she says. I know. And you want to go to an orchard. I want to take you to an orchard. I hold her eyes. That's a bit different. The checklist sits between her hands. Whatever she's looking for in my face, she takes her time finding it. 2 seconds, 3. The morning holds still around us. Route 9, she says. I'll drive. She picks her pencil back up. 5 o'clock. Don't be late. She goes back to the checklist. I go back to the project file and find the first page and read the same 3 lines 4 times without absorbing any of them. 46 hours and some change. Gerald at 8. A fabricated story sitting in Derek's coat pocket beside a real envelope with a real name on it, and Alianna 6 feet away marking up a punch list with the business she built penciled into every line of it. I pull out my phone and open Gerald's number and stare at it. Outside on Delaney, a delivery truck rumbles past. The tin ceiling settles in the morning quiet. Nathan calls something to Tony, and Tony answers, and the building does what it does. Holds everything up, makes room for the work, keeps its structure intact while people move through it and do their best. I send Gerald a text. Need a call before 8. Something's changed. I put my phone face down and pick up a pencil and make a note in the margin of a document that doesn't need one, and the clock runs, and I don't say a word.
Chapter 19. Alianna. I own exactly one dress that isn't for funerals. It's a deep green wrap dress I bought 2 years ago for Yolanda's cousin's wedding and have worn exactly once since, and it's been in the back of my closet behind the good work jacket and a coat I keep meaning to donate. I pull it out at 4 o'clock and hold it up in the mirror and think about putting it back. I put it on instead. The boots are the compromise. Not work boots for once, but the low-heeled brown leather ones I wear for client meetings and permit office visits. I let my hair down. I put on earrings, small gold hoops that were my mother's, because she would have had an opinion about me going somewhere nice with a man I'd spent months pretending I didn't have feelings for, and the opinion would have been, "You put on the earrings." Dad is in the kitchen when I come downstairs. He looks up from the crossword. He doesn't say anything. He just looks at me with the expression he gets when he's satisfied about something and has no intention of making a production of it. "Don't wait up," I say. "I never wait up." He picks up his pencil. "You look like your mother." I take my keys and go. Austin is parked on the street in front of the building at 458, leaning against the passenger door, with his hands in the pockets of a jacket I haven't seen before. Dark wool, collar turned up against the cold. He sees me coming down the pavement and straightens up. His face does something I file away for later. "You're early," I say. "You said don't be late." He opens the passenger door. I hedged. I get in the car. The orchard on Route 9 is called Sutter's, and it's been there longer than either of us has been alive. A fact you can tell from the fence lines and the way the apple trees grow in the unhurried way of things that have had decades to become what they are. The parking lot is half gravel, half dried mud, and there's a barn at the far end with amber light spilling from it and the smell of wood smoke and hot cider. Austin pays the entry fee before I can say anything about it. I let him, because it's a $7 cider ticket, and arguing about it would be ridiculous, and because I'm in the green dress and the gold earrings, and I am apparently doing this. The walk winds through 3 acres of old-growth apple trees, lit at intervals with strung lights that have no pretension about being anything other than extension cords with bulbs on them. Other couples ahead of us, a few families with kids already running. The path is soft underfoot. Austin falls into step beside me. "Have you been here before?" he asks. 3 or 4 times. Dad used to bring me for the picking in September when I was small. I look up through the branches, the last of the leaves catching the lights. "You?" "Never." He looks at the trees. Millfield was where I lived in for a time, not the place I knew. That's a strange way to grow up. It was. He doesn't dress it up. You know what I thought when I drove back in? That I'd spent years treating this place like a waiting room, and now I'm standing in it, and it's actually... He stops, considers. It's a real place. It always was. I know. He glances at me. That's what I mean. The path curves between 2 older trees, their trunks wide and gnarled, branches interlocking above the trail. Somewhere ahead, a child shouts something triumphant, and a parent laughs. The smell of the smoke is stronger here, cider sweet, and the air has the specific bite that I've never figured out how to describe except as real. Austin's hand finds mine. Not a squeeze, not a question. Just his hand settling against mine the way something settles when it's been waiting to, and I close my fingers around it without stopping, without comment, without making anything of it except the fact of it. We walk the whole trail like that. He pulls into the drive-thru on Route 3 on the way back, and I lean forward from the passenger seat. Quarter pounder, large fry. I look at him. Chocolate shake, and don't say anything. I wasn't going to say anything. You had a face. I was going to order the same thing. He rolls the window down as we pull up to the speaker. 2 quarter pounders, 2 large fries, 2 chocolate shakes. I sit back. That's suspicious. It's a good meal. He gives the order and pulls to the window. My Uncle Frank used to drive an hour for a specific McDonald's on the I-71 because he claimed it was better than the one in Columbus. I went with him twice, and I could never tell the difference, and I didn't tell him that because he was happy about it. Was he right? Probably. He takes the bags from the window and hands them to me. He was right about most things. He drives to the lake without asking. I recognize the route when he turns off Route 9 onto the county road, the same one that goes past the back of Millfield High's athletic fields and out to the small reservoir everyone called the lake because reservoir was a word for somewhere else. I went there 1,000 times in high school, usually with Yolanda, and usually to sit on the hood of her car and complain about things with the passion available only to 17-year-olds. He parks at the edge of the lot, nose out toward the water. He doesn't explain why he chose here. He takes his shake from the cup holder and opens his bag, and I do the same. And we eat in the warm quiet of the car, with the engine off and the lake in front of us. It's good. The shake is good and the fries are hot, and the car is filled with the scent of salt and paper bags, and I'm in the green dress eating fast food at the edge of a reservoir I've known my whole life. And it's the best date I've been on in years, which I am aware says something specific about me. Tell me something, I say, pulling the paper from my straw. About what? Anything. You pick. He eats a fry, thinks about it the way he thinks about things on sight, without rushing, actually looking for the answer. My father had a rule: no phones at dinner. Every dinner, no exceptions. Family and business and social, no phones. And he broke it every single time. He looks at the lake. He'd put his phone face down on the table, which he thought was compliance, and he'd check it every 4 minutes anyway. He literally didn't know he was doing it. What was the rule for? Respect, attention. He takes another fry. What it actually communicated was that the rule was for other people. I look at the water. My dad has a thing about measuring twice, not just the trades rule, but everything. He says it before decisions. Before we ever signed a contract, he'd say it. Have you measured twice? And one time I was maybe 15. I asked him, what does that mean for things that aren't lumber? And he said, it means you know what you're holding before you cut. Austin is quiet for a moment. That's a good man. He is. I set my cup in the holder. The best I know. We sit for a little while with that. The lake is very still. He crumples the bag and sets it in the back, and he turns slightly toward me in the seat, not fully, just enough. He has that expression again. The one from the workshop and the blueprint floor, except it's quieter now, like a question he's already decided to ask. I need to tell you something, he says. I look at him. Okay? Not about Derek. He says it immediately, reading whatever I was thinking. I'll tell you that too. All of it. Properly, tomorrow. His voice is level. This is something else. He looks at the lake, then back at me. I had a crush on you in high school, he says. Sophomore year, junior year, and into senior before I left for boarding school. The whole time, I hold his eyes. Don't say anything. Not the way I had a crush on other girls, which was a performance mostly. He looks down at his hands. You were different. You were the smartest person in every room, and you didn't dress it up or make it easier for anyone. And you could look at a structure and tell me what was wrong with it before the adults in the room had put their glasses on. He pauses. And I was 16, and my father had a very clear picture of what my life was supposed to look like. And a girl like you. He stops, starts again without the hedge. You scared me, because wanting you meant admitting that everything he told me to want was wrong. The lake holds still. Jake Pruitt's party, he says. Jeremy was there and I was performing for him, the way I always performed for him. Because that was how the world worked that I'd been handed. And you were there in that green top, and I said what I said because I was terrified of what I actually felt. And I chose the crowd. He looks at me directly. I've thought about that night for years. I'm not telling you that for your sympathy. I'm telling you because you deserve the real reason, not just the apology. I look at the water. The surface is black and completely still, and the tree line across the reservoir is just a dark edge against a darker sky. And somewhere in the back of my chest, something I have been holding in a specific, compressed way for a very long time is shifting. I knew what I was doing, he says. I know I don't get to show up years later with a better understanding of myself and expect that to cost nothing. He looks at his hands. I'm not the boy from that party. I'm also the person who came from him. And I know the difference. And I know which one I want to be. I turn toward him in the seat. He's watching me with the steady, undefended quality he gets when he's telling the truth. The same quality I'd seen in the blueprint light on the floor when he talked about Vantage, about the 8 months he'd stayed quiet, no scaffolding around it. I reach across and put my hand against his jaw, the same way he's done it to me, and I kiss him. He stills for exactly 1 second, and then his hand comes up to the back of my neck, and he kisses me back like he's been waiting to do it right, properly, without a job site around us and a punch list somewhere nearby. It's warm and unhurried and deep, and I feel it in my sternum. When I break it, I stay close. His forehead against mine, both of us just breathing. I'm measured twice. I murmur. He laughs, low and surprised and real. His hand is still at the back of my neck, fingers in my hair, and I feel him exhale. I tilt my chin back up and kiss him again, slower this time. His other hand finds my waist in the dark of the car, and the green dress has a zipper at the back, and when his fingers find it and draw it down, 1 deliberate inch, I don't stop him.
Chapter 20. Austin. The zipper gives another inch, then another. The dress falls from her shoulders and she lets it, and I reach up and turn on the overhead dome light because I want to see her, and she goes still for a second. A small intake of breath, an instinct to cover, and I put my hand flat against her sternum before she can. Don't, I say. Not a command, a request. She looks at me. You're beautiful. I say it the way I say true things on sight, without dressing it up, and I watch her decide to believe it.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Her hand rests flat on my chest. I feel my own heartbeat under her palm working its way back to something normal. I look at the ceiling of the car. This woman designed a building in her sketchbook. She rebuilt a rotten column line in 11 days. She looked at me across years of justified anger and measured twice and kissed me anyway. And she is the most real thing in my life. Which is what Frank meant, I understand now. Sitting in a parked car at the edge of the Millfield Reservoir with her hair across my shoulder. He meant this. He meant someone who builds something true. Derek, the reporter, the LLC, the fabricated story with Rodney and Sons in the headline, all of it is still sitting exactly where it was this morning. None of it resolved. The whole structure of it still waiting to come down on us if I don't find a way through. I look at her profile in the dome light. She's watching the water through the windshield. Her breathing steady now, completely at rest. She doesn't know. She trusts me with this moment without knowing what I'm sitting on. And the specific weight of that is heavier than anything Derek put in an envelope. I pull her slightly closer. She doesn't move away. The lake sits quiet beyond the glass, and I hold on to what I have for the hours I have left to hold it.
Chapter 21. Alianna. Tony finds me at 9:14 a.m. on the 3rd floor. I know something is wrong before he says a word, because Tony Vasquez does not come looking for me with his hat in his hands. In the years I've worked with him, he has delivered burst pipes, a collapsed joist, a materials order that showed up as the wrong grade of lumber. All of it standing flat-footed with his arms crossed, absorbing the problem the way a good foreperson absorbs things. He finds me solutions. He doesn't find me with that expression. What? I say. He holds his phone out. It's a local business blog, the kind that aggregates Columbus news and repackages it with a Millfield dateline. Millfield contractor tied to O'Connor fraud investigation. The byline is someone named Kyle Breck. The timestamp is 8:51 a.m. I read it standing on the unfinished 3rd floor, with sawdust under my boots and the sound of Nathan's work on the floor below us. The piece is 3 paragraphs. It names Rodney and Sons by full business name. It references an LLC registered in Austin's name, the same LLC his lawyer had flagged in the SEC review, which I know because Austin told me about it on the blueprint floor, and states that renovation invoices from our company were routed through the entity as part of a pattern of financial obfuscation connected to the Vantage Capital investigation. It quotes no-name sources. It doesn't need to. It has the invoice amounts. It has the contract dates. It has our company's EIN, which is public record, and which, sitting in this context, reads like evidence. None of it is true. I know with absolute certainty that none of it is true because I wrote every one of those invoices myself, justified to 3 decimal places, filed them through the same accounts we've used since before I took over the books. There is no LLC routing. There is no obfuscation. There is a contractor who did clean, honest work on a building and charged the correct rate for it. That's not what the article says. I hand the phone back to Tony. How many people have seen this? I ask. Nathan sent it to me. He got it from his wife. She works at the permit office. Tony's voice is measured, giving me the facts. I don't know beyond that. The permit office, where every commercial contractor in Millfield has standing business, where our company name and the names of our clients are logged on every single job we've pulled. All right, I pick up my clipboard. Keep the crew working. Don't address it with anyone until I do. Tony nods and puts his hat back on. I go downstairs. Austin is at the project table with the buyer correspondence when I come through the door. He looks up, takes in my face. I put my phone on the table in front of him with the article pulled up. He goes still. He reads it. His face doesn't move, not the jaw, not the eyes, nothing that performs anything. He reads it the way a person reads something they already knew was coming, the specific stillness of recognition rather than surprise. I watch that stillness arrive. Austin. My voice comes out flat and controlled, which is the only register available to me right now. Is this Derek? He sets the phone down. He looks at me. Yes, he says. I put both hands flat on the table. The oak surface is smooth and real under my palms. And you knew about this threat? Yes, he says it without hedging. At least he does that. How long? A pause. 2 seconds. Since his first visit to the site. The first visit, weeks ago, before the cookout, before the back steps, before the blueprint floor and the workshop and the orchard, and the green dress in a car at the edge of the reservoir. I run the timeline in my head and it takes no time at all, because I know every date on this project by memory. Weeks, I say. Yes. You knew he was threatening to do this to my business. For weeks. He doesn't look away. He stays with it, which I will give him, because the old Austin O'Connor would have reached for an explanation by now, would have started building scaffolding around the answer. This one just holds the weight of it. Yes, he says. I pick up my phone. I step back from the table. My chest is doing something that I refuse to let reach my face, a hot pressure sitting high and specific, and I breathe through it because I am standing in my job site and I do not cry at my job site. I asked you directly, I say. Twice. Is there anything I should know about this project? You said no. I said. You said nothing I need to worry about. I hear my own voice go quieter, which is what happens when I'm most serious. I told myself I'd heard it right. I had. He looks at the table. I was trying to handle it before it got to you. You were deciding for me what I got to know about my own business. He doesn't answer that, because there is no answer. He knows exactly what it is. I know he knows. He told me himself on a blueprint floor weeks ago. I made the same decision I always make when something gets complicated. I decided to handle it without telling you. He told me that about Vantage, about a woman who lost 1/3 of her retirement account while he managed his own comfort. And I sat with it, and I believed him when he said he knew the difference. My phone is in my hand, and my throat is tight, and I have a business with my father's name on it, and a report with our EIN number in it, sitting on a local blog where Nathan's wife at the permit office has already read it. And the man standing across this table knew it was coming and said nothing. Alianna, what is the LLC? Not a question. I need the full shape of it, from him, out loud. It's a holding entity I set up for the property. My lawyer set it up. The renovation invoices were never routed through it. That's fabricated. The LLC received the mortgage proceeds for the property purchase, that's all. Can you prove that? Gerald can. There's a clean paper trail. Derek is using the existence of the entity and your invoices and placing them next to each other without a connecting line and calling it a line. Austin, my voice drops to something I've never used with him before. You knew for weeks, and I asked you twice, and you said nothing, and I stop, breathe. I let you in. I let you into everything, and you sat across from me every single day holding this. I know what I did. Then why? Because I was afraid you'd leave? He says it simply, no armor around it, no decoration, just the fact of it placed on the table. And I told myself I was protecting you, and I was protecting myself, and I knew the difference, and I did it anyway. I stood in this building for 10 weeks. I rebuilt it. I know every load path, every revised spec, Every measurement I took twice before cutting. I know this building better than I know most people, and the man who owns it sat at that table while I worked and said nothing you need to worry about, while Derek Paulson locked in on my business like a predator circling its prey. I have to call my father, I say. Alianna, don't. My voice comes out harder than I planned. Don't say my name like that right now. I stand in the middle of the ground floor with my phone in my hand and my father's name in my throat. The man who built this business with 30 years of honest work and a bad back and a rule about measuring twice, whose reputation is now sitting in a blog post next to the word fraud. The hot pressure rises. I press the back of my hand to my mouth and breathe through my nose and do not let it out, because Tony is upstairs and Nathan is somewhere on this site, and I am Alianna Rodney, and I do not fall apart at work. But I feel it, the specific feeling of having let the armor down, inch by inch, deliberately, with both eyes open, and having been wrong about what was underneath. Not malice, not calculation. Something almost worse. A man who cared about me and chose himself anyway, and knew he was doing it, and did it in the same room as me for weeks. I knew what it was. I knew what nothing you need to worry about meant when I heard it. I filed it and went back to the punch list and told myself I was choosing trust over habit. I was choosing him over my own read of the room. I find Dad's number and press call and walk to the back of the building, away from the stairs, away from the sound of the crew. He answers on the second ring, his morning voice, calm and unhurried. Dad, I say, I need to tell you something.
Chapter 22. Austin. The storefront is empty by noon. Tony pulled the crew at 11, professional and quiet, not making anything of it. He gave me a look on the way out, not hostile, just the look of a man who has taken the measure of a situation and found it exactly as bad as he expected. The Halloran truck was already gone. Nathan's equipment cases sat stacked by the door, waiting for pickup. Now it's just the building. I sit on the project table because I can't stand anymore, and I'm not going to the floor. The buyer correspondence is still spread in front of me. Friday's walkthrough checklist, Alianna's handwriting in the margins, the brick doorstop in the corner where she left it 3 months ago and never moved. I look at the tin ceiling. The restored sections run the full length of the room, continuous with the original. The work so clean the seams are invisible. This is what she does. She fixes things so completely there's no visible record of the break. I've watched her do it to this building for 10 weeks, and I wanted to believe she'd done it to me too. That all the careful accumulation of it, the tailgate and the back steps and the blueprint floor, and her hand in mine on a gravel path between apple trees, meant the original damage had been corrected. It hadn't. I just stopped looking at it. Jake Pruitt's party. Hallway comments delivered to a boy's approving laugh. A scholarship girl in a green top who heard every word and carried them for years while I buried them under the next thing and the next. I told her the truth about it on the Delaney site 2 weeks ago and felt righteous about it, like disclosure was the same as repair. And Vantage. 8 months of watching the Marchetti Fund and choosing not to ask because asking would have cost me something. Clients who trusted a firm I knew was sick because I decided that knowledge was mine to manage privately. Derek orchestrating the whole mechanism while I kept my books clean and my hands technically empty and told myself separation was a kind of innocence. It wasn't innocence. It was the same choice. Dressed differently but the same architecture underneath. Austin O'Connor decides what other people get to know about risks they're already standing in. I've been making that choice since I was 16. I just kept upgrading the justification. Her face when she read the article. Not surprised that was the part I couldn't look at directly. Recognition. She'd heard nothing you need to worry about and filed it correctly the first time and overrode her own read to trust me, and I watched her do it and said nothing. And now her father's business name is in a blog post next to the word fraud. The ceiling holds still above me. All the work, every hour of it, every decision she fought for, and every argument that ended in laughter, and every morning she drove the Ford down Delaney and walked through that door like she owned the building, because she effectively did. She built this. I owned the walls. She built what they contained. And I stood in them and lied by omission for 11 weeks. I pick up my phone. Gerald answers mid-first ring. I was about to call you. Derek moved faster than I expected. I know. I stand up from the table and walk to the window. Delaney is quiet, a single car passing. I need you to call Donnie Anderson's attorney today. A pause. Austin. I'll cooperate fully. Whatever Donnie needs to make the case against Derek, I'll provide it. Communications, timeline, the Marchetti decision chain, all of it. I watch the street. Whatever it costs my reputation, I don't care. I want Derek to answer for this. Gerald is quiet for a moment. Not the quiet of surprise, more the quality of a man revising a calculation he'd already made. You understand what full cooperation looks like for you? You weren't the architect of this, but you were present for decision points. The SEC will see it that way. I was present, I say. That's accurate. I made choices at those decision points that I'd like the chance to be honest about for the first time. I look at the tin ceiling. Call Donnie's attorney. Tell him I'm ready to talk. Another pause. Shorter. All right. And Gerald, the Kyle Breck story, the one Derek planted this morning. Is there a way to kill it legally? If I can document that it originated as a threat from a party under SEC investigation, yes. That makes it actionable defamation, and the publication will pull it to avoid liability. I'll need Derek's communications to you. The calls, the text he sent last week, everything. You'll have them in an hour. Okay. This was the right call, Austin. For what it's worth. It's not the right call, I say. It's the only one left. I end the call. Derek picks up on the third ring, which means he was watching for it. He always watches for it. Austin. His tone is warm, the closing a deal warmth, the sound of a man who believes he's already won. I'm glad you called. I think you've had time to think through the sensible. I've reached a decision, I say. I want to talk about it. Good. That's in person. Tonight. 6 o'clock. I look at the surrounding storefront, at the oak floor and the restored ceiling, and the window letting in the cold light. The Caldwell Building, Delaney Street. A beat. Your renovation project. It's a good space. You should see it. Something shifts in his tone, brief and controlled. He's recalibrating. He does it fast, but I know the sound of it. Know it from 3 years as his partner. Know exactly what the half-second gap before his next sentence means. You're not going to ask me to come to an empty building without a reason. The reason is I want to look at you when I tell you what I've decided. I keep my voice level. 6 o'clock. Come alone. Another pause. He's weighing it. Risk versus opportunity. The calculation he runs on everything. He thinks I'm about to cave, and he wants the satisfaction of being in the room for it. He's always been that kind of man. 6 o'clock, he says. Pleasant again. I'll be there. He ends the call. I set the phone on the project table and stand in the empty building with my hands at my sides. The buyer correspondence is still spread in front of me. Friday's walkthrough, Alianna's checklist, every item on it checked in her careful pencil. Outside, a delivery truck rumbles down Delaney, and the tin ceiling registers the vibration in a low hum that travels the full length of the room and fades. I am not going to give Derek anything. I am going to sit across from him in a building Alianna rebuilt and tell him to his face what I've already told Gerald, and I'm going to let him understand that the window he gave me produced a different result than he planned, and then Gerald and Donnie Anderson's attorney will do the rest. My phone buzzes. Gerald's name on the screen. I open the text. Donnie's attorney confirmed. He's open to working with you. Call him tomorrow, 9 a.m. Jeff Nasser. Here's his number. This is good news. I read it twice. Good news. The phrase sits flat on the screen, correct and insufficient at the same time. Gerald means legally. He means the shape of the case, and the civil exposure, and the suspended license that might one day be reinstated. That's what good news means in his context. In mine, it means I made the right call too late. It means that whatever happens with the SEC and Derek and the Kyle Breck article, that will come down in 24 hours when Gerald files the documentation. None of it is the thing that matters most today. What matters today is Alianna. The look on her face that wasn't surprise. The years before this, and the 11 weeks after, and the hand in mine on a gravel path that I didn't deserve. The ceiling holds steady above me, all its repaired seams invisible, the whole surface continuous and clean. I pick up the project file and sit back down and wait for 6 o'clock.
Chapter 23. Alianna. The porch light draws in moths, making their fat and pale bodies bump the glass globe with the persistence of creatures that don't know they should have died 2 months ago. I watch them from the top step with a cheerwine in my hand, condensation cold against my palm, even in the night air. And I think about how I've been sitting here for 40 minutes, and the bottle is still half full because I keep forgetting to drink it. The street is quiet. A dog somewhere on Clement. The Harmon's porch light across the way flickering the way it has for 3 years. The bulb never quite dying, and never quite right. I let myself cry in the kitchen. I'm done now. What's left is a specific hollow behind my sternum that I know from experience doesn't fill quickly, and an exhaustion that goes beyond the hours I worked today. The screen door opens behind me. Dad's slippers on the porch boards. He lowers himself into the chair to my left, with the careful, unhurried motion of a man whose back informs every decision about sitting and standing. And he's got his mug of decaf that he's been drinking at this hour for 30 years. Even though decaf is a lie, he tells himself about sleep. He doesn't ask me anything. He just sits. The moths find the globe again. Tap. I feel so stupid, I say. He drinks his coffee. I knew when he said it. Nothing you need to worry about. I heard exactly what that was, and I went back to work anyway. I pick at the label on the cheerwine bottle. The paper comes off in a long strip, and I fold it between my fingers. I chose to trust him over my own read. I've never done that. Not once in my life have I done that, and I did it with him. Why do you think that is? Dad's voice is low and unhurried, the voice he uses when he already knows the answer, and is asking because I need to say it out loud. Because I wanted to. The words sit plain and ugly in the night air. Because I was already in it and I didn't want to not be. He nods once. He let Derek threaten my business. Our business. Your name. My throat tightens and I push through it. For weeks, he stood in that building every single day and let me work and said nothing. And I stopped. I gave him everything, Dad. I don't do that. You know I don't do that. I know. And he still, I know, baby. The street holds its quiet. Down the block, the Harmon light flickers, holds, flickers again. I drink the cheerwine in its room temperature now, sweet and flat. And I drink it anyway because I need something to do with my hands. Nathan called me, Dad says. And Tony? I look at him. Not about the article, just checking on the crew situation. What's happening with the project? He wraps both hands around his mug. Tony didn't say much. Nathan said Austin showed up at the site after you left, and the place was empty, and he sat in the parking lot for a while. He sat outside the house, too. I look at the street. In his car. I saw the headlights from the kitchen window. Dad says nothing to that. He left eventually. I finished the bottle and set it on the step beside me. I didn't go out. All right. I had nothing to say to him. Dad turns his mug in his hands, the slow rotation he does when he's thinking through something he wants to say carefully. I know the gesture, the way I know the sound of his truck, the specific weight of him in a room. That man made a bad choice, he says, a bad chain of them. Yes, no question about that. No. And he should have told you. He pauses. Week 1. Soon as that Derek fellow showed his face, he should have put it on the table and let you decide what to do with it. Yes, my voice comes out tighter than I mean it to. He should have. Dad nods, sets his mug on the arm of the chair. I met him 3 times. He says, cookout, once when I came by the site on a Thursday, once in the hardware store parking lot. He looks at the street. You know what I noticed? Dad. I noticed he didn't perform anything for me. He says it simply, like a measurement. Men trying to make an impression on a girl's father perform. They shake your hand too hard, or they talk too much, or they tell you about themselves instead of asking about you. He didn't do any of that. He pauses. He talked to me like I was a person, asked about the business, asked how my back was, which your last 2 contractor clients didn't know anything about. That doesn't fix what he did. No, Dad agrees, taking a slow sip of his decaf. It doesn't, and he was wrong for that, but it's part of the full picture. And you've always been someone who wants the full picture before she makes a cut. He sets the mug down. That's your rule, not mine. I'm just reminding you of it. My throat does something uncomfortable, and I let it settle before I answer. He's going to be okay, Dad says quietly. The business, too. I know. I press my thumbnail into the folded label strip. I know it has an end. That's not... What? I look at my hands. I let him in, Dad. I don't do that. I have never done that, not since high school. And I swore after that I was done letting people close enough to... I stop again. Breathe. And I did it again. With the one person on the planet who had the most reasons to be untrustworthy, I talked myself into it. And he proved me right. Dad is quiet for a moment. Did he? He says. I look at him. He holds my eyes, calm and steady, the same look he gave me when I was 12 and brought him a piece of framing I thought was warped, and it turned out my level was off. Not telling me I was wrong, asking me to check the instrument before I condemned the work. He proved that Derek right, Dad says. Derek, who tried to use you against Austin and used Austin's fear of losing you against both of you. He tilts his head slightly. What Austin proved is that he's a man still figuring out how to be brave, which is different. It shouldn't be on me to wait for him to figure it out. Nobody said anything about waiting. Dad picks up his mug, drains the last of it. I'm just saying what I see. Man did wrong. Man also, when it came to the real moment, didn't take the easy exit. He sets the mug on the arm of the chair and looks at the street. Those 2 things are both true. What you do with that is yours. I sit with it. The porch holds us in its small circle of light. It's too late anyway, I say. What's done is done. Dad looks at me. Just looks, the way he has my whole life, with the patience of a man who has learned that sometimes people need to hear themselves say something wrong before they can hear that it's wrong. I feel it the moment I hear it back, the flatness of it, the way it closes a door I haven't actually decided to close yet. I shake my head once and look at the street. I don't know what I mean. I know. I'm not ready to think about what comes next. You don't have to be. The moths have given up on the globe. The porch is quiet now. Just the street and the flickering Harmon light and the night settling into the cold. Dad reaches over and pats my knee once, the same way he's done since I was small, brief and solid, and then he picks up his mug and pushes himself out of the chair, giving some consideration to his back. Come inside when you're cold, he says. Yeah. The screen door opens and closes. His slippers on the kitchen floor. The sound of the mug going into the sink, then the low murmur of the late news starting in the other room. I sit on the top step with the empty cheerwine bottle and the folded strip of label in my hand, and the whole quiet street in front of me. And I don't know what comes next. And for tonight, that has to be enough.
Chapter 24. Austin. Derek arrives at 6:03. I hear his rental car before I see it. He parks on Delaney and sits inside for a moment, which he always does before entering a room, composing himself, taking stock of the terrain. I'm standing at the project table when he pushes through the front door, hands in the pockets of his coat. He steps in and takes the space in the way Derek takes all spaces, rapidly, cataloging everything before he's crossed the threshold. He looks at the tin ceiling, the white oak floor, the clean brick of the north wall. Nice, he says. You've been busy. My contractor has been busy. I stay where I am. Close the door. He closes it. Walks toward me with the unhurried ease of a man who has talked his way out of every room he's ever been in, his smile doing the advance work. I'm glad you called, he says. I was starting to think you were going to do something dramatic. I did something dramatic, I say. That's what I want to tell you about. He stops on the other side of the table, reads my face, the specific rapid read he runs on everyone. Something moves behind his eyes. A small movement, filed away instantly behind the smile. I spoke to Gerald yesterday morning, I say. Gerald called Jeff Nasser. You know who that is? The smile holds. Donnie's attorney. Donnie's attorney. I put my hands flat on the table. I gave Nasser a full timeline of the Marchetti restructuring, including every decision point where I was present and every decision point where I wasn't. I gave him the communication logs, yours and mine, going back to the fund review in February. Everything. I watch his face. I also gave Gerald every call and text you've sent me since you showed up in Millfield. He filed documentation with the SEC yesterday afternoon, establishing your Millfield visit as an attempt to obstruct the investigation. The Kyle Breck story came down this morning. The publication pulled it when Gerald's letter arrived. Derek is very still. The article is gone, I say. Rodney and Sons is clean. Gerald is sending a correction notice to the permit office and the 3 commercial clients who saw the piece before it came down. By tomorrow, the only documentation with Alianna's business name on it will be a clean contract with a completed renovation attached. You bastard! He says it softly, sitting in the air between us while he blinks slowly. You went after her business, I say. I told you the first time you came here. Don't touch her. You did it anyway. His jaw moves. The smile has completely vacated. What's underneath it is something I've seen before, in boardrooms, in the early morning calls that happened when a fund position moved wrong. The specific expression of Derek Paulson when the terrain stops cooperating and he has to work without the ground being flat. You just handed the SEC everything they needed to come after you, he says. You understand that. Your timeline puts you in the room for 3 decision points. It does. I straighten up from the table. And I was in the room. I didn't make your calls, but I was present. and I stayed quiet. And that's my share. And I'll answer for it. Your license is suspended. Has been for 6 months. I look at him. You think I'm protecting a license? I gave that up when I called Nasser. Something shifts in his posture. Barely perceptible, a fraction of an inch in the shoulders. But I know him well enough. He's recalculating the leverage points and finding them gone, one by one, the same way I watched him run a position review when a trade moved against the fund, looking for the exit angle. We could have worked this out, he says. His voice drops into the register he uses for private conversations, the reasonable tone, the one that sounds like candor and isn't. Between us. Quietly. You didn't need to involve Nasser. You didn't need to. You fabricated documents with her company name on them, I say. You did that after I told you no. There was no working it out after that. He straightens his coat. Donnie's going to take you down with me. Maybe. I hold his eyes. Probably not. But either way, I'm done making choices based on what's comfortable for me and bad for other people. That's what got us here. I come around the table, close enough that he has to hold his ground or take a step back. You need to leave Millfield tonight. You need to go back to Columbus and lawyer up, because Nasser is going to move fast, and when he does, you want to already be sitting across from your attorney. Derek looks at me. The full look. The read he runs on opposing negotiators, on fund managers across a conference table, on anyone who has something he needs. Looking for the play, the angle, the thing I haven't accounted for. He doesn't find one. His hand comes up fast. I catch his wrist before the punch connects, pivot, and put him against the project table with his arm behind his back. He's not a physical man. Never was. 3 years as his partner and I never once saw him in a situation where his mouth couldn't exit before it became physical. He thrashes. A short, furious struggle, his shoulder against the table, his free hand scrabbling for purchase on the oak surface. He gets a punch into my ribs with his left. Not nothing. I'll feel it tomorrow. And I tighten my grip and put more of my weight behind it, and he stops. Easy, I say. Get off me. His voice is tight and flat. Stop swinging and I will. He goes still. I hold it for another 3 seconds, then step back and let him find his feet. He straightens his coat again, the automatic gesture, the same one he does after every meeting that didn't go the way he planned. We could have sunk Donnie, he says. Together. You know that. Donnie Anderson is a 24-year-old analyst who was in the room for 2 meetings. We could have made this his problem and walked. I look at him. At the coat, the posture, the whole managed presentation of a man who has never once in his professional life been the one left holding the thing he broke. I know. So why? Because I'm done playing those games, I say. And because I want to watch you sink. He stares at me. Go back to Columbus, Derek. He looks around the room once more. The ceiling, the floor, the whole restored building. Whatever he's looking for in it, he doesn't find that either. He walks to the door, and his hand is on the frame when he stops. You know what you've done, he says. Not a threat, just the fact of it. Yeah, I look at the tin ceiling. I know exactly what I've done. He goes. The door swings shut. His car starts on Delaney, pulls out, moves away up the street, and then the building is quiet. I stand in the middle of the main room and breathe. The ceiling holds above me, all its repaired seams invisible, the whole surface continuous and clean. White oak underfoot, the original brick exposed along the north wall, the clean glass of the front windows, letting in the last of the evening light as it flattens against the Delaney pavement. Alianna's brick doorstop still in the corner, her handwriting in the margins of the walk-through checklist, still spread on the project table. I take out my phone, Gerald's number. He picks up on the second ring. It's done? He's leaving, I say. He's not going to be a problem. Good. Nasser called an hour ago. The SEC Council confirmed they received the disclosure package. Austin. He pauses the way he does when he's about to say something he means. You're not clear yet. That's months of process, but the direction has changed. Significantly. All right. Get some rest. I end the call. The building settles around me in its evening quiet. The tick of the tin cooling, the faint transmission of a vehicle on Delaney, the distant sound of someone's television through a window up the block. The ordinary sounds of a town going about its night, indifferent to the weight of one man standing in a room he's about to walk away from. The buyer walks through Friday. The sale closes in 30 days if it goes well. The SEC runs its process. Gerald works his timeline. All of that is true, and none of it is the thing pressing hardest against my sternum right now. I look at the checklist on the table, the punch list items in her careful pencil, every checkbox precise, the margin notes cross-referencing her site log entries. 11 weeks of that handwriting. The brick doorstop she never moved because it was in the right place, and she doesn't fix what isn't broken. I pick up my phone. I look at her name. I put it back in my pocket. Not yet. That's the full weight of what I know right now, sitting clean and specific in the center of everything else. I've done what I can do from this side of it, and the rest is not mine to push. She gets to decide with the full picture in front of her, and the full picture takes time to settle, and I have spent months making decisions about what other people got to know and when, and I am not going to do that again. I look around the room one more time, the whole of it. Then I turn off the work light and lock the door and drive back through Millfield in the dark.
Chapter 25. Alianna. The Rosewood Diner does not have good coffee. It has hot coffee, which is a different thing, and it has booths with red vinyl that's been patched with electrical tape in 3 places, and a laminated menu that hasn't changed since I was in high school. Yolanda always orders the same thing, the Western omelet with hash browns, and a glass of orange juice she'll drink half of and abandon. I get the biscuits and the coffee I don't need, and we take the booth in the back corner, where the radiator works and the server leaves you alone. It's been 4 days since I last spoke to Austin. You look terrible, Yolanda says, settling across from me. Thank you. I mean it professionally. I'm a social worker. I assess people. You assess at-risk youth. Grief is grief. She opens her menu, even though she's been ordering the same thing here since 2014. How's your dad? Fine. He's been fine. He went to the hardware store yesterday and came back with a bag of things we don't need and didn't say a word about any of it. That's his version of giving you space. I know. The server comes, a woman named Rita who has been doing the same job well for 20 years and has stopped needing to perform anything about it. We order. Rita goes. The radiator ticks. Yolanda puts the menu down and looks at me. Tell me, she says. So I do. Not the version I've been running in my head on a loop, the one that starts with the article and ends with his truck leaving my street. The whole version, from the beginning, the bid. The first day on site when he showed up in work clothes he clearly didn't own yet and tried to be useful. The tailgate, the blueprint floor, the workshop, the orchard and the car at the reservoir, and waking up in my own bed afterward with the feeling that I'd spent 11 weeks pretending wasn't there. And then, nothing you need to worry about. The article. The phone call where he said yes, he knew, he'd known for weeks. Yolanda listens through all of it with the focused stillness she uses when something matters. When I finish, she's quiet for a moment. Derek's gone? She asks. The article came down Wednesday morning. I wrapped both hands around my coffee mug. Our commercial clients got a correction letter. The permit office got one too. Business is clean. Because Austin cooperated with the SEC. Because Austin cooperated with the SEC. I agree. Yes, Rita sets our plates down. The biscuits are good. They've always been good. And I break one open and apply butter that immediately vanishes into the steam. And I eat it because I've barely eaten today, and it's 11:30. So the thing that hurt you, Yolanda says carefully, is real. He sat on that information for weeks. Yes. And the thing he did after it fell apart is also real. She forks into her omelet. He didn't take Derek's exit. He gave the SEC everything and took the hit for it. I know. Those are both true at the same time. I know that too. She looks at me over her fork. I'm not hearing a lot of forward motion from you. I'm still in the part where I'm angry. Fair. She eats. How angry? I think about it honestly. 4 days ago, I was livid, hot, and specific and certain. Now it's 4 days later and the anger is still there, but it's sitting differently. Less clean, less certain about its own edges. Less than Tuesday? I say. Okay. Yolanda sets her fork down and picks up her juice, turns the glass in her hand. Can I say something? That's why we're here. He screwed up, she says. No question. He knew and he said nothing, and that was a betrayal of your trust, and you're allowed to be hurt by it. She pauses. And he's also a man who came to Millfield with nothing and has been rebuilding himself in public for 3 months, which is genuinely hard to do. He went to the SEC knowing what it would cost him. Those aren't small things, Ali. I know they're not small. Do you think he's the same person he was? I look at my coffee. The question lands the way Dad's question landed on the porch. Not a trap, just a level held against the work. No, I say. I've been watching him for 3 months. I know the difference. I push a piece of biscuit around my plate. He still makes bad calls when he's scared. He still chooses silence over disclosure when the thing he's protecting feels big enough to justify it. People do that. I know people do that. You do that, Yolanda says, with the gentle precision of a woman who loves you and will not let you off the hook. I look up at her. You've been doing it since high school, she says. Not with business, not at work, but with people. Anytime someone gets close enough that losing them would cost something, you find something to keep them away and you use it. She meets my eyes. You didn't tell me you'd kissed him until a week after it happened. You didn't tell your dad you had feelings for him until he asked you directly. That's the same mechanism, Ali. Just pointed inward instead of at someone else. The diner hums around us. The radiator, Rita at the counter, someone's phone across the room playing a notification sound 3 times in a row. That's not the same, I say. It's not identical, Yolanda agrees. But it's the same family. I eat the second biscuit. I'm not tasting it anymore, which is a waste, because the Rosewood makes good biscuits. He's going to sell the building, I say. I heard. Sale closes in 30 days, probably. After that, there's nothing keeping him here. I put my fork down. He doesn't have a job. He doesn't have ties to Millfield. His whole life before this was Columbus. And it doesn't matter what I feel if he leaves. Yolanda looks at me for a long moment. She sets her juice glass down with the particular care of someone choosing their words. You don't want him to go. I don't say anything. Alianna, I know I don't want him to go. My voice comes out flat. Okay, I know that. That doesn't mean wanting it makes it a reasonable thing to want. I can feel something and also recognize that A future where it works out requires a series of things that aren't in place. Like what? Like him having a reason to stay. Like the SEC being resolved, which is months away at minimum. Like me trusting him again, which I don't know how to do right now, even if I wanted to. I put my hands flat on the table. There are about 6 things between where we are and any version of this that functions. Yolanda folds her arms on the table edge and leans forward. Can I tell you what I see? Go ahead. I see a woman sitting across from me who has spent 10 years building walls, specifically engineered so that no one can do to her what got done to her at 16. She keeps her voice even, no charge in it. And then this man shows up, and you watch him for 3 months, and you decide he's different, and you let him in, which is the bravest thing you've done since you turned down that scholarship to stay for your family. She pauses. And then he makes a bad call, a real one, not a small one. And you feel it, and you shut the door, and now you're sitting here building the case for why a future between you is structurally unsound, and I'm watching you do the thing you always do. What thing? You reach for the framework when you're scared. She holds my eyes. You find the reasons it can't work, because reasons are easier than hoping it might. The diner is warm, and the coffee is still hot, and I have nothing to say to that. I know when Yolanda is right. I've known her long enough that the truth of what she says registers in my body before my mind catches up. A specific loosening somewhere within my body that I've learned to recognize as the feeling of an argument I was making against myself. He might leave anyway, I say. It comes out smaller than I intend. He might, she doesn't soften it. That's a real risk, and you'd have to sit with it. And the SEC could drag out for a year, and his license might not come back, and he'd be rebuilding from the bottom in a town where people know who he is, and that's hard. Also true, I look at the table. He's not who he was, I say. Not to her. More to the surface in front of me, to the thought I've been running my hands around for 4 days, checking the joinery, finding it sound even when I don't want it to be. I've watched him rebuild himself in front of me for 3 months, and he's not who he was at 16. He's not who he was at Vantage either. He's something in between, still figuring it out, and he makes bad calls when he gets scared, and so do I, and I stop. Yolanda waits. I closed the door before he finished. I say, yeah. Her voice is gentle. You did. I sit with that. The specific weight of it. I heard yes, and I stopped listening. The same way I've been stopping listening for years, every time something from that direction got too close. I built the response before he finished the sentence because the sentence started the way I already knew it would end, except I didn't actually know that. I assumed. I measured once. I don't know what to do, I say. Yes, you do. I'm not ready to. Allie. Yolanda reaches across the table and covers my hand with hers. I'm not telling you to go fix it today. I'm just asking you to stop deciding it's over when you haven't heard the whole sentence yet. I look at her hand on mine, at the ring she's been wearing on her right hand since the year her grandmother died. The small garnet setting that catches the diner light. He's doing something, I say. Dad said he came by the shop. Nathan mentioned he's been at the building after hours, finishing the punch list himself apparently. Sounds like a man trying to show you something. Sounds like a man who doesn't know what else to do with his hands. Yolanda smiles. Maybe both. I pick up my coffee. It's cooled to the temperature where it actually tastes like something. The Rosewood's coffee crosses some threshold around the 15-minute mark where the heat stops masking how bad it is. And then it's just bad. And I drink it anyway because I've been doing that my whole life. You know what Darnell said to me? Yolanda asks. I look at her. When did you talk to my dad? He called me Tuesday to check on you. She pauses. He said, She's going to talk herself out of it if someone doesn't ask her the right question. And what's the right question? She holds my eyes. Did you let him finish talking? The diner hums. Rita refills a coffee 2 tables over. Outside on the street, a truck passes. Diesel engine, the particular low rumble that I know in my sleep from 20 years of job sites. I don't answer. I don't have to. Yolanda picks up her fork and goes back to her omelet. Eat your biscuits, she says. Then figure out what you want to do.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 26. Austin. The closing takes 45 minutes. Gerald sits beside me at the title company's conference table on Birch Street, in a room that reeks of printer toner, and we sign what needs signing while the buyer's attorney works through the documents in the unhurried sequence of a man billing by the hour. The buyer's agent, a woman named Lorelei, who has done this before and radiates the competent ease of a professional who has closed 100 of these, speaks only when something requires clarification. I sign my name 11 times. The last time I set the pen down, Lorelei slides a folder across the table and says, "Congratulations," in a tone that is warm and completely professional, and Gerald shakes my hand. I drive back to the Caldwell building alone. It's a habit. I've been coming here every evening for 2 weeks, after the crew left and the building went quiet, working through the punch list items Alianna hadn't gotten back to finish. The touch-up painting, the hardware on the east side windows, the handles she'd specified that arrived a week late from the supplier. Small things. Things you do with your hands when you don't know what to do with the rest of yourself. I let myself in through the back. The main room is exactly as it was. The white oak floor, the tin ceiling, the clean brick of the north wall catching the late afternoon light through the front windows. The project table is still in the center where it's lived for 3 months. I should have moved it. The buyer asked for the space to be clear, and I go to it and stand with my hands flat on the surface and look at the room. Selling a thing you built is its own specific feeling. Not grief, not exactly. More like watching something you made become a stranger's object, which is the point, which is correct, and which still sits with a weight I wasn't expecting. Gerald called it a clean close. Straightforward sale, good price, timing that hits the liquidity buffer with 3 weeks to spare on the SEC filing deadline. Everything I needed it to be when I drove into Millfield months ago with nothing. I look around the room. The brick doorstop is still in the corner. She never moved it. I left it there deliberately after the crew cleared out, the same way I left the project table, because moving them felt like a finality I'm not ready for. I pick up the doorstop and turn it in my hands. Clay and grit. Heavy. Specific. The weight of something that has been here longer than either of us. Through the front window, Delaney is doing its ordinary Wednesday evening. A delivery truck double-parked at the pharmacy. 2 women walking past with the purposeful pace of people going somewhere that matters to them. A kid on a bicycle taking the corner wide and fast. The town going about its life. I set the brick back in the corner. Then I hear the truck. I know the sound of it before I look up. 11 weeks of that engine pulling into the parking lot at 7:15 in the morning, idling briefly, then cutting out. The Ford with the Rodney and Sons lettering, the tailgate she leans against to eat lunch, the cab with an aroma of sawdust, and the coffee she makes wrong and drinks anyway. I go still. The engine cuts. A car door. Footsteps on the pavement. Unhurried. The particular cadence I know. The front door opens. She's in her work jacket and her boots, the good ones she wears for client meetings. Her hair is down. She stops 2 feet inside the threshold and takes in the room, the empty project table, the brick doorstop, me standing in the middle of the floor like I've been waiting, which I have for a month, without knowing I was doing it. "The closing was today," she says. "Hour ago." She looks around the room, the ceiling, the floor, the north wall, reading it the way she always reads a building, checking the full scope before she says anything. I watch her eyes move and I don't fill the silence, because I've been filling silences wrong my entire life, and I'm done with that. "Dad said you came by the shop," she says. 2 weeks ago. I owed him something face to face." She nods once, still looking at the room. "Nathan said you've been here nights, finishing the punch list." "It needed finishing." "It did." She looks at me. "You did the east window hardware. Your specification. The brushed nickel pulls." Something moves in her face. Not the armor, not the composure. The thing underneath both of them. "Austin." Her voice comes out with a quality I've heard once before, on a back step at dusk when she told me about the architecture scholarship. The real voice, nothing managed. "I know you're selling this place. I know you have no reason to stay in Millfield once it closes. I know the SEC is a year-out minimum, and your license is suspended, and Columbus is where your life was. And I have been sitting with all of those facts for 2 weeks and telling myself they add up to something I should respect." She stops, looks at the floor, then back up at me. "I was in love with you at 16, she says. "Before Jake Pruitt's party, before all of it. I had a terrible crush on you, and I was 16 and stupid, and I let it mean too much. And then you said what you said, and I decided I'd been an idiot, and I built something over it so I wouldn't be an idiot again." Her jaw sets. I've been building on top of it for years. I don't move. I don't breathe. And then you walked back through a door I was standing in, and I told myself it was just a job, just money, just the contract. She almost laughs, small and wry, aimed at herself. "You know how long that lasted? 3 days, maybe. Before I started noticing you were different. Before I started..." She stops again. Her hand comes up and touches the collar of her jacket, a small self-correcting gesture. "I let you in. You know I let you in. I don't do that." "I know," I say. "And you sat on something for weeks that had my father's name in it and said nothing. And I heard the yes and I shut the door before you finished and I..." Her voice drops. "I know I did that. I know I shut it before you could tell me the rest. And I'm not saying what you did was nothing, because it wasn't. It was real, and I'm still angry about it. But I closed a door, and I've been standing on the other side of it for 2 weeks, pretending I did it because you deserved it, and not because I was scared." The room holds still. Delaney is quiet outside. The afternoon light has gone flat and gold across the oak floor, and the tin ceiling catches it in the small repeated patterns I've been looking at alone for 2 weeks. "I don't want you to leave," she says. It comes out plain and direct and completely unguarded, and I can see what it costs her. Not by how she looks, but by the way she holds herself after saying it. The stillness of a person who has just handed someone the thing they've been protecting. I know that might make me look like a damn fool, and I know there are about 10 things between here and any version of this that makes sense. And I know you might leave anyway. I'm telling you because it's true, and I'm done filing things away because they're inconvenient. I cross the room. She watches me come, and she doesn't step back, and I put my hands on her face. Both of them, palms against her jaw the way she's done to me, her face cupped between my hands, and I look at her for 1 full second. "I'm not leaving," I say. Then I kiss her. She goes still for the span of a single breath, and then her hands are at my chest and she's kissing me back with the unhurried deliberateness of someone who has made a decision and is done negotiating with it. It's warm and deep, and she tastes like coffee, and I feel her exhale against my mouth, slow and complete. The specific release of something held a long time. I pull back just enough to look at her, her eyes open. That expression, the fully open one, the one I've seen a handful of times and never once taken for granted. "I talked to a property manager on Monday," I say, "about a lease space on Main, something I can run a consulting practice out of while the license issue resolves." I watch her face. I've been here 10 weeks, and I've been sleeping better than I have in years, which tells me something. She looks at me. "I'm not going back to Columbus," I say. "That's not where anything I want is." Her hands, flat on my chest, press in slightly. Not pushing. Holding. "You painted the trim crooked," she says. "I know. The east wall, second panel from the window. I saw it." "I know you saw it." The corner of her mouth moves. Not a smile yet, but the architecture of one. "I can fix it." "I was hoping you'd say that." She tilts her chin up and kisses me again, and this time there's no building around us that needs anything, no punch list, no walkthrough, no lawyer on a line somewhere waiting. Just the room we made together, and the late light on the floor and her hands on my chest. Staying.
Chapter 27. Alianna. I tell him Thursday morning. We're standing in the empty Caldwell building. No crew, no punch list, nothing left to manage. He's holding 2 cups from groundwork, and I'm in my jacket with my keys still in my hand because I'd driven over without a plan and then stood on the pavement for 3 minutes before going in. "Sunday," I say. "My dad's cooking. You should come." He looks at me over the cups. "You're asking me to Sunday dinner." "I'm asking you to Sunday dinner." He hands me the coffee. "Okay." That's it. No performance around it, just okay. And the quiet of a man who understands what's being offered and is not going to make it strange by talking too much. I drive home telling myself it's just a meal. Dad spends Sunday morning making a grocery list on the back of an envelope, the way he makes all grocery lists, his block print filling the lines, and when I come into the kitchen and see the length of it, I stop. "How many people are you feeding?" He doesn't look up. "Just the 3 of us." The list has short ribs on it, and cornbread, and the sweet potato thing he only makes for holidays and occasions he has decided in advance are going to matter. "Dad." "Go do something useful." He caps his pen. "I have this?" I go do something useful. I stay out of the kitchen. Austin arrives at 5:58 Sunday evening, 2 minutes before I said 6, which is the correct call, and I notice it. He's in dark trousers and a gray button-down with the sleeves rolled to the elbow, which is the right read on the occasion. Not trying too hard, not underdressed, just a man who thought about it. He's carrying a bottle of wine and a small paper bag from the bakery on Clement, which I know from the logo. Darnell Rodney has never in his life turned down a good peach cobbler. I don't know how Austin knows that. And then I think about the hardware store parking lot, and the cookout, and the Thursday site visit. And I know how Austin knows that. I open the door before he knocks. He takes in my face. Then the house behind me, and something in his expression settles. Resolves. "Hi," he says. Hi. I step back. Come in. The house smells like short ribs and the specific warm smell of cornbread in a cast iron pan. Dad has the good plates out, the ones my mother bought at a church sale in 2004, and that live in the cabinet above the refrigerator for exactly this kind of Sunday. He comes out of the kitchen with a dish towel over his shoulder when he hears the door. He and Austin look at each other. Dad puts his hand out. Austin shakes it. Something smells incredible, Austin remarks almost immediately. Short ribs. Dad looks at the paper bag. Is that from Clement Street? Peach cobbler. Dad nods, satisfied, and takes it from him. Good man. Sit down, both of you. It's about 15 minutes. I take Austin's jacket. He follows me to the living room, and I can feel him taking in the space the same way he takes in a building. Quietly, thoroughly. The bookshelves, the family photos on the wall above the TV, the old armchair that has been in the same corner for 20 years. My mother in the frame by the window, the one where she's laughing at something off camera. Her head thrown back, he stops in front of it. She looks like you, he says. That's what everyone says. I look at the photo. She had better posture. He doesn't reach for anything more than that. He just looks at it for a moment and then follows me to the table. Dad cooks the way he does everything, with patience and no wasted motion. The short ribs come out in the Dutch oven, falling from the bone the way they do when they've been going all day. Cornbread in the cast iron, the crust dark at the edges. The sweet potato dish with the brown sugar crust that I have been eating at special occasions my entire life and have never once successfully replicated. We sit down. Dad says, grace the short way, the version that's actually a prayer and not a performance. And then we pass the food around and eat. And for a few minutes, the only sounds are the good sounds of a table being used. Austin eats like he means it, not performing appreciation, just actually present to the food. And he says to Dad at one point, unprompted, "The braising liquid, what's in it?" Dad looks at him. Why? It's got something underneath the red wine. I can't identify it. A little pomegranate. Dad says it like a man being asked about a trade technique. Adds an edge without taking over. I'd never have thought of that. Most people don't. Dad picks up his cornbread. You cook? I'm learning. A pause. I made eggs for months. I'm branching out. Dad's mouth moves at the corner. Not a full smile yet, but the architecture of one, which is where I know I get it from. Eventually, after we finish, I clear the first course and bring out the cobbler while Austin pours the last of the wine. In the kitchen, I stand at the counter for a moment and listen to them talking through the doorway, with Austin asking Dad about the load-bearing work on the Caldwell second floor, Dad explaining the Sister Joyce solution and why they'd gone that route. The comfortable register of two people who understand the same things and don't need to perform anything for each other. I stand there a beat too long. There is a version of tonight I had mapped out in my head, where this was awkward, where Dad was polite and measured, and Austin was on his best behavior, and the whole meal had the quality of an interview. This is not that version. This is two people eating Sunday dinner in the way Sunday dinner is supposed to work, and the feeling sitting in the center of my chest is not complicated and not small. I bring the cobbler to the table. After, Dad makes coffee. Austin carries the plates to the kitchen over my objection, and I let him. Because arguing about it would be stranger than letting it happen. And then Dad comes back to the table, and the three of us sit with our coffee in the easy silence of a meal that went the way it was supposed to go. Dad wraps both hands around his mug. He looks at Austin. I'm going to say something, Dad says. Austin meets his eyes. Doesn't look away. Doesn't put anything up to manage it. Just holds it steady. My daughter has been working since she was 16 years old, Dad says. When her mother got sick, she turned down a scholarship she'd earned, and she did it without complaint, and without letting anyone make her feel anything about it. She built this business with me, and she's carried more of it than she's ever let on. He pauses. She is the best person I know. I say that as her father, but I also say it as someone who has watched her work for 20 years, so I know what I'm talking about. The kitchen is quiet. The refrigerator hums. She's also not one for second chances, Dad says. Not as a rule. She gave you one. I want to make sure you understand what that is. I do, Austin says. His voice is quiet and completely direct. I understand it exactly. What you did on that project, staying silent while that man held our business over your head, that wasn't protecting her. That was protecting yourself, and I think you know it. Yes, sir. Dad nods once, accepting that. I'm not going to tell you to prove yourself to me. That's not how this works. He turns his mug once in his hands. I'll just say, my daughter doesn't need saving. She doesn't need someone to carry things for her. What she needs is someone who's honest with her when it's hard and shows up when he says he will. He looks at Austin levelly. You think you can do that? I think I've done it wrong enough times that I know exactly what it costs not to, Austin says. And I know that's not the same as a guarantee, but I'm staying in Millfield. I'm not going back to Columbus. I signed a lease on a space on Main Street last week. He pauses. I'm here because this is where she is. Dad looks at him for a long moment. The same look he gives a load-bearing wall he's thinking about trusting, taking the full measure of it. Then he nods, slow and deliberate. All right, he says. That's it. The whole of it. 2 words from Darnell Rodney, carrying the weight of everything he doesn't need to say out loud. He picks up his coffee. You want more cobbler? I take more cobbler, Austin says. Dad gets up and goes to the kitchen, and I sit at the table and look at my hands and feel the specific physical sensation of something I have been holding at arm's length for months, finally being allowed to rest where it belongs. Austin is watching me across the table. I look up. He has a fully open expression, the one I've been cataloging since the workshop. No performance in it, no management. Just the man looking at me at my father's table and my mother's plates in the house I grew up in, and staying. You okay? He says, low. Yeah, my voice comes out steady. I'm really okay.
Chapter 28. Austin. The space on Main Street is a former insurance office, which explains the drop ceiling and the carpet the color of old mustard. Both are coming out. The bones underneath are good. Original plaster, wide plank subfloor, a north-facing window that runs the full width of the front wall and throws clean, even light across the room. Gerald stands in the middle of it with his hands in his coat pockets, taking stock. It's small, he says. It's enough. He walks the perimeter the way lawyers walk everything, looking for exits. His dress shoes click on the subfloor where I've already pulled up a section of carpet near the window to check the condition. He stops at the north wall and looks at the plaster, then at the ceiling tiles, then at me. You're serious about this? I signed the lease Thursday. I know you signed the lease. I'm asking if you're serious. He turns fully, facing me. Austin, you don't have to stay in Millfield. The SEC process runs through Columbus. The filing's already in. You can manage that from anywhere. You could go to Chicago. You've got contacts there. Margolin at Tennyson would take your call even now. I know. You could rebuild somewhere you're not recognizable. Fresh start, new city, nobody at the permit office who knew you at 18. I look at the north window. The light coming through it lands on the subfloor in a long rectangle, the grain of the old wood visible through the grime. Oak, probably. Same as the Caldwell floor, which I know is not a coincidence so much as the way this town was built. I could, I say. Gerald waits. I'm staying here. He nods, slow. The license. Gerald, your license is suspended. Possibly for... I know what possibly means. I walk to the window and crouch down, get a look at the subfloor closer. The wood is in good shape under the surface dirt. I run my thumb along the grain. I've been thinking about pivoting. To what? Property consulting. Small commercial. There are buildings in Millfield that haven't been touched in 30 years. Owners who don't know what they're sitting on. Buyers who need someone to read the numbers before they sign. I stand up, dust my hands on my jeans. I don't need a securities license for any of that. I need to know how to read a building and how to read a balance sheet, and I can do both. Gerald looks at me for a moment. His expression goes through something I don't often see on him. That's actually not a bad idea, he says. I know. The market here is underserved. If you built relationships with local lenders. I've already had 2 conversations. I gesture at the window, the room, the whole modest square footage of it. This is the start. It's small. That's fine. He shakes his head, but there's something appreciative in it. You walked away from a 7-figure book of business to consult on commercial renovations in Millfield, Ohio. And I slept 8 hours last night. First time in about 3 years. I look around the room. So, Gerald unbuttons his coat, which for him constitutes settling in. He takes a slow walk back toward the center of the room, looking at the drop ceiling. The tiles are going? All of it. There's plaster above and the original tin in at least part of the front section. I had someone look at it Tuesday. You're renovating your own office now. I have good references for a contractor. He actually smiles at that. Brief, contained, the Gerald version of a laugh. We stand in the quiet of the empty room for a moment, the morning traffic on Main Street audible through the old glass. A truck downshifting at the light, someone's radio briefly, then gone. Derek, Gerald says. What about him? I spoke to Nasser yesterday. He clasps his hands behind his back. Derek hired outside counsel Monday, flew in a man from D.C. He pauses, which means he's in full panic. My shoulders relax finally. Not with satisfaction exactly. More like the feeling of a weight that's been redistributed finally landing where it belongs. Nasser has the communication logs, Gerald continues. The calls, the Millfield texts, the Breck story documentation. Full chain. Derek's DC man can work the optics, but the paper trail is what it is. He looks at me. You gave Nasser everything. That matters. The cooperation is documented. Good. You may come out of this with a suspension rather than a permanent bar. I won't promise that, but it's possible. He tilts his head. You understand that's significantly better than where you were 4 months ago. I understand it. I look at the north window again. The light is still coming through in that same clean rectangle, landing on the same old floor. Gerald, whatever happens to Derek, I want it to be what it is. I'm not trying to add to it. I'm not celebrating it. He should answer for what he did, including what he tried to do to Alianna's business. A pause. But that's where it ends for me. I'm done with that chapter. Gerald studies me. That's a mature position for someone he tried to bury. He didn't manage it. No. He looks at his shoes, then back up. Because you stopped letting him. I move to the center of the room and stand where the desk will go, facing the window. The view is Main Street, the ordinary mid-morning life of a small town. The hardware store 2 doors down, the bakery on the corner, a woman walking a dog with an unhurried pace. Millfield, doing what it does. She invited me to Sunday dinner last night, I say. Alianna. Her house. I look at the street. Darnell cooked. Gerald is quiet for a moment. How did that go? He made short ribs. I put my hands in my pockets. He asked me to account for myself, directly. No diplomacy. I feel the memory of it settle, the weight of Darnell Rodney's eyes across a table, the quality of a man who built everything he has from honest work and has no patience for anything else. I told him I'd done it wrong enough times to know what it costs. He nodded and offered me more cobbler. High praise, Gerald says dryly. That's what she said. He laughs. Actually laughs. Short and genuine. The first time I've heard it in 6 months of legal calls and crisis management and late-night texts about SEC filing deadlines. It changes his whole face. He crosses the room and puts his hand on my shoulder. You've made some good choices, he says. Finally. I look at the north window, the light on the old floor, the whole modest square footage of a room I'm going to gut and rebuild from the plaster up. I had good material to work with, I say. Gerald pats my shoulder once and removes his hand. He buttons his coat back up. I'll call you Thursday when I hear from Nasser. Keep your phone on. Always do. He walks to the door, his dress shoes on the subfloor, and stops with his hand on the frame. He looks back at the room, at me standing in the middle of it, in what is going to be an office, and is currently a gutted insurance company, and was, until recently, the kind of place a man like I used to be would have driven past without looking at. It's a good room, he says. It's going to be. He goes. The door swings shut behind him, and the room holds its quiet. Just the traffic on Main, and the light coming through the north window, and the sound of the town going about its life outside the glass. I pull out my phone. One text, sent 20 minutes ago. Stopped by the space this morning. The drop ceiling needs to come out. Do you want me to look at the plaster above it or not? I type back. Tomorrow morning, 7. I'll have coffee. 3 seconds. Make it right this time. I put my phone in my pocket and stand in the middle of the room with the north light falling across the floor, and something flutters in my heart that has no clinical name and requires none.
Chapter 29. Alianna. The blanket I grabbed from the truck is one of those stadium fleece things, Ohio State logo, that has been living behind my seat for 3 years. It's not romantic. Austin doesn't say anything about it. He spreads it on the flat rock above the creek bend at Harmon Park, the one I used to come to with Yolanda in high school when we needed somewhere quiet to be loud about things. And we sit down with the cooler between us, like a property line neither of us has agreed to remove. It's a Thursday in late October. The maples along the creek have gone the deep, burnt red that only lasts about a week before everything goes brown and bare, and the light is doing the thing it does in fall afternoons, low and specific. Finding the undersides of leaves, cold enough for jackets, warm enough to stay. I unpack the cooler. Sandwiches from the deli on Birch, the good chips, 2 bottles of cheer wine that I've been buying in bulk since I was 12 because some habits are load-bearing. Austin opens his bottle and looks at the creek. Your dad said something to me last week, he says. When? Thursday. I came by the shop to look at the joist specs for the Main Street space. He turns the bottle in his hand. He was finishing an estimate. He didn't stop working while we talked, just kept writing. And he said, she's going to expand south of town in the spring. You should know that about her. I look at him. He told you that before he told me. Did he? I mean, he told me Monday. We've been circling it for a month. I peeled the paper from my sandwich. Commercial contract out of Worthington. New client, good size. Repeat work if we deliver. We're already delivering. I set the paper aside. Look at the creek. We're going to need 2 more crew members by February, and the equipment yard is already at capacity, so we're looking at a parcel on the south end of town. Austin nods, listening the way he listens on site, actually tracking the information, not waiting for his turn. Dad's back is better than it was, but it's not what it was 5 years ago either, I say. He's not going to be able to carry the field work past 60, which is 3 years from now, so I need to build the operation, so it doesn't depend on him being physical. I pick up my sandwich. We're hiring another project manager in the spring. I stop, because the size of it sits on me in a specific way. That's the business my dad built, growing past what one family can hold. Austin is looking at me. What? I say. Nothing. He opens his chips. It's good. It's just good to watch you talk about it. I eat my sandwich and let that land without addressing it, because addressing it would require a register I'm not quite ready for at 11 in the morning on a flat rock by a creek. And you? I ask. Me what? The space on Main. Gerald, the SEC. I look at him. Where are you? He's quiet for a moment. Below us, the creek moves over its stones. The specific sound of water that's been going the same direction for longer than anyone has been watching it. Gerald thinks the suspension holds through next year, he says. Maybe longer. The cooperation helps the case for eventual reinstatement, but eventually is a long word. He picks up his cheerwine, looks at the label. The Main Street space it's coming along. You're pulling the tiles in the wrong sequence. You're creating an uneven reveal. I know that now. I told you on Monday. You told me on Monday, he agrees. I've been doing it wrong since Saturday. I look at the creek. I can fix it. I know you can. He sets the bottle down, rests his forearms on his knees, and looks at the water with the open expression he gets when he's not managing anything. I had a call from Margolin at Tennyson last week, Chicago firm. He was feeling out whether I'd be interested in a consulting arrangement, remote, while the license is suspended. Something I could do from anywhere. I go still, not visibly, but he notices. I told him no, Austin says. I told him I had something here. I look at him. The property consulting is real, he says. I had 3 calls this week. One from a building owner on Clement, who's been sitting on a vacant lot for 7 years and doesn't know what to do with it. One from a buyer's agent in Columbus, who's looking at Millfield commercial properties and needs someone local who can read the numbers. He pauses. One from your dad, asking if I'd look at a parcel on the south end of town. He did not. He did. Austin's mouth moves. He sent me the address and the county assessor file. Said you'd be making a decision by the end of the month. I stare at the creek. That man. He's thorough. He's meddling. He's thorough, Austin repeats, and his tone has something warm and fond in it that I have to look away from briefly because it does something to my chest. I fold up the sandwich paper and put it in the cooler. The maple above us drops a leaf, a single red one that spirals down and lands on the blanket between us, and I pick it up and turn it in my fingers because I need something to do with my hands. We're doing okay, I say, not to him specifically, more to the creek, to the afternoon, to whatever version of myself was sitting in my truck outside a hardware store 8 months ago, with her hands shaking on the wheel. The business is good. Dad's good. I look at the leaf. I'm good. Yeah, Austin says. That's not nothing, given where we both were. It's a lot. He glances at me. Months ago, I was sitting in a box of a penthouse, watching my license get suspended, and telling myself the reputation was the whole thing, that if the reputation went, everything went. He looks at the water. And then everything went. And I'm sitting on a rock by a creek in Millfield eating a deli sandwich. And I am, he stops, considers it honestly. Better. In every way that matters, I'm better. You had the world in your hands. I had the shape of it. He picks up a small stone from beside the blanket. and turns it over, sets it back down. I had the apartment and the title and the expense account and the car, and I was 26 and I thought that was the whole inventory. He pauses. I have nothing compared to that. Genuinely nothing. Suspended license, one lease on a gutted office, a truck that needs new rear brakes. I know about the brakes. I know you know. You've mentioned it twice. He looks at me sideways. The point is, I have nothing, and it's, he finds the word. Humbling, in the real sense, not the performing humility sense, the actual sense of being brought to the ground and finding out what's there. I look at his profile. The creek light, the afternoon, the way he sits without performing anything. And what's there? I ask. He looks at me. You, mostly. My throat does something I don't address. I reach over and take his hand. Not a squeeze, not a statement. Just his hand in mine, our fingers settling the way they do now. The specific fit of it, I've stopped pretending I don't notice. We'll build you back up, I say. We can do that together. He looks at my hand in his for a moment. Then he turns toward me and his free hand comes to my jaw, and he kisses me real and unhurried, a kiss that doesn't have a destination, just the warmth of his mouth and the cold air around us and the sound of the creek below. When he pulls back, he stays close. His eyes are open and the expression in them is the fully open one, no scaffolding. I want to marry you, he says. I hold his eyes. My heart is going wild behind my ribs. Austin, not a proposal, not right now. His thumb moves along my jaw. Just, I want to. I want that to be where this goes. I wanted you to know I know that. A pause. I know it's fast. I know the SEC is a year out, and the office is still half gutted, and you've got a crew to hire and a parcel to buy. I know all the things that come first. He holds my gaze. I still want it. The leaf is still in my other hand, the red maple one, and I look at it for a moment. You'd want a ring, he says. I know how that works. I'd want to. No diamond, I say. He stops. I work with my hands, I tell him. Every day. Something that size. I'd catch it on framing. I'd damage it. I'd take it off and lose it in a job site. I look at him plainly. I don't want a diamond. It's impractical. He stares at me. His expression moves through several things in quick succession before it arrives somewhere that looks like relief and something that's close to joy. Okay, he says. Something flat, simple. Done. I'm not saying yes right now, I add. You haven't asked. I'm telling you the terms for when you do. That's the most you think I've ever heard. Noted. He kisses me again, and this one is different. It starts with a laugh from both of us, his mouth curving before it meets mine, and then it settles into something slower and warmer, and he pulls me in by the back of my neck, the way he does when he means it. I let him. I stop thinking about the parcel and the project manager and the SEC timeline, and I stay in the warmth of his hands and the cold air and the sound of the creek going where it's always been going. When I surface, we're both looking at the water. Flat setting, he says. Simple. Functional. I'll call it a design requirement. Call it whatever you want. I lean into him, his shoulders solid and warm. Just get the brakes fixed first. He tucks his face against my hair and laughs.
Chapter 30. Austin. The drive back from Harmon Park takes 12 minutes. We don't talk much. She has her hand on the center console, and I have mine over hers, and the heater is running, and the maples go past the windows in their last week of red before everything goes bare. Millfield in the last hour of afternoon light, the streets quiet and amber, an October evening that makes the town look like a place someone chose deliberately. I pull into the lot behind my building on Garrett Street. She gets out before I do, which is very her, and she's already at the back entrance when I catch up. My new apartment is on the second floor. 1 bedroom, the kitchen at the front, a living room that is still mostly boxes, and 1 good chair I bought at the furniture place on Route 9 because you need somewhere to sit. The lease is month to month. The floors are laminate over concrete, which I know because I looked, and the radiator in the bedroom makes a sound at 3 in the morning, like something being settled reluctantly. The window above the kitchen sink looks out over the parking lot and a chain-link fence and, past that, the roof of the hardware store. It is the smallest, plainest space I have lived in since college. Smaller than college, actually. My Columbus penthouse had a kitchen island the square footage of this entire room. I unlock the door and hold it open, and she walks in ahead of me and looks around. She stops in the middle of the kitchen and turns slowly, taking in the counter, the 2-burner stove, the window over the sink with its view of the chain-link fence, and the hardware store roof. The single shelf I've put up, which holds a row of books and his uncle's compass from the workshop, which I kept. The table that seats 2 because 2 is all that fits. She looks at me. Something moves in her face that is not quite a smile but is related to one. "It's not what I expected," she says. "What did you expect?" "Something with a doorman." I set my keys on the counter. "I had a doorman. I don't miss it." She looks around again, and this time the expression resolves into something clearer. Not pity. Something closer to recognition. "It's good," she says. "It's really good, Austin." I look at the apartment through her eyes for a moment. The books, the compass, the 2 chairs at the table that seats 2, the view of the hardware store roof, which at this hour has the last of the light on it and is actually not bad to look at. "It's mine," I say. She's still looking at me when I cross the kitchen and put my hands on her face, both palms against her jaw, the way I do when I want her to hear something. "I meant what I said on that rock," I tell her. "I know. Not just the ring. All of it." I hold her eyes. "You. Here. This is what I want. This particular life in this particular town. And you in it." A pause. "I always knew I was going to end up here. I just didn't know what here looked like until I walked into a building and you were standing in it with a clipboard." Her hands come up and cover mine where they rest against her jaw. "You're going to make me say it back," she says. "You don't have to say anything." She kisses me instead. Both hands still over mine, her mouth against mine, warm and deliberate, and I feel the full weight of her in it. Her hands fist into the front of my jacket, and I kiss her properly, the way I've been thinking about since the rock and before the rock. I reach behind me and pull my jacket off, drop it over the back of the chair. She watches me do it with an expression that is direct and unhurried, and does considerable damage to my ability to think in sequence. Then she reaches up and pulls the elastic from her hair and shakes it loose, and I put my hand in it and kiss her again and feel her exhale against my mouth. Her jacket goes next. I push it off her shoulders and she lets it fall, and then my hands find the hem of her flannel shirt and I pull it free of her jeans and slide my hands underneath and find the warm skin of her waist. She breathes in sharply. I take my time with the buttons. She watches my hands work them, her own hands resting against my chest, not rushing me. When I push the shirt off her shoulders, it goes the same way as the jacket, and she's in a plain white undershirt, thin cotton, and I can see the outline of her bra through it, and the curve of her shoulders, and the specific way she holds herself even now, spine straight, like a person who has never once in her life let anyone see her fold. I put my hands on her waist and lift her onto the counter in one motion. She makes a small sound and grabs my shoulders, and I step in between her knees and she wraps them around my hips and looks at me from 3 inches away, with those dark eyes doing what they do. And I think, I am not going to survive this woman, and I mean it entirely as a compliment. I reach for the hem of the undershirt. She lifts her arms. I pull it over her head and drop it and look at her for a moment in the kitchen light. Her hair loose around her shoulders, her skin warm and brown and specific in a way that photographs would miss entirely. The plain black bra, practical, the same kind she was wearing in the car at the reservoir. That detail has been in my memory since it happened. "You're beautiful," I say. The same way I said it the first time. No performance around it, just the fact, placed on the counter between us. She doesn't look away. "I know," she says, which is new, which is the best possible version of her.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
"Alianna," I say. I love you." I say it into her hair, low, without building up to it or finding a better moment, because there isn't a better moment. I have been in love with you since I watched you argue about a load path on a Tuesday morning in a building that wasn't finished, and I didn't say it then because I hadn't earned it yet. I feel her go still against me. I think I've earned it. A long moment. Her arms tighten around my neck. "You have," she says. Her voice is quiet and rough and completely without armor. "I love you too." A pause, her face still pressed against my shoulder. "I've loved you for months. Maybe longer than that." Another pause. "Don't make it weird." I laugh. Low and real, into her hair, and she laughs too against my shoulder. The two of us laughing in my kitchen in the dark, with the hardware store roof outside the window and the radiator ticking in the other room. I pull back just enough to look at her face. She looks back at me. Open, fully present, the completely undefended version of her face at the closest distance she's ever held it. Her eyes are a little wet at the corners, which she is not acknowledging, and which I will not mention. I put my forehead against hers. "Flat setting," I say. "Simple. Functional." She exhales a small, warm breath. "Design requirements." "First thing in the morning," I say. She pulls me back in for another kiss.